stream itself to itself. This was a rather unfortunate development and one we didn't see coming. But we think that we have now sorted it. As Stuart Broad comes in round the wicket to Mitchell Starc. You haven't missed anything if you have been relying on us purely for your coverage of the second day of the second test match in Hobart between England and Australia, the fifth test of the 2021-22 men's Ashes. Australia 245 for 6, having started 241 for 6 overnight. Mitchell Starc is on 2, Alex Carey is on 12, and I am a nervous wreck.
Well done, Nako. Congratulations.
You're doing great, mate.
It's not like you can ring the IT guy.
I mean, you could, but he's probably fast asleep.
Exactly, yeah.
As Broad is in, Broad is out. Broad is not out. Broad is not in. He appears to be shouting at his own wicketkeeper. I'm not entirely sure what's happening. He trotted in and then stopped and then yelled at someone behind Mitchell Starc, who maybe he was yelling at Mitchell Starc actually for not being quite ready.
Maybe he's just
not happy.
He's channeling the guy from Cobra Kai.
Last ball of the over, 2 slips and a gully. Broad is in, and this is punched by Mitchell Starc up to mid-off. There is no run. So the early news that you might have to be aware of is that Ollie Robinson has a back spasm, and so will not bowl in the first session. That's why Stuart Broad and Mark Wood have started today. Stuart Broad says stop moving the robot, apparently is what he yelled, so maybe Spider Cam was in vision. He walked away muttering Australia 246 for 6. Who was joined on social media? Brian Barish and Ian fourth, and I'm Knuckle Pandey, and yes, hello. Welcome to the shambles.
Ian, I think
hello
you have
there.
social media, mate.
I do. You may not be surprised to hear that a few of our early comments are concerning our technical difficulties. Mostly, in fact, entirely sympathetic. Diana Patterson starts with an light roller, no sound from the Gorilla homepage, technical difficulties. Brian points out the hamster's fallen asleep, and I think I can hear the theme song from Mog. I finally crossed over into obsessive madness.
Mark Wood in back of a length. Mitchell Starc stands up tall and drops it into the onside, and there is no run.
Knackle's doing such a great job of getting us online. They did, in fact, take a run off the final over. So Starc is keeping the strike here. Final ball off the over, yes.
Oh, yes, they did. Well, Stuart Broad was busy shouting at a camera on wheels, in fact, not Spider Cam. Stop moving the robot.
I'm sure there was 1 or 2 more words omitted from that.
Slip and a gully. Sort of deep cover point. I'm not entirely sure how to describe that fielder. An extra cover, wide-ish mid-on, and a short leg in position. This is short, hooked by Mitchell Starc, hooked down the throat of the field. They're backpedaling at mid-wicket. Rory Burns, who's abandoned the mullet in favour of tying his hair up, takes the catch. Mark Wood has his second wicket, and Mitchell Starc, who could have done an awful lot of damage to England today, is gone for 3 off 17. Australia 246 for 7. We came back in time just for the wicket. It was all a plan.
It was a pretty meek wicket, I think, just kind of in on the hands and just kind of floated it out to mid-wicket. Starc had dodged a bullet actually with the second ball of the day. It just flashed by the outside edge. There was a huge appeal, which they, in fact, had turned down. But he finally gets his man there. And I think that might... Go ahead, Ian.
Yeah, I was going to say that one just flicked. He's one of those that just flicked the back trouser as it went through. They seriously considered a DRS on that, but in the end correctly thought better of it.
This was a decent-ish short ball. Mark Wood's got both of his wickets with short balls. One that Cameron Green pulled straight down the throat of Zach Crawley on the boundary. This one didn't even go to the boundary. It was taken backpedaling from what would be the edge of the circle by Rory Burns. Enter the Australian captain.
Toss the ball to Pat Cummins and he'll get you wickets. Plenty of wickets. Oh, obey Pat Cummins, for he is your captain. Now,
is indeed put himself below Mitchell Starc, whose promotion was worth it in search of quick runs. With all of the happenings yesterday, starting gloriously, proceeding comedically, threatening farcically, and ending frustratingly with the lightest rain delay in history that got a lot of people at the ground rather exorcised, rather. They are not ghosts. We have exorcised the ghosts from our system, hopefully. It's worth remembering that Australia are only 246-7 on a pitch that, while it is doing a little bit, is not doing that much. As Mark Wood is in to Pat Cummins, he's going to go short at him, or at least in part. That's a good take down the leg side by Sam Billings, diving full length down the leg side and taking it one-handed. Good footwork as the short ball was misdirected. There is a leg slip and a leg gully in position. Good early signs for Sam Billings' footwork today. It is, by the way, lovely sunshine in Hobart.
It's always sunny in Tasmania. What are the chances, Knackle, with that wicket? Because I was thinking coming in that 300 would be pretty attainable, but I think a decent score here might be kind of in the 280 range at this point.
Honestly, couldn't tell you. I'm honestly not sure what the par score is. I think England would be happy enough, dismissing Australia below 300. This one is pushed to Dominic Bess, who's on the field for somebody in the backward point region. Possibly Ollie Robinson, who's off with those back spasms. We heard the England bowling coach John Lewis being rather scathing of his fitness last night. John Lewis, who has worked with Ollie Robinson at Sussex.
You think that the English sort of entourage ought to take some responsibility themselves for getting a man who's only half fit into a test match?
Wood in, goes wide on the crease, and this is short and down the leg side. And again, Sam Billings getting a workout down to his left, doing it nicely. There is no run. Pat Cummins has had to do absolutely nothing with his first 3 deliveries.
And the irony of all of this is they have a perfectly good spin bowler who doesn't have a dodgy back sitting on the bench.
And Jimmy Anderson,
who they did have fitness concerns about going into the game.
But, it's probably going to end up being his last test here if they were to decide to go for it.
England were worried he wouldn't get through the 5 days. I know that looks ironic now with Ollie Robinson. Maybe this is a new injury that has happened. A back spasm is not necessarily a sign of poor conditioning. Maybe John Lewis didn't know about that when he did the interview, in which case he's probably jumped the gun a little bit. Round the wicket is Wood now to Cummins, who, in the manner of the South African captain Dean Elgar a couple of tests ago, drops the hands and allows this to hit him on the bicep. A wicket maiden for Wood, who's been expensive in this test match, was hit around the park yesterday in a fabulous counter-attack by Marnus Labuschagne and Travis Head that does the bulk of the scoring, along with Cameron Green for Australia. Australia are 246-7.
Mog, I can hear something. Are the spirits trying to communicate from the next room? Is that the ghost of Zoob? And Light Roller wants to know, is there feedback loop grindcore? Yes, it is. Ralph the Wonder Llama. Evening, gorillas. Evening, everyone. Are we #doomed yet? Not yet, but give it time. Mayank, finally you're back. Made me have to listen to SEM radio the first 15 minutes. We're shuddering in sympathy, Mayank. Ralph the Wonder Llama. Interesting question for you, Brian. Have you got Deep Purple bassist Roger Glover commentating for you? And when did he become American?
I'm always confused for somebody else.
Stuart Broad in back of a length. Alex Carey, the wicketkeeper, who was 12 not out overnight, has yet to add to his overnight 10 not out overnight. He's added 2 to his overnight score. Defends this into the onside. We will jingle him up, by the way, Alex Carey. We obviously things happened and didn't happen, and then kept happening to themselves. So we haven't had a chance to jingle people. Here's jingle.
He's the next cab off the rank. And Alex Carey is his name. Wicket keeping is his trade. And he's not bad with the blade.
Hasn't entirely shown that in this series. Needs a bit of a score. The one member of the Australian team who you could say hasn't made significant contributions in this series. He blocks back to this man for no run.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around. Something has gotta keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna beat you down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thin now.
Doing a fine job carrying this England attack, particularly yesterday when he was the only seamer standing. This is short and pulled by Alex Carey in front of the square all the way out to Chris Woakes, who was rather ineffective yesterday. Did take the one wicket of Travis Head, who the next ball after he got to his 100 spooned a ball to mid-on. But he was ineffective. Mark Wood was going around the park. Ollie Robinson was only able to bowl one over after the first break with what turned out to be back spasms, and so Stuart Broad has done remarkably well to keep England competitive at this stage. He is 2 for 52 in the way through his 38th over. Australia 247 for 7, who were put into bat by England yesterday. The ball was doing all sorts off the seam early, but the pink ball went a little bit soft, the pitch flattened out, and it became very easy to score quickly, particularly with England down bowlers. This is outside off stump and left alone. Dies through to Billings. So Pat Cummins hasn't really had to... so far from his 5 balls, he could have not brought his bat.
It seems like there's been a constant need to want to change the ball out. We've already seen them question it in start of play today, but they asked for the new ball pretty late in the first session yesterday as well.
England complained about it. It was given no shrift at all by the umpire. Then they started talking about it again, and it was changed. And a couple of times we've seen it them have a look at it. Can be an issue with the pink ball. There's something about the dyeing process that makes it a little softer. This one is turned off the hips by Pat Cummins. He did need to bring his bat that time and brought it to decent effect, turning it around the corner. With the field set as it is, Sam Billings had to chase the key new boy, unexpectedly brought into the Test team after injuries to Josh Buttler and Johnny Bairstow, and the fact that he happened to just about still be in the country. He chases this down to long leg and keeps it to one leg by, in fact. So no, Pat Cummins still has not needed / used his bat. Last ball of the over from Broad. Coming in from the Church Street end, I think. As this is back of a length and punch, not particularly timed at all by Alex Carey. Back to the bowler. There is no run. Australia 248 for 7.
Ravi Nair, huzzah, you're here. Yes, we are, Ravi. Farong, greetings from Mirpur. Evenly poised at this stage. Australia hoping for 300. England obviously for 4 quick wickets. Already complaining about the ball this morning. Should have put more thought into the team selection than worrying about the ball. Jeff Perkins, broadcasting in sign language, or did you play a mock jingle at full volume? Either could have had that effect, it's true. Roger Melly, hello, good evening, and bollocks. Thanks. Classic opening remarks from Roger. Mog, fun story. I'm literally recording a noise track for a disinterested handjob album right now. Question I'd like to ask of Mog: is uninterested handjob or disinterested handjob? I don't. Maybe it amounts to the same thing.
No. One is bored. One is impartial.
Yes. Well, it is, except that maybe on this occasion it almost amounts to the same thing without going into too many details.
Wood going in round the wicket to Cummins. We've got the fly slip. We've got the short leg. We've got the 2 fielders back on the hook. This one, Cummins is in behind nicely and blocks into the onside. There is no run off this wholehearted equine.
Do you know Mark Wood?
Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick.
So just a normal guy.
Of course, except for just one thing.
What?
He thinks that he's a horse.
Right. What?
It's been excellent in this series without rewards, but yesterday was taken to by the Australians, particularly Marnus Labuschagne and Travis Head, who scored another fantastic counter-attacking 100. This one is short into the body of Pat Cummins. He plays it slightly awkwardly, but gets it past short leg for his first run. Australia 249 for 7. We should talk a little bit. We didn't have time to do any of this because of various technical gremlins, but what a fantastic innings that was by Travis Head yesterday.
Yeah, I know. As like you said, it was a very counter-attacking one, and considering that they had lost those 4 wickets so quickly, it really has kept them in the match, because England, you had to think, oh wow, we're finally going to be able to bowl them out for a low total, and now they're right on the edge of 250, and 300's not out of the realm of possibility. But it depends on how this pitch is going to play. I mean, the weather seems to be a lot better than it was yesterday. It's still probably going to be a little bit soft.
People who were at Belrive yesterday were saying, why are they off? it's barely raining.
Yeah.
A lot of the journalists there were very, very annoyed. Carey backs away and tries to carve this over the point region, which might not be the worst idea, but that was a good ball from Woody. Maybe saw Carey backing away and kept it coming at him, and so there was no room for Carey to play that cut shot. Evades the gloves on the top edge through to Billings. There is no run. Woody's bowling cross seam to try and get the ball to skid through and maybe try and exacerbate some reverse swing. Of course, it will also mess up the ball. There you go. So yeah, so this field that Alex Carey's got, there's a couple of slips, a leg slip, a gullet. In fact, no, the leg slip has now moved to short third. There's a slip, a deep third, kind of at fly slip, a backward point and extra cover. But then all the fielders back are on the leg side, so there is a gap over point, although they have now put that deep third in for the uppercut. This one's short and down the leg side, and Sam Billings has a little bit of a juggle, but takes it cleanly enough. There is no run. Carey was able to just sway inside the line of the ball and let it go. So Australia haven't got away at all so far today. We've had this will be the 6th completed over in the first half an hour, and Australia have only added 8 runs for the loss of Mitchell Starc. Tidy enough for England, who are without an Ollie Robinson this morning. They hope he will be able to bowl later in the Test match as he has a back spasm. For Cummins, we've got a slip. We've got we've got the slip. We've got the deep third. We've got the backward point. We've got the extra cover. We've got the short leg, and then we've got long leg and deep square leg back on the hook. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I think a deepish mid wicket as well. This one's turned nicely actually off the ribs by Alex Carey. Stands up tall, jumps outside off stump, and plays it down into the gap, finds the easy single. Australia bring up their 250 for 7. It's been a strange Test match in terms of scoring. We had 12 for 3 with Warner, Khawaja and Smith all falling early. Then a whirlwind partnership between Travis Head and Marnus Labuschagne, 71 off 74. Then 121 off 160 balls by Travis Head and Cameron Green to threaten to take the game away completely from England, but England have then taken 3 wickets for 46. No, 3 wickets for 42 when the wicket fell to keep themselves just about in this game. Short ball, Cummins jumps at it but didn't really need to do much with it. He made the change to duck early, and there is no run. End of the 66th over. Australia 250 for 7, and now I'm going to hand over to our next commentary team. Ian Forth is going to take you through on ball by ball. Jacob Jaffa is going to be your summariser, and Jeremy Messi Henderson is going to be your social media reader. So London, Melbourne, Perth, hello.
Hello there. Hello Messi, how are you going?
Not bad. I think I picked a good shift to be on when the technical gremlins have been removed.
Yeah, indeed. How are you going, Jacob?
All well. I've been conscious for the last 15 minutes and I'm raring to go.
Are you able to find a downside in England taking a wicket this morning, Jacob?
No, not yet.
Stuart Broad in for the start of his 22nd over, just played neatly enough off his pads by Alex Carey, no run.
I know you all think I'm a negative Nelly, but I actually want the best for English cricket, and I don't think we've got it now. So, you know.
Well, indeed, Joe Root must be thinking all those times we picked 4 quicks and we didn't need the 4th one. Now, the one moment I need a 4th quick, I haven't got one. In comes Stuart Broad. Oh my goodness! Floats that one up a bit wider. An ugly smear, frankly, from Carey, which seems it's very hard to tell what actually happened. They seem to get an inside edge, and it just dribbled not that far away from the inside edge back onto the wicket. Oh, I see what happened. It smashed into his pad and very nearly deflected from there onto the wicket, but probably about a yard away. Stuart Broad unlucky. Just by a few inches actually went over the top of the stump. So very unfortunate for Stuart Broad there. Dot ball. Broad in again. Pitches that one shorter. Carey swivels, gets on top of it nicely, plays it down to deep long leg, where I think that's Pope down there fielding it, and they come through for one. Cummins on strike. Score 251 for 7. Carey moves on to 15.
I do need to share with you the fact that I have actually placed a bet on England.
At $6.50?
Yes. I mean, that's ridiculous odds in my view at the moment.
No, I think it is as well. It's 251 for 7, for God's sake.
After the first session will become a real batting paradise. It should do.
I never bet, but I'd be tempted by those odds, Messi. I agree with you. How about you, Jacob? Are you an inveterate gambler?
Not usually, but even I would be tempted by that.
Exactly.
And the faith I have in the England batting lineup is small.
Broad in again. Cummins defends out into the covers. He's one run off 10 balls. Carey 15 off 48. It's been a characteristic of this series that Australia have generally not been concerned about getting off to slow starts. It's a sign of maturity and confidence, perhaps, and also knowing that if they stay in there long enough, the bad balls will come along later in their innings. But all those theories about Australia changing the face of Test cricket, always going at 4 runs and over, there's been a definite change of strategy in this series.
Yes, but equally, as Gary Kirsten was talking about, it's not just their strategy to try and plod along at 2 runs and over all the time. They can now start slowly and they don't have to rush, but they will accelerate when they need to, as we saw yesterday.
Absolutely, they don't get stuck in one gear. Again, swiveled away there from Pat Cummins. He doubles his score onto 2 as it goes down to deep long leg. 1 run off it. He moves on to 2 off 11. Australia 252 for 7.
Speaking of some betting, even though it's not actually gambling for legal reasons, the GPL pot starts at £24 and will close at 6 a.m. UK time, which is in just 1 hour and 55 minutes. So get your bets, but not bets, in.
Last ball of the over. Broad in, defended by Carey down on the leg side. He remains on 15, and at the end of the 67th, Australia 252 for 7. What's happening on socials? Messi.
Anna Forsyth is with us. She says, I'm taking my regular Finny break, a Finny a day, etc. But it seems like I didn't miss much. Hello, Anna. It's great to have you on board. I've retweeted the rain radar for Hobart this morning, which looks quite encouraging. There's some rainy patches away from Hobart. There's a little bit just nearby, but looks reasonably encouraging. Neil Franklin says, morning inbred fuckers, to which Ralph the Wonder Llama says, speak for yourselves. And Mog says, there is very much a difference between disinterested and uninterested hand job, as painful experience can attest.
Right. Okay, we're into a new over. Markwood comes on to bowl, plugs it in short. Cummins puts it right down the throat of the man at deep square leg. He's out for 2 off 12 balls. Australia 252 for 8.
It's always nice to see Mark Wood doing well.
Yeah,
he's bowled much better today, I reckon. And Starc and Cummins have batted like Muppets, frankly. And Carey's not looked much better.
Well, you said it, Messi. And that's from an Australian point of view, so we'll take it. But much has been said about Pat Cummins' excellent captaincy and the calmness and the way in which the whole series has been played. But it has not been a good series for Pat with the bat. Hasn't probably needed to be his best series with the bat, it's fair to say.
No, probably not. But as Messi just said, this could become quite a good pitch to bat on, and with the weather being what it seems like it will be, England could have a good crack at this score. Joe Root, obviously our best batsman. These are the sort of relatively flat conditions in which he, dare I say it, can usually, quote, bang out 100. Zach Crawley looked brilliant in the last game, so hopefully on a flat pitch he can try and make a score, solidify his place in the team, and Sam Billings, it would always be nice for him to get a good score on debut.
Yeah. I'll catch up on a couple
Jingle
of
time.
tweets.
Jingle time,
sorry.
Messi. Just, yeah.
Yep.
He's lying. He's not too bad, that's true. He's lying.
Nathan Lyon will know what he's going to be on the receiving end of here. There is leg theory. 3 men deep on the leg side boundary as Mark Wood thunders in. And he plays it short, but not that short. And Nathan Lyon, knowing what's coming, swivels quite nicely. And favourite shot of the morning goes down to deep long leg for 1 run. He is off the mark. Australia 253 for 8.
Ewan Innings says, evening all. He says, I like how I was pretending to be unable to bat in the first innings, taking bets on a canter to a 500 plus second innings total.
Dear me, I thought we'd seen the back of this cockiness, but it's all back.
just been informed that Zach Crawley has just taken his 4th catch of the match, and the record for a non-keeper, which is held by a number of people, is 5 in an innings.
Oh, okay. So there have been records tumbling all over the world this week. We might go on to a couple of them. But there's a short ball into Carey. And one of the problems that you do get with a player who's playing for his place is that he has to prioritise getting a decent score. So he has to play himself in. Quick runs, really, are probably what Australia are most interested in this morning. But, of course, Carey's playing for his place. He's on 15 balls of 15 runs off 50 balls so far. Mark Wood, you won't be surprised to hear either, has just taken a tumble.
Like Nightfaller's Die, isn't it?
Exactly right, yeah.
I understand that Carey could be playing for his place, but who's the replacement keeper they'd bring in?
There's a couple breathing down his neck, I believe. There's a cut there from Carey down to 3rd man. He moves on to 16. The score's 254 for 8. Do you have any knowledge of those breathing down his neck, Messi?
Well, there's 2 West Australians in Josh English and Philippi, also Josh, who are both very promising batters and decent keepers. Carey's really put himself in jeopardy by not being a very good keeper. That's the real problem. And now his batting's not doing anything to save him much. So, yeah, I think he may well be.
He's vulnerable, isn't he? Wood in. Oh my goodness! Lyon swivels. Doesn't quite get hold of all of it, but gets hold of just enough of it for a 6. There's a dive on the ropes by Chris Woakes. Not enough. 6 of these.
Oh, I say, chap, give me any lift.
Possibly not the best time, seeing as he's just been hit for 6, but Mark Wood has now equalled Ollie Robinson as England's top wicket taker on this tour. He's taken 11 at about 34, compared to Robinson's 11 at 23.
He's a little fortunate to get away with that one, Nathan Lyon, because he just bisected the 2. I mean, you could say it's perfect placing, I suppose. Another short ball, but this one, Lyon allows to go easily past his shoulder. No great threat to him. That's the end of the over. Lyon 7, Carey 16, Australia 260 for 8 at the end of the 68th over.
I don't understand why they've lost 3 batsmen to poor hooks and they're still doing it. Never mind. Ralph the Wonderlammer says, funny, isn't it, how if you isolate the periods when we were doing well, that it makes us sound good, whereas if in fact you add back in the dross were bang average. Oh, good, bear. Whoop. Shame on you, Mrs. says Farong. Betting on England to win, is that allowed? Just not on under any circumstances, akin to placing a bet on Collingwood, Carlton or Tottenham for that matter. Well, I will say that when I place a bet, I'm looking at the odds, actually. I try to bet detached from my heart because otherwise I'm always going to lose money. And Ralph the Wonderlammer says, I'm sorry I was hallucinating, probably in relation to Bear. And Mog says, I'd give the keeping job to Inglis and I would have before putting Carey in at all. Yeah, I think that's a good call, Mog.
Carey's funny one, isn't it? He looked $1 million when he played, I think, in the World Cup in 2019. Yeah. Everyone's saying, oh, if it wasn't for the fact that Tim Payne has to be captain, and it's Carey. That would be... Anyway, jingle time.
Woakes was fit, got out of bed, went and had himself a net, found this way that his heel had healed, passed the test and he went to the tee.
Chris Woakes in. Pitches it on middle stump, flicked away nicely by Carey for 2 runs. Where do you stand on Chris Woakes, Jacob? You a fan?
I am a fan. I like him, and I think I don't know him personally, but every account of him is that he's one of the nicest guys in cricket. He's very useful with the bat and very useful with the ball in England. But obviously he has the greatest discrepancy in averages between home and away, and probably should be used as an English specialist, where he averages about 20-something. He averages better than Broad or Anderson.
And that one is a leg stump half volley, as if to underline Jacob's point, which is flicked away by Carey. He moves on to 19, brings Nathan Lyon on to strike. 263 for 8.
But he's a bit of a victim of the Broad Anderson era, or the Branderson era, as we like to call it, because in basically any other era, he would be taking the new ball in England, and when he takes the new ball in ODI cricket, he gets a shed load of runs, wickets even. So it would be very useful to have an opening bowler who can also average about 30 in Test cricket, as he does in the county cricket game, but unfortunately he's got people ahead of him.
So tiring of pitching it too full, he pitches it too short. Lyon rocks onto the back foot, but can't get any runs there. Dot ball. I suppose Branderson was based on Brangelina, wasn't it? When Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie were at their height. So if anyone wants to write in with their favourite portmanteau couple name, then feel free.
There's Brangelina without the bitterness at the end.
Yes. We break off for some cricket news. 4th ball of Woakes is over. He's gone too full this time again, but Lyon can't really take advantage. Just plays it down to mid-on.
Yeah, Cricket Info is a nice way of breaking the stats up. Home average for Woakes bowling is 22.63. Away average is 54.13. It's
quite the discrepancy.
Phenomenal difference.
He's in again, and it seems to have found his line and length off the 5th ball of the over. That's defended by Nathan Lyon, no run.
Under the old horses for courses sort of policy, which we thought we were going to adopt, Woakes should probably just play in England, and and that would help him as well. It would probably help his confidence. But the other thing is, they actually need to pick him all the time in England, because he's a brilliant bowler in England. And because sometimes he plays badly overseas, when they come back home, they see him as a bit dispensable. But pick him every game in England.
As Knuckle points out, that's the biggest home-away difference of any seamer with 100 Test wickets. It probably means he'll get a wicket this ball. He comes in for the 6th ball of the over. Little fuller, played down to mid-off by Nathan Lyon. No run. He remains on 7. The partnership's sauntered on to 11. Australia 263 for 8 at the end of the 69th.
Imagine, says Josh English, is with the squad as the reserve keeper. If he leaves the bubble, he won't be able to return if required. Mitch Marsh is there as well, which has deprived the Scorchers a bit. Brian Barish comes in with Dr. Sheldon Cooper, Dr. Amy Farah comes up as Shamey. Jeff Perkins' favourite portmanteau name is Messi Bear. That works for both of us.
Nice. One for good lights everywhere. Yeah, it's funny with Woakes, isn't it? England used to make that mistake of playing a player at the Oval, and they would excel, and then they would go to somewhere like India where their skills were completely inappropriate, and they'd feel duty bound to haul them round India off the back of one decent match at the Oval. That used to happen a lot. Wood in again. pitches in short, but not that short. But Alex Carey rocks onto the back foot and plays it down into the gully, no run.
And the counter statistic to the statistic we just heard of Woakes having the greatest disparity in average home and away is that at home, no one since Fred Truman has taken more wickets at a lower average. So he really needs to play every game in England, and then they just say, sorry, because of your record, and you're nearly 33 now, we know what you can do, we know what you can't do, we will not play you overseas.
That means you don't have to tour as well. Mark Wood, maybe signs of him just beginning to lose his accuracy. A touch, that one flies harmlessly past Carey's shoulder, taken neatly by Billings, whose wicket keeping has been probably the best of the series on either side, I would venture to suggest, in this innings.
The remarkable thing with Woakes is it also applies in relation to his batting. His batting average at home is 35, away it's 20.
Could you make the argument then that, especially if he were to take on the captaincy, in order to manage his workload, you'd probably say Ben Stokes becomes captain, and then you could say in England he plays as a batsman, and that allows them to bring in Woakes to kind of balance the side in that way.
Wood seems to have lost his radar. That is a short ball, but nicely sits up, frankly, for Carey, who hooks it down to fine leg for one of these.
Mark Wood with the gallop there at the end in frustration. He looked like he neighed slightly.
Didn't he? Yes. Although it's 206 for 8 and there's only 2 wickets left to be had, this could be a dangerous time for England unless they wipe these 2 up very rapidly with Robinson off the pitch. Wood comes in, bowls it short, swivel from Carey, just gets the 1 run down to the man at deep square.
England consistently failed to get the tail out this series, as they have struggled with for the last 5 years, but particularly here the Australian tail is quite strong, and they've been going for figures in excess of 50 or 100 quite regularly.
I don't know how strong it is, Jacob, to be honest. I think a really good attack would not consider this one of the great Australian tails. It's got 3 fast bowlers. Nathan Lyon, it starts with Alex Carey, who's out of form at 7. There's a big launch into that one from Nathan Lyon. He's really got hold of that one. That sails over the square leg boundary for another one of these.
I believe in miracles since you came to bat. You sexy thing, you. I believe in miracles since you came out to bat. You sexy thing.
Now I think that sailed over the northeast stand, which would have gone out of the ground as far as I could see. It was helped by the fact he knew what was coming, so he rocked onto the back foot and really got hold of that one. It's a very low stand at Tasmania.
It's slightly the same old mistakes by England, because we seem to have conceived this idea over the last few years that if we bowl short enough at the tail, they'll eventually get out. Whereas if you look at the way Australia play against the tail, actually Wood had success when they bowled too short to him, and most of the time they bowled a pretty decent length. Jasprit Bumrah, of course, the king of getting out the tail, yorks them all the time.
Well, would it surprise you to hear that exactly the same thing has just happened once more? Big hawk off Mark Wood's last ball, sailing over sails over the deep square boundary for another one of these.
2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row.
Nathan Lyon there was pushed right back waiting for that, and he had quite an open stance. I would have liked to see Mark Wood go full and straight and see if he could keep it out.
That was shit bowling, it really was. Roger Melly says, my favourite couple are the Fat Slags, San and Trey. That means nothing to me. Anna Forsyth.
This comic reference.
Anna Forsyth says in certain corners of the internet it's less Branderson, more Bryn, Cookerson, Root, Butt and Pitch. Can you work them all out? Root Butt is an interesting one.
Yeah, it sure is. Anyway, new over from Chris Woakes commences while we consider our options on that. And it's a dot ball played down by Alex Carey. I think that will probably be the abandonment of the Mark Ward short ball campaign. Knuckle, who, as always, with the more balanced point of view amongst us, correctly points out that, to be fair, we've got 3 wickets with short balls today, which is absolutely accurate. But he also goes on to say this pitch really is easy-paced. And if anything, maybe that gives a little bit of hope to England with Australia, not yet 300, that they could get a decent score on this pitch. The ease with which Nathan Lyon dispatched those 2 sixes. Dot ball for the second ball of the over from Woakes to Carey.
The other good thing for England is that all the talk of the Australian attack compared to ours is that each of them just had that little bit of extra pace, and that we need that here if we want to compete. But it seems on this pitch that extra pace is not going to help you. It's going to bring it onto the bat quite nicely, and so once it stops seaming around early, England could be in with a decent chance. Oh yes.
And talking of being in with a decent chance, Chris Woakes, for everything we've said about him so far this morning, has picked up a wicket. That's the end of Alex Carey. My feed went down for a second, so I'll just wait for the replay to see exactly how that occurred. It's a deflection off the bat, onto the pad and onto the top of the stump, so that's bowled. And that is another wicket this morning.
And he pitched it up.
Ah yes, the inside edge onto the pad, also known as the only way to ever get Devon Conway out these days.
Very good point.
That was a pretty scratchy 24 from Carey, it has to be said. I was just going to say that in his 132 previous innings, Nathan Lyon has hit 9 sixes in total. So far today he's hit 3, which isn't bad.
He has been working on his batting though, Jed. He has.
Well, he must have, yeah.
he's changed his technique quite considerably, a little more of an open stance, which especially with the short ball, when he knows it's coming, which it often is, allows him to just basically open up immediately and swing away for the fences.
And Australia scored 17 in the session before that last over. They took 17 off that over. However, at 280 for 9, I think England would have settled for that at the start of play. And, well, they probably would have done. Touch and go. I don't think Australia will be too devastated by that score either. And who comes to the wicket? Scott Boland. Can he make his mark as a batsman, having smattered himself all over it as a bowler? Woakes in. Sorry. Oh, good. Scott Boland. Well, I mean, what does the future hold for a man who's had such a brilliant series with the ball, and yet could be edged out by other younger players in the future? Sometimes happens that way, but he's mastered home conditions and shown his mastery of it, and gets in nicely behind that second ball of the over from Woakes. This has been ... wicket ... an excellent over so far from Woakes, for everything we've said about him away from home.
At the very least, Boland may well have found himself a rather nice career in county championship in his winters, if he wishes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Maybe on the after-dinner circuit as well.
Well, it's going to be interesting. Australia's next 2 tours are to India, Pakistan and India, where presumably their need for fast bowlers is less great.
And that's quite a nice shot from Boland. Gets hold of it, but can't quite get it past the man at point. That's the end of the over. He remained yet to get off the mark. Line 19 off 9. Australia 280 for 9 at the end of the 71st.
Pale L says, yes, predictable bowling gets punished. Warren's off to bed. He says, will England be all out before I get to sleep? Depends how bad your insomnia is, Warren. But it's been nice to have you with us. Sleep well. Over on YouTube, this was 10 minutes ago. The audio on the guy on the left of the screen is too loud and distorted, according to Plop Cone, which is you, Ian.
Yeah, is it? Right. I'll ease off the microphone a bit.
Jacob sounds like David Mitchell. Oh, for his income, Jacob, eh?
I have been told this. I've been told previously that I represent a cross between David Mitchell and Richard Hammond.
I suppose there are worse comparisons, aren't there?
Yeah, I think they just mean that I'm incredibly negative and slightly amusing at times.
Jingle time.
Oh, it did change.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around. Something has got to keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down.
Don't forget if you're dancing for it.
Even though your hair is thinning now.
We'll finish this over then.
We'll finish this over, indeed we will, yes.
You really do need to be on YouTube to get the best from Gorilla. 1/4 is performing.
A full ball from Stuart Broad, correctly defended by, I assume that's Nathan Lyon up at that end of the moment.
Wasn't that the old Bee Gees move, Forthy? You know, staying alive, staying alive. Oh, that will help the distorted audio.
Another full England. You've gone from one extreme to the other. Mark Wood's short pitch barrage's been replaced by Stuart Broad's attempted Yorkers, certainly very full pitch. That one was just a little wide, bowled at no huge pace, so easy for Nathan Lyon to get in line with no run.
Nathan Lyon, not to analyse his batting technique too much, but does have a habit of, if you bowl quite full and straight, playing right the way round his front pad and getting bowled or LBW, so that might be a bit of a strategy.
Good analysis from Jacob. Another dot ball for defended by Nathan Lyon.
Although that was a very nice shot, defensive shot.
We're still persisting with this. We've got two men back on the leg side boundary, and it's a very short boundary, so they're obviously convinced that Lyon won't be able to help himself. But 3 full balls so far from Broad, maybe the double bluff. Broad in again, a very full ball, which Lyon manages to miss, but it also misses the stumps.
I can tell you that England have come in from $6.50 to $5. If I wish to, I can now cash out my bet at a slight profit, but I'm going to hang in there.
Depends how much you put on it, I suppose, Messi.
Yeah, not a lot. It's the fun rather than the finance.
It's what we would, if Bear had put it down, we'd define it as the misery hedge, of course.
Yes, indeed.
5th ball of the over, 4 dots so far. Stuart Broad in again, another full ball. This one virtually a half volley, smashed down to mid-off. Again, there's no run. Nathan Lyon showing signs of wanting to get on with it, hand gestures of frustration. Like to be able to be hitting those sixes. Can't get Stuart Broad away.
The sort of game that might suit England, as we suspected it would in Hobart, when if 300, 350 becomes a bit of a par score, and England can just about stay in it, like in England, you know, when you can win a game with 300.
For sure, you ought to be. I mean, if you get the side out for under 300,
that's rubbish.
You ought to be odds on in a Test match. There's a full toss from Broad, which Lyon manages to connect with down to deep fine leg. That's the last for 2 runs. They move on to 282 for 9. Lyon on 21. That's it from our triad. It's been an exciting first hour for us, and I'll see you a bit later.
But a third of the triad will stay on, as I will move ball by ball, and I'm joined by, all the way from Australia, Cat Jones, and all the way from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Brian Barish. Hello.
Hey there, guys. I don't think we can hear Brian just yet. He's obviously connecting.
How about now?
Yep, all good.
Yeah, good.
I had the mute button on this, and I didn't realize it was. Yeah. Anyway, hi.
Hello. Good
G'day.
morning, good evening, good afternoon, and good day.
Good night.
As Woakes is in a better length and Boland defends it without much foot movement from the off stump. I believe it's Brian on the socials and Kat on the summary, but how are we seeing it so far?
Well, I think that the goal was to try and keep Australia under 300, and it still might happen. But considering where they were at one point, where they had 4 wickets in the first session, it's pretty good so far.
As Woakes short a ball which Boland ducked underneath and is taken by Billings. How about you, Kat? What are your thoughts as an Australian?
I think staying under 200 depends on how many more sixes the tailenders are likely to strike. In particular, Nathan Lyon could send us closer to 400.
Has that been given as a wide? It has by the umpire. That's a wide from Chris Woakes.
Wide.
He'll have the opportunity to bowl it again, as he does, and Boland fiddles at it and almost has an edge, and Sam Billings looks distraught behind the stump as it thuds into his gloves. That was pretty close for Scott Boland.
Of course, that was a wide for Scott Boland. It wouldn't have been a wide if Nathan Lyon was facing that short pitch bowling, because, of course, he dispatches them to the boundary. So no danger of a wide. I think that's why he bowled it so.
Oh, I thought you were just calling Scott Boland short. As Woakes is in again and edged and through the gap in the slips, and that will go away for Boland's first runs. That'll be 4.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
And that ball just driven gloriously through the gap in, I think, third slip's hand by Boland. What placement that was. Absolutely glorious.
Just opened the face. Boland has now entered double figures in the series for both wickets and runs, and that's also in his career. He now has double figures in runs, as Woakes is in again, bowling full, and Boland plays across it but manages to sort of leading edge it back towards Woakes along the ground, and there'll be no run. Knuckle has just informed us, much to the disappointment of everyone here, that there have been no GPL entries yet. Get your predictions in, please. You have the opportunity to win some amount of money. Go for it. It's worth it.
Try it. You'll like it.
Maybe some of our regular listeners are asleep, which I can't blame.
It's also a lot more fun than betting on England. You probably win more money.
Don't tell Messi Jez. As that's clipped off the legs by Boland, a leg stump half volley for Woakes, and that is a beautiful shot actually, and it's run away to the boundary for 4. The sort of shot which Harsha Bogle might refer to as classical.
And not as great as the shot he deliberately placed through the slips a few balls earlier. So Boland, frustrating Woakes and the other bowlers. I think they would just like to see him back in the sheds. In fact, all of the Australians deserve to be back there by now, surely.
Well, it's a bit like when Jasprit Bumrah came into that series in England averaging 2 and suddenly averaged 15 by the end of it, as Boland defends nicely on off stump and has again guided it, this time wide of gully. And Joe Root will sprint back, presumably with fury, as he throws back into the keeper's end. That will go for 2. That's not including the wide. That's 10 from the over. And Australia 293 for 9, closing in on the dreaded 300. Brian.
Go off, son. Go off. All right, Mog, with a couple of tweets. Maybe they could get Boland in by resting Starc. Also saying that he read David Mitchell's autobiography, and it was basically like reading one I'd have written for myself. Weird, and only partly in a good way. Claret and Stout, referring to Carey, looked like he was going to play on all innings, at least 2 other close ones before he got out. Mog again, despite this being the ultimate dead rubber match, England will struggle to scrape past 200 when they bat. Messi Jez retweeting Izzy Westbury. They fiddling with the ball. They're questioning the ball again.
Get the ball changed, and I think The umpire may be considering it, as it's not easily going through the ring it's meant to go through. And I think there's going to be a change of ball, which may do all the difference for England.
I wonder who has to play with these balls in order to get enough of a selection of pink balls. There can't be that many pink balls out there that are this many overs old. So I wonder who has to actually play with the pink balls in the nets to get them to the required level of battery.
Ah, yes, grown men playing with balls. That's what we've been reduced to.
Yeah, well.
Usually you have to pay a subscription for that.
That's what the Guerrilla Cricket Patreon is for. Once you get past that, you get the bear.
Yeah. It's a very high level of money you have to contribute, but it's worth it.
Oh my God!
It's effectively Knuckle and the Bear's OnlyFans.
Yes. So anyway, Stuart Broad must have been complaining about the pink ball. I think that's his full-time job, and so therefore the umpires have brought out the box of pink balls, and they are selecting, or someone, the captain at least, is selecting. It feels like it's a waste of time. They could just, I don't know, why not just continue to bowl with this, because they're going to get someone out.
Yeah.
Surely.
I mean, if it's misshapen or whatever, I feel like, unless it's like truly just like completely effed, I would say just go with it, because it makes the ball more unpredictable. And all you need is one more wicket. I mean, what's the waste of perfectly good ball?
The usual reason is that sometimes you get a slightly, obviously they can't get an exact same age. Sometimes you get a ball which is slightly newer, slightly harder, might do a bit more off the seam, whereas this ball, I think there's been some suggestion, has gone, especially with the weather that was around yesterday, has gone quite soft. So if you get a ball which has been played for however many overs, but in a net on a hot, dry Australian day, it may not have gone quite as soft as the ball which has been played on a dampish first day at Hobart.
I also love the idea that perhaps the only reason the ball is out of shape is because the tailenders have been smashing it to the boundary so confidently. Very funny.
Feel like this doesn't happen normally. What the hell's happening? Messi is retweeted Izzy Westbury, who of course is calling for one of the other channels there, saying Nathan Lyon is a menace onto the road and smashing into someone's garden fence. Legal precedents have been set for less. There's a picture of that. Mog with Marnus from yesterday, now a Shooting Stars meme. I am not sorry. I do love a good Shooting Stars meme. And Ralph the Wonder Llama replying to Mog, I'm not a fan of judging a wicket till both sides have batted on it.
Always dangerous with England.
One does often end up with pink balls if you play too much with them, Kat.
Yep.
Where's Annie? I think Annie would appreciate all of this. And Messi has apparently gotten into the GPL because it's now gone to £27. So I'm in the process of buying my tickets now. You've convinced me. I'm going to get in on this.
He said his threshold it's got to be worth more than 27 to 1 return. So.
Well, £27 is like $40. I mean, shit.
Yeah.
I'm in. I'm game.
It's a fortune for Brian Barish, that is. That'll buy his next bobble hat or something like that.
So some good records falling now. Boland has more runs scored than wickets taken, and I think someone tweeted out before that Lyon has more sixes in Hobart than Ricky Ponting.
Oh, brilliant. It's going to be that classic thing with Boland of, he's got a better batting average than the bowling average, and he's not a great batsman. As that's edged and taken, no? Short.
No.
Short. Sorry, everyone, I gave you a scare. That is edged from Nathan Lyon off Broad, and it looks to have fallen short of Joe Root at Gully. It's not Joe Root, actually. It's can't see who that is. Is that Ollie Pope? Yes, it's just died short of him. Good, genuine.
He's done well. He's done well to handle that actually and field it on the bounce.
Indeed he has, as that's fallen straight from Broad, and after my excellent technical analysis of Nathan Lyon, he proceeds to not play round his front pad, as he's got out so much in the past, and actually clip it quite nicely away short mid-wicket, but there will be no run.
Do you think that Nathan Lyon is shielding Boland, or do you think it's just every man for himself at the end of the innings?
As someone who has played fairly regularly at this point in the inning, I can tell you there is absolutely no strategy whatsoever. It's block or slog, and that's it.
Yeah.
As Nathan Lyon clips it off his hip, and that'll run down towards the deep square leg boundary, where it'll be fielded by Malan. It looks like it's thrown back into the keeper's end. Taking the single and blowing apart any question of shielding Boland, as he will now face 3 balls abroad.
Yeah, well, he's got almost the best strike rate in the Australian innings to this point, only eclipsed perhaps by Nathan Lyon. So what can Boland do? Will it be a 4 through slips? Will it be a glorious drive through the onside? Who knows?
Yeah, it could be another guided shot down through the slips. Knuckle terming this #Boland bingo.
or will he gloriously miss and his stumps explode like Scott Baio's career?
Now that would be nice, wouldn't it? But no, he gets back to ball and defends straight back down the pitch, and the man coming round from wide-ish mid-on will collect that. Boland now falling to a measly strike rate of 100, 10 from 10. Nathan Lyon 22 from 18, and that's really not the sort of thing you want to see when you're English. You don't want to see people like Nathan Lyon, who have famously been bunnies in the past, getting into the 20s, into the 30s, and dragging Australia up to 300, as they will be in 6 runs' time, as Boland defends nicely on the off stump and out into the offside. Looking fairly organised, Scott Boland. I think the ton is on.
There's been a lot of action so far on this second day, so we're seeing Australia perhaps get to 300, 9 wickets down at the moment, and I'm looking forward to calling the next ball-by-ball stint and at least 3 or 4 England wickets.
Thanks, Kat. Australia now at 294 at England's second highest batting score of the series, as Boland leads well outside the off stump. If they get to 300, of course, England have not made 300 in this series, so that, having been 12 for 3, is a brilliant effort and puts the game well in the balance, or some might even say out of England's reach, as that's the end of the over with Australia 294 for 9. Brian.
Ralph the Wonder Llama, the fact that they've got 300, or close to it at this point, after that start is surely simply another defeat for England. Ergo, #doom. Flipping over to YouTube, let's see. Kevin Street saying not posh enough to be Mitchell, we were talking about before, and Paul Coffey. I loved when he played for the Flyers and the Oilers, and that's a hockey joke, folks. Only Anna Forsyth will get that one. Lyon has more 6s than David Boone. Might be right. Booney is the referee for this match, of course.
He is indeed off recovery from COVID. We have a statement from Cricket Australia, which I'll read after this ball, as Woakes is in and Lyon defends out into the offside for no run. Cricket Australia say Mitchell Marsh, Josh Inglis and Mitchell Swepton and Michael Neiter have been released from the men's test squad to return to the Big Bash League for their respective clubs. The four will take a chartered flight from Hobart to Melbourne tomorrow. Marcus Harris and Jai Richardson will remain in Hobart for the remainder of the test match.
Now, for people who don't know, this happens every single summer, and it's always the Sydney Big Bash sides that get their players released, and no other side does. Now, I have no idea if that's accurate, but that's generally what happens.
As Wood is back on to bowl into Lyon, who has a swing at that one, a hideous ball shot, which he completely misses, and Sam Billings will take the ball behind the stumps as Nathan Lyon's strike rate is being dragged down into the region of 100.
Tried to hit.
That was over the stands again.
I was going to say he was trying to hit 8 runs off of that one.
He was indeed, but it was wide of the off stump and possibly moving a little wider, so it wasn't really one for the full shot despite the length. Nathan Lyon coming up on his best test score, which is 26 against, conveniently, us at Old Trafford in 2019. He's on 22 now. As Wood's in, and Nathan Lyon cuts that beautifully behind square.
Well, he's equalled it.
Back through the slips, and it's equalled his test best score.
Holy
fantastic.
That was a gorgeous shot for 4.
shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocker, super shatter.
I mean, bloody hell, Alistair Cook would be proud of that one. That has gone like a bullet back behind the square through, I think, the gap between gully and the slips, and a gorgeous shot from Nathan Lyon. As Nathan Lyon pulls high, hard, Billings is running after it. Oh, we can't get there. He's made the big
Billings has run further than the square leg umpire in order to try and catch that. If he hasn't done himself an injury, it will be an absolute miracle. He's tried to catch it, got a glove to it, and Lyon probably got another 4 out of that. He is not scared of Mark Wood at all.
No, he's taking it to Mark Wood. That's gone high and hard, but Sam Billings just couldn't quite get there. Fingertips away, big chase for him. Apparently, Ian Forth is telling us that Nathan Lyon's highest test score is 47, not 26. So the stats guru will have to consult his notes. As Wood in again to Lyon, dug in short, big swing. That's the good old slog to cow corner, favoured by club cricketers across the land, and it will only bring him 1 run.
At 26, Jacob might be for the Ashes, not his complete test career.
Might be. Because I was going to say, why is it that every lower order batsman seems to save their best test figures for England? It seems to happen uncannily, as we get a little bit of information. Mitchell Marsh and Josh English play for the Scorchers, and Mitch Swepson for the Heat, Michael Neser for the Strikers.
So going against the tradition, and the Sydney Thunder and the Sydney Sixers miss out.
As Boland defends well outside the off stump, Rory Burns will come in to collect that. Wood now 3 for 115 off 18 overs. Australia have passed 300 after 75, 301 for 9, and that's the game gone for England, surely. Brian.
Ralph Wonderlama saying, I have no idea who your rogue American is since there are no names on the YouTube feed. However, he is magnificent and I salute him, whatever his name is.
It's Brian Barish, everybody.
Hello, I'm Brian Barish and you're not, thank God. Thanks, Ralph, I appreciate that. Jeff Perkins, Cricinfo, show Lyon's best is 47. Must be his best against England, which is, I think, what we just figured out. Ewan Innes from Scotland says, I'd declare when they get over 300 just for a laugh. And that's what we have so far.
Broad is into Boland. It's Lyon, and he's kept that one out very nicely on the off stump. We do have the stats in. So Lyon's top score is indeed 47 in the infamous sandpaper test in Cape Town. However, his average now for this series has overtaken Steve Smith. And he's chasing down Cameron Green.
He's chasing man of the series, isn't he?
He is indeed, as Broad in again to Lyon, who clips out off his hip, sort of swipes it off his hip out towards the boundary. Ben Stokes is out there, and they'll get that for 2. In response to our tweeter, I was just saying about Brian the other day how nice it is to hear an American cricket fan, and it's good to hear that the game is growing inch by inch in the States.
Yeah. Well, there's they just announced the minor league cricket, which right now is the only widespread domestic competition. They just are going to launch their second season beginning at the end of June. I'm hoping to call some matches for that once that gets started.
Excellent, as Broad is in to Lyon, full and straight and into the leg side, but for no run. I've always slightly wanted to play cricket in America just to see what it's like.
I will say that most of the players that play, and mind you, there's going to be a Major League Cricket, which is scheduled to launch, I think, in 6 cities next year. It seems like most of the players, there's a few that have even CPL experience. And there's a few younger folks, and I would dare say that they're all, just about everybody is either first-generation American or they're naturalized Americans.
Brilliant, as Broad bowls him! Lyon, the ugly slog to cow, across a ball, top of off stump, and Australia are all out for 303. Nathan Lyon now averaging more than anyone in the England team, bar Bairstow and Root across this series. But he is gone now. A nice ball from Broad, just dislodging the offside bail, nothing more. It actually came off this time, and Australia gone for 303. So before we get on to the innings assessment, we've got a bit of time for Wibble. So it's good to hear about Major League Cricket, Brian, because I'm a rugby fan. I don't really follow soccer, but I'm aware of it, and I know the Major League versions of both of those in America have been extremely beneficial to the game.
Yeah, I know that, well, Major League Soccer, in fact, we live about 10 minutes from the stadium, and my wife and I have season tickets for it. It's growing, perhaps maybe even a little too fast. It's a single entity, which means that the league basically owns all the teams, and then you have owner-operators. There's no promotion and relegation, so it's very different. It's very much an American sports league, but at the same time, like, it's been very much embraced here, which is good. Rugby is very popular here at the amateur level and at the college level, especially like and the sevens as well, with sevens being in the Olympics and different events being here. Like I said, the soccer stadium down here had a college tournament every year, which was pretty well attended, and I got to cover it a couple of times. So rugby is growing, and the major league version of that is getting there. I think it's only in 12 cities right now. I think it might be in 14 cities last I checked. All I know is there's a team called the Gilgronis and a team called the Giltinis, and I can't take them very seriously. But we're getting there, and like I said, and I work in Aussie rules here. I work for the US AFL. Knackle, of course, pointing out something I didn't, which is Liam Plunkett is actually landed in Philadelphia. He's going to be playing for the Philadelphians, which is the name of the team here. His wife is from Westchester, which is about I would say about half an hour from where I'm sitting. I remember talking to a couple of the folks in the ownership group right as they were finalizing Liam Plunkett. That they were really excited to get him on. Corey Anderson, the New Zealand all-rounder, as well, is joining Major League Cricket. I don't know if he's going to be playing in minor league cricket next season. I haven't heard anything yet. Maybe Knackle has. I'll say this. It's a very, when I went to the matches that I went to last year, and I went to two of them, it did have a very, I would say there's probably about 100, maybe 150 people there tops. It seemed very village crickety. I mean, as what I would imagine, because I've never been to England, and I had the one time I was in Australia was for AFL. But it did seem very low key and very grassroots, which is amazing. So it's great to see cricket grow here, and hopefully with the World Cup, T20 World Cup coming here in some part in 2 years, nothing won't grow if you don't throw enough money at it. And hopefully with some of this being on ESPN, we'll see it grow more. Absolutely. And I know about 10 years ago or so, Major League Soccer started to attract some pretty big names from the soccer world, usually just coming to the end of their careers. Major League Rugby is now doing the same, and even starting to attract some fairly recent stars who have maybe just finished their international careers and are starting to go over to Major League Rugby. So hopefully Major League Cricket can start to do the same thing and really grow cricket in America and get rid of foul baseball. Well, here's what I'll say, and
baseball's wonderful. Baseball is so fantastic. Come on, if you love cricket, you gotta love baseball.
Well, here's the thing. I think because they're two completely different sports. But what I do like is that there are concepts of one that you can say, if let's say if you're explaining to an English somebody from England who loves cricket but might not be familiar with baseball, or somebody from Australia who has that cricket background, you could say, okay, in cricket this happens, and in baseball, here's the equivalent, or vice versa. Like I said, I've had friends that wanted to get into cricket and say, okay, you like baseball, this is the equivalent of that. It's two completely different dynamics. Especially, there is no test equivalent in baseball unless you have a game that goes 30 innings, which has happened once, I think. I think that's the thing, is that it's going to have its own audience, but I feel like there's an appreciative side of it. And listen, I grew up with baseball. I love baseball, but baseball is completely it's kind of screwing itself, which is another topic for another day.
Well, that'll be one for the next rain break wibble, but we are due a change as Australia have been bowled out for 303, adding 51 at a run a ball for the last 2 wickets. Brian and I will say goodbye as I hand over to Kat, Messi Jez and Ian Ford.
See you later there. Thank you very much to Brian Barrage, who was on social media there, who has the wonderful American accent. And we also have Jacob Jaffa, who's back a little bit later on, who has apparently a David Mitchell accent, according to some of our listeners. And I think I was compared to Victoria Corin Mitchell yesterday. So we need to know who Brian sounds like. Which American superstar? What do you think, Messi?
Didn't he get compared to an English rock band member, Forthy, while you were on?
He did. It was the bass player from Deep Purple, I think. But Deep Purple's not my specialist subject when it comes to music. Roger Glover, I think it was.
Okay, that's good. So we need to know, who does Messi Jez sound like, and who does Ian Forth sound like? We'd like you to tweet in at us, and someone will read those out later on and laugh at them.
I've had the David Mitchell thing thrown at me as well as Jacob, in fact, in the past.
So is that just a generic, everyone on radio sounds like David Mitchell? It's a good comparison. I mean,
how did you feel about the Victoria Corin comparison?
I can't remember her. We don't see enough of her in Australia. So I really don't know what she sounds like or looks like. I'm happy if it's a compliment. I'm less happy if it's not.
Kind of. I mean, she's very funny, I suppose, if you like that sort of thing. I wouldn't have picked it for you. I think you're less cynical.
Or you can give me an alternative if you like. We're happy to take alternatives. It's still the middle of the night in England. We need some lively tweeting in order to keep you guys awake.
Well, I think we should be tweeting about the odds of England avoiding the follow-on by getting to 104.
I think you've got mic issues. I think your mic needs to be plugged in this evening.
Yeah.
It's traditional. It's part of the ceremony of guerrilla cricket.
Mrs. has got a headset, so we hope that it will improve shortly. I've got a soundtrack
here.
Plug
it to hear you.
That's much better. That does sound much better. I've got a soundtrack of the local cricket team are playing cricket here. It's about 4 p.m. in Melbourne, and I can hear we have a ground not far from us, and they're appealing quite a lot. So it must be a low-scoring match, I would imagine.
Oh, right. Yes, I can just picture it, having been to your house now.
Yep.
I can picture exactly where that oval is. In fact,
and you could probably almost hear it as well. You could hear it from
almost. Well, it's funny you should mention that, but I just dropped my son Scott off. He was going to see a friend. I said, "What are you up to this afternoon?" And he said, "Dunno, might go and catch some under-15 cricket somewhere." Which seems an odd choice for a 22-year-old to spend his afternoon, but you know.
Oh no, it's the women. It's the women playing.
He didn't mention that bit, did he?
No, well, that's probably easy. You're right.
Under 15, though.
The jingle's coming on now. Let's pause for them.
He's got the drive of a champion from Surrey. His mustache is ugly. Got a shot finally, and his name is Rory.
Zach Crawley was a cricket player, a damn good cricket player. But he was moved from the middle order to open the batting. Now, trapped in the English professional cricket circuit, Zach Crawley must fight to survive.
Wow, I thought we were back to our earlier technical difficulties when I heard that second jingle. I think we're okay.
That's a mogism, isn't it?
Indeed. We have Mitchell Starc with the new ball. We have Crawley out there with his terrible hairstyle. We have England ready to bat or collapse. Either way. And Rory Burns. So indeed, we have Mitchell Starc. We have a classic field here. Three slips in a gully, 2 slips in a gully actually. I better put my glasses back on. We have a point, we have a mid-wicket, we have a cover, we have a mid-off and a mid-on. Someone down on the leg side, probably a fine leg now. I can't see the field anymore. Haven't got my binoculars on. And England at the moment, this could be their best score for the entire innings. They're none for none. Burns is facing up to Mitchell Starc. He's coming over the wicket, and Burns offers a competent straight bat to that ball, and that's 1 dot ball for the season, for the innings done.
Well, that went better than the first ball of the series anyway. Starc to Burns.
It's all up from here.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, Crawley's had an excellent game. Crawley's had such a good game so far, hasn't he? He's caught, 3 or 4. I think he took 4 catches and fielded beautifully. So
he did put one down, but yeah, he's looked good. I think probably riding a bit of the confidence from his 77 from the previous test, when he looked $1 million and was a bit unfortunate to get a fantastic ball from Cameron Green.
Yeah. Indeed. Yeah, that's right. He also dived across Root, didn't he, to steal a slip catch from him, as there's a ball wrapping Crawley on the pads, and there's an appeal, but the DRS timer is ticking, and it looks like the Australians are not interested in sending that upstairs. So Mitchell Starc trudging back to the top of his mark.
I would say, looking at that ball, Kat, don't know what you think, but it doesn't really look as if Burns has sorted his technical shortcomings out.
What are his technical shortcomings? Getting his pads in the way? Oh, his front foot coming across.
No, his front foot comes far too far across still.
Goodness me, it's almost like it's a magnet thing. Yeah.
But, luckily it was hitting outside the leg stump.
Indeed. You've got a bit of an open stance now as he faces up. So it's a left-handed Burns now on strike facing Mitchell Starc, and just defends this one. The replay of the previous one shows that it's missing down leg.
Anna Forsyth says, I missed the hockey reference, something about the Flyers and the Oilers, both orange misses, and split screening the cricket with a minor league game, baby Canucks versus baby Ducks, which weirdly are gulls.
Are they? Well, we live and learn.
Indeed. Thank you for tweeting at us, Anna. That's fantastic to hear from you. Now we have Burns and we have Starc coming in, and this is wide outside off stump through to the keeper. Both the batters are on 0, and in fact the England score is also 0, 4 balls into this innings.
Burns, Crawley and Hamid, and before them Sibley, have certainly presented an array of different styles in terms of opening batsmen, none of which have proved manifestly particularly successful, although Crawley did look excellent in that last inning.
Yeah.
Is it possible that Alistair Cook has put some kind of curse on the openers? Have we had a good opener since Alistair Cook?
No, we have not, in short. No, we have not, no. There's a couple of guys who've temporarily looked okay.
So Mitchell Starc bowls to Burns, and this goes straight through his pad, somehow through his bat and not through the stumps. Somehow misses the stumps through to the keeper.
Yeah, and it's not a good idea to be an opening batsman down under if there's any question mark against you, because Hamid is likely to go the same way as Stoneman and Carberry before him, and may never be seen in Test cricket again.
So he somehow missed this last delivery, missed inside edging that through to the keeper. I don't know how. It's also missed. It's bounced over the top of off stump, but Burns looks likely to go out any minute. I'm sorry, I'm touching wood madly because I don't want him to go out. I want him to hit a 4, even if it's through slips, as he faces up again to Mitchell Starc. And yet another one. goes straight through him. He cannot put bat to ball at the moment. He looks terrible, and that is the end of the over. A maiden for Mitchell Starc.
Mayank says club cricket in America is interesting. Farong says Australia surpasses 300, something which England haven't achieved this series, and lists all their scores so far. Doesn't matter if the pitch is flattening out and looks like a good batting service today and tomorrow. We are talking about England with the bat. Yeah, that's a true point. Ewan Ennis says it's fun playing club cricket in the US, playing in the MA League. Either West Indies island teams or subcontinent pitches are always, quote, interesting. And Mayank also says baseball fucking blows. 3.5 hours and nothing happens, and there's 162 teams per team per season, games per team per season, plus playoffs. It does go on a lot, doesn't it?
It's like the BBL. Now we got Cummins. Let's have a jingle.
Toss the ball to Pat Cummins, and he'll get you wickets. Plenty of wickets. Oh, obey Pat Cummins, for he is your captain.
Cummins bowls to Crawley, and this one doesn't bounce very much outside off stump and through to the keeper with a far more competent leave than we've been seeing from Burns in the previous over. And we're also seeing some potential edging there. Can you talk us through that, Forthy?
Yeah, it looks as if Burns may just got the featheriest of feathers through to Burns, which was so indistinct that presumably no one in the slip cordon or keeper or bowler heard. A bit
of a feathery catch missed in the first innings. As this one is also off the edge of Crawley's bat. It's heading out backward of point, and they are scampering through for England's first run. Congratulations on them. So it's a big mistake there, although if it was a feathery edge, I guess it's hard to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think they genuinely, no one heard that one. And it could well be, of course, there's so much sort of noise around the stadium that they just did not hear it. And so the umpire certainly didn't hear it.
They didn't even really appeal for that, did they?
No, they didn't. They didn't hear it. But it's unusual for absolutely no one to hear it. But clearly, Snicko showing something happened.
Crawley hoping to put that to rights, tries to edge it through down leg side, but doesn't get any bat on it through to the keeper.
It's funny, isn't it? Because you say, "Oh well, let's take the players out of the equation. Let's just have the umpires and the third umpire in charge of all reviews." But in a situation like that, the third umpire may well have missed it as well, and that would have been actually a wicket which would have gone begging even with that system.
Yes, if they don't appeal, no need for it to be a wicket. No one's disappointed except the TV commentators, as this ball is just dropped at the feet with a little defensive prod by Burns, and it's a run-out attempt, but it's gone for potential overthrows. I don't think they took the overthrows though, Forthy.
Well, it's a run-out attempt, and it could be a run-out. They're going to have a look here. I think the general feeling is that he's probably home, but there was hesitation, and they're going up to have another look at this one. And sometimes these things with a direct hit are a lot closer than you think. I think he's out.
Yes, it has been a direct hit here. That's incredible. The ball was ricocheted off the stumps, and looks like a run-out. He's going to be out. My goodness.
So it was also set up by Australia to not appeal the other one so they could run him out at that end.
Oh my goodness.
For a single and my stump shattered. Do don't run, 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 do don't run, run.
Poor old Burns. Out he goes.
Look, I mean, we watched his innings in the first over. If ever a man looked as if he was on borrowed time, that first over indicated that it could only have been a matter of time before he was found out by Mitchell Starc. But he's finding new ways of getting himself out in this series.
Look, he could have been out edging behind a number of times, so perhaps he'll take that run out, not being entirely his fault, perhaps.
There was hesitation. If they'd have both gone for it straight away, there was a run, but they hesitated.
There was actually more hesitation from Crawley, I think, and he was running to the non-danger end.
There was,
but he was the one who called him through.
You're
the
right.
ball was
You're right,
prodded to short cover. Crawley batted. Crawley was batting. Crawley's called Burns through. Burns hasn't made it as the ball's come back to the batter's end. And unfortunately, he's been run out effectively by his partner, right?
He has, yes. Whether a dive might have helped, though, we don't know. He didn't actually dive; he just ran his bat in. But I think there've been so little opportunities for run-outs because both sides have been pretty abysmal at throwing the stumps down in this series. It came as a bit of a surprise. That.
Yeah, it was a good throw from
indeed,
wasn't it?
Yeah, good throw by Labuschagne. Now, have we got any social media here?
We have indeed. So Mog says Messi sounds and looks like Philip Adams. Considerably less well-read and erudite, I'm afraid. Jeff Perkins says, does Kat just sound 10 times more intelligent than all the David Mitchells she's around? I should say that run-out gave an opportunity for the debut of one of Jeff's new run-out jingles. Thanks for that, Jeff.
Yeah, that was a good jingle, but we have got the ball in play again, so I'll have to interrupt you with a delivery to Malan. He's faced his first ball and he's defended it competently. So Pat Cummins is continuing this over, and there is one ball to come. They already look pretty tired, the Australians.
Introducing the next generation David.
That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name.
David Malan, congratulations.
And Cummins comes in again. He's over the wicket. It's back of a length and it's edged to third slip, but it's down and it's gone straight through the hands of somebody. It was a very difficult chance. And that is the end of a very eventful over. We'll get Messi Jez's comments on that last ball.
I didn't actually see who dropped it, but gee, it was a really tough chance, wasn't it?
Yeah.
David says, let's hope England can get a decent first wicket partnership and not a first innings collapse. Well, that aged well. Brian Barry says, I've got a softball field behind our house. Seeing as it's midnight in January and the temperature is -5, I don't think I'll be hearing the same sounds that the cat is. I do have the AFLW on my other screen, though. Ravi Nair says, Jacob hasn't run through the first innings yet. How about insults? Cat sounds like Kath from Kath and Kim. That's not very nice. Messi sounds like Jake the Fake, and Forth sounds like he's slowly getting there. Thank you, Ravi. Love you too.
We love insults. That's wonderful.
Mog says thanks, Mr. Forth. Thanks a heap.
Oh dear. Yes. Anyway, England trails by 300 runs, needing 104 for the follow-on. There are 3 slips in place as Malan faces up to Mitchell Starc. Shoulders, arms, and it goes through to the keeper. Now, I think Kawaja was at third slip, fourthy, before for that edge, and it might have bounced just in front of him, we think.
Yeah, no, we rather glossed over that one. There was so much,
we did.
So much action happening in the last over. Yeah. I think you're right. It probably was Kawaja at 4.
Yeah.
One tweet I have to read right now. It's from Anna Forsyth. She says, "Let's just say it, Kat. You're lovely."
Oh, isn't that nice?
Very nice, thank you.
It's interesting on the replay there. Labuschagne, before it went to review, indicated that it was just a little short. He wasn't convinced he had got the man out.
Yeah, interesting. As Malan defends another ball to short cover, and there's no run. The score at the moment: 3 runs, 1 wicket. Malan is in, and Crawley, the opener, remains. He's on 2.
I suppose worth saying that Australia were 3 for 1 as well.
It is definitely worth saying. 3 for 12, in fact.
For what it's worth. Well, yes, if you sort of flip it round, 12 for 3, 3 for 12. Yes, they were. But
yeah.
Yes.
So most of us are calling from Australia at the moment. I'm not quite sure what time it is in England.
Sleepy times, obviously.
It's definitely
Michael will tell us. The 3 slips are squatting in place, waiting for the ball, as is Carey behind the stumps. But Malan lets this one go through the keeper again. Another dot.
England used to specialise in winning pointless matches in Ashes. It was not pointless, but dead rubbers. Back in the 90s and the early 2000s, I can remember the last test in 1993. I can remember the Steve Waugh test at Sydney in 2002, I think it was. I can remember another one in 1997, actually, when the Phil Tufnell ran through them. So, you never know. Maybe we can at least return to winning the dead rubber, but we're a long way off it yet.
As Mitchell Starc bowls to Malan, who only just fails to edge this as he tries to defend down the line, and it just moves just slightly. Are they tossing up a review? No, they're not, but having a bit of a chat about it down there behind the stumps.
He's bowling beautifully. He really is.
You never know what you're going to get with Mitchell Starc, do you? Usually from the first ball you can tell, and sometimes he just sprays it all over the shot. But
he does like
today,
pink
he's bowling well. He does. Pink balls. Well, not quite a specialist, but he's excellent in it.
So not quite a hot day in Hobart. Most of the players are wearing their jumpers or their pullovers as this next ball is on the toes of Malan, and he's driving gloriously out through the onside. In fact, it's gone all the way out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. Extended pause there before the 4. If you're just joining us, it is, I think, 5:20 in England and in a lot of other places around the world. So at the end of day 1, of course, we had the score. Australia was 241 for 6. And so far today, in the first hour or so, we've lost Starc, Cummins, Carey and then Lyon to get Australia to a total of 303 all out. And Starc is resuming as Malan tries to uppercut this ball, and he's trying to send it to the boundary, but instead misses it completely, and that's the end of the over. 4 runs from it, and the score 7 for 1.
Mog says, it's now the time to pause and laugh uproariously at India losing the series against South Africa.
Yes, it is.
Brown and Anna... Brown's having a discussion about baseball with others. Leon Franklin says baseball is rounders for bread people. That's not very nice. Mog says, oh, for fuck's sake, England, so shit. And Eunice said, I played for one of the 2 Barbadian teams, separate Jamaican and Trinidad team, plus the teams that were predominantly Indian or Pakistani. Lots of good banter and great food. My first practice, I was facing all the fast bowlers in succession. Still have the bruises, I think.
So Cummins is bowling to Crawley, and Crawley is squared up a little, and he is trying to defend this ball. Again, it just whisks past the edge of his bat. And I think the slips are quite nervous, Forthy, because something could be coming to them at any minute.
They are. They're tightly grouped as well, those slips, aren't they, as befits a pitch that isn't that hard. And we saw Crawley get in the way of Root early on in Australia's innings.
Yes, I think the Australians feel like they're choreographing themselves in the slips a little tighter. But it remains to be seen. This next one is also somehow not edged to first slip. It looks like he was trying to edge it, but in fact it goes through to Carey.
Beautiful bowling this, but from this is a real examination, as if they needed another one from Cummins and Starc here.
Yeah, Crawley's just playing inside the line every time. It's deviating beautifully, but this next one from Cummins is straying onto the pads a little, and Crawley sends it out into the deep for a single. And the score now 8 for 1.
England just need to take a leaf out of Australia's book. 12 for 3, didn't panic, launched a counter-attack. Waited for the heat to go off after the first 10 or 20 overs, bided their time. Just get through these first 10 overs and life will get considerably easier.
This ball will not move at all once it gets a little bit old. So if the Australians want to take some wickets, they better hurry up and do it. Feels like they've almost had chances already. And now England are going to go on and make a massive total of, 105 or something to avoid the follow-on.
Love listening to you, Kat. It's fantastic.
So Cummins is bowling to Malan, shoulders, arms. It's outside off stump, and again deviating off the seam and through to the keeper. He's on 5, Malan. I'm not sure he deserved them.
Well, of course, in cricket, you rarely get what you deserve, do you? You can play a beautiful shot straight to a fielder. There's no natural justice sometimes in cricket, as we know.
Yes, indeed.
So good morning to everyone who's joining us in England. If you're up having your bacon and eggs for breakfast, we're having some beautiful deliveries from Cummins and Starc, and this time it's Cummins, and he's bowling onto the pads of Malan, but he indicates and lets everyone know he thinks it also hit the glove, and so they appeal, but it's a half-hearted appeal.
Yeah, it's pretty full. May have pitched outside leg. I don't know. That's not actually would not have been too bad appeal, but probably just going over the top.
It hit his glove before it hit the pad.
No, that's right. It didn't, did it? Anyway, Cummins says no. So everyone obeys Cummins, particularly when he's bowling. You think he'd be pretty good at judging.
Final word.
And this next ball's short, and it's hit Malan in the midsection. He manages to regain his feet, so it's hit a pad of some sort, and that is the end of the over. Just one run from it. The score remains 8.
Mayank says Burns and Hamid are definitely having a contest to see who's more shit than the other. Ewan Innes says the opening 303 looks good for an innings victory here. Brown Barry says I followed 2 Cat Jones who are both cricket mad, and it delights and confuses me.
Yes, the other one is also in Melbourne, and I haven't met her yet, but we do almost cross paths from time to time. So the other Cat Jones is wonderful as well, and she tweets a lot.
Oh, well, that is confusing, isn't it? Ralph the Wonderlammer says, well, let's face it, England haven't had a decent opening pair since Cook and Strauss, which is probably about right. And Jeff says, yet again, the Poms make a selection error by picking Burns instead of Smithers.
Yeah, it's very true.
I'll pay that one.
Nice.
I mean, it is interesting that Burns did not dive when he was running. I think that he didn't really know that Labuschagne had picked up the ball so swiftly. He was not really in sight of that. As Crawley faces up to Mitchell Starc, and he's on the drive. He's sending a ball out gloriously through the covers, and that's gone all the way to the boundary, I think. 4 runs.
1 2 4 4 2 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Zach Crawley plays like a right-handed Marcus Trescothic, doesn't he? Minimal foot movement, but great hand-to-eye coordination.
So Crawley's on 7, and Mitchell Starc, who opened the bowling, is coming in for the 5th over of this innings. The 3 slips squat down, and this one is in line with middle stump, I think, and Crawley's very nicely given this a little flick and sent it down to fine leg for another boundary. Or rather, his pads have sent it to the boundary.
Yeah. given us leg buys, which will please the bowler, and who wants to have 4 against their name?
No, particularly not when you're bowling as well as Mitchell Starc. He's bowling pretty well.
Yes, yeah, he's bowling well. Well, I mean, he's only got 7 off 9, so who knows what will happen, but he's already beginning to look the parts at Crawley, which probably means I'll put the hex on him.
Let's talk him up. There are 3 slips in a gully as Mitchell Starc bowls to Crawley, and it bounces outside off, goes through to the keeper for another dot ball.
But I don't know what you think, Kat, but, you know, at the very least, his technique and his manner at the wicket and so on is like a million miles away from Hamid and from Burns, and he looks the part, which gives you some encouragement for the future.
Yes, it's a shame we don't have another test in this Ashes series, because it would have been good to see some more openers dropped.
Only an Australian could think it would be a good idea to have another test in this series.
Oh, we used to have 7 in a series, but 5 is... Yeah. It does feel like a lot. It is more than any other series, isn't it, in cricket? As Starc bowls full to Crawley, who defends this ball into the onside and then goes for a little wander.
Well, technically there was 7 in 1970-71, but I think there wasn't a ball bowled at Melbourne, and the 7th replaced the Melbourne test. So I think there's only ever been 6 in a series. I don't think there's ever been a 7 test.
Yes, that would be a bit
several
excessive.
six-test series, haven't there?
There have been several six-test, yes. That's right. I think the last one was in 1997 was the last six-test series, which Australia won 3-2. Probably the closest of those of the dominant Australian golden period.
It'd be nice to have one in Hobart every time England come to Australia. As Crawley's on the drive, he's sending a ball out through mid-off. It's going all the way out to the boundary. A chase is on and a dive. And that was a much better dive than Burns, by the way, at the boundary line, but cannot pull it in, and it is another 4.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Yeah, it's interesting. Knuckle makes the point that Crawley only averages 31 in first-class cricket, which is true, but it's the way, I don't want to put too much by this, but it's the way he looks and the way he holds himself. I know Ted Dexter once wrote in Vociferous, when he was still with us, Ted Dexter saying, "You've got to pick this guy, he looks brilliant."
I'm glad it wasn't from beyond the grave.
Yeah, well, true, yes.
Is that the guy who famously used to text Joe Root as this next ball is defended?
He did.
To the onside. There were 12 runs from that over. 4 of them were leg byes, and England have raced away to 20 for 1.
Let's say they're way ahead. I mean, we were 3 down by then.
Yeah, exactly.
Farong says Travis has fined big bucks for swearing at himself, but the captain of a cricket team carries on like this and makes outlandish accusations for no punishment. Speaking about Kohli, the ICC is...
That is the last tweet you'll read out, because we are having a change, Nessie, unless you're staying on. So welcome, thank you. Welcome back to Brian, and thank you very much to Forthy and Nessie. And I've been Cricketback Cat, and I will send you off to the next person.
Thank you very much. Cat Jones, as Pat Cummins pulls out of his run-up with Malan Malan not quite ready. Pat Cummins at the river end with Mitchell Starc at the Church Street end. Yeah, Rory Burns not putting in the dive, not quite aware that the threat was coming from Marnus Labuschagne, who did well to run in and swoop and hit direct, catching Rory Burns centimetres short. But Zach Crawley is on 11, Darren Malan on 5. England are 20 for 1 as Cummins comes in, starting his 3rd over the 6th of the innings. This one is left alone on length by Darren Malan, something England have got a little better at as this series has gone on. There's a bit of a fall to the haunches from Pat Cummins as the ball didn't miss off stump by that much, but it was comfortably left enough by Pat Cummins. I'm Knuckle Pandey, taking you through till dinner in this extended first session to make up for time lost due to rain, or if you're judging by the journalist from Hobart, non-existent rain yesterday that wiped out most of the last session. Pat Cummins is in second ball of the over. A drive from Darren Malan, didn't get his weight into the stroke, and is lucky that he missed it really through to the keeper. There is no run. I'm joined by Jacob Jaffa and ballpark Brian Barish.
G'day everyone, good to be back.
Brian getting out the old Dr. Evil quotation marks for the Hobart rain.
Yeah, the journalists, if you follow the written press and the broadcasters who were at the ground and some of the fans tweeting into or writing into the OBO, they were furious yesterday that the last session basically didn't happen. 4 slips and a gully await, or almost a 6th slip, quite close. The gully. This is driven sort of the inside part of the bat by Malan, and mid-on was there, Scott Boland, and then somehow the ball went through him. I'm not entirely sure how. A gap emerged between his hands, but Darren Malan won't care. He'll take the single, long barrier, with a hole in it from Scott Boland. Less than ideal.
I was particularly disappointed by the run out, because I'd watched the first 15 minutes with very closely observing Rory Burns' technique, which he's supposedly changed, and preparing all sorts of excellent technical analysis for our dear listeners, and now it's all completely irrelevant.
Short leg in position for Crawley as well, as this is left alone by the tall man of Kent through to the keeper. There is no run. Yeah, Rory Burns' technique is not going to change that much with 2 tests off, is it? But you're right. It's very hard.
I think it did. I think there was a significant change in that his movement now seems more back foot led, and he's a bit more open. when he starts, and it seems like his front foot, rather than pushing across the crease and then withdrawing, he's kind of catching up with his back foot, putting him in a better position.
Interesting. This is driven at by Crawley, takes the bottom hand off the bat, but times it nicely enough and gets it into the gap between point and cover. Another boundary for Zach Crawley, his third of the day. He moves to 15.
And to Forthy's point in the last stint, he does look the part to Zach Crawley.
Yeah.
And even though he averages 31 in Test cricket, we must remember that he plays at Canterbury, Darren Stevens' HQ.
Yeah, Zach Crawley has not helped himself, I think, with some of his public comments. He has been talking about Canterbury, and it's not a great ground to play. But he also said, and I think this shows a lack of ambition, frankly, that in the conditions that they played in India, 10 felt like a good score. It's not what you want to hear from someone with expectations and pretensions to a long and successful Test career. This is full from Cummins, blocked back to the bowler. There is no run. 5 runs off the over. England 25 for 1. You've got to set your sights higher than that, surely.
I think he was making the point there were quite extreme conditions, and even with the Canterbury comments, it's borne out by some data. Sam Billings averages 34 in Test cricket, but in the 20s at Canterbury and 42 elsewhere on the county circuit. So Canterbury is particularly bad, it seems.
Well, sure, and yet it's Zach Crawley's come up to be a semi-regular in the Test team, and Sam Billings, albeit in slightly weird circumstances, has as well. I just think not so much the Canterbury comment, but Zach Crawley has as good as he looks, and as well as he played in Sydney. It probably doesn't help you to be making public excuses like that.
No, not when you average 10 in the last in the last year.
It was 11 in the last year, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, and still have some significant issues, as we saw in one of the Cummins overs, for getting squared up and the bat hit coming through and playing down to mid-on.
He got sort of turned apart and put back together facing the wrong way by New Zealand in that series. Where his movements were all over the place. We do have an early change, just 3 overs for Mitchell Starc. 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 12. Could have had the wicket of Rory Burns if anyone had appealed. But Scott Boland's come on at the Church Street end. This is left alone by Malan through to the keeper. There is no run off the greatest seamer short sample size in Test cricket.
I wasn't sure about that Rory Burns.
Sorry. When he comes charging in your pants, you'll likely be. So here comes Scott Boland, his nostrils all aflame. He's gonna take your wicket, face him if you dare.
I wasn't sure about that Rory Burns potential dismissal, because even though there was a spike on Snicko, I'll break off.
As Boland is in tighter to off stump this time, Malan has to play and pushes to the dead-eyed Marnus Labuschagne at mid-off. There is no run.
Even though there was a spike on Snicko, the front on angle showed a pretty clear gap of about an inch between the bat and the ball. So I think it could have just been maybe a little delayed sound from flicking the pad or something.
Maybe,
the back pad.
It was the spike the noise profile of an edge behind. So it would have been interesting had they appealed or reviewed. It wasn't even that they didn't review. Nobody appealed. Boland is in his third ball. Another airy drive from David Malan, and again not really getting his weight into the stroke, and again missing it by a distance through to the keeper. There is no run. Trying to drive that through extra cover, David Malan. He might be better off sort of waiting for it and driving it a bit squarer, going with the angle, rather than this big, booming, dominant-looking drive if it comes off. But there's a lot of risk in that stroke.
As Crawley found out in the home summer against New Zealand, I think that's when you sort of need to put away early until the ball gets a bit older.
Whereas David Malan isn't sure what to do with this as it zips off the wicket a little bit back into the left-hander, and the inside edges through his legs to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Look, I think this has been a pitch where you've had to take scoring opportunities, and you're better off taking them than sort of waiting for them to come along later. But you've got to play the right shot to the ball, as it were, give yourself the best chance, and I don't think Malan is doing that thus far. He's on 6 off 18. Zach Crawley on good looking so far, 15 off 16. More work for England to do. A chance for them to get to be on parity at least after the first innings, with Australia only making 303 in the pitch, playing largely pretty well. This ball is blocked back to the bowler from middle stump, there is no run. We'll go to your tweets at the end of the over.
You say only 303 knuckle.
There were periods yesterday when England were losing bowlers, and particularly when Travis Head and Cameron Green were going well, when Joe Root was bowling, that it did look like it could be a lot more. And this is a fairly decent batting surface, and the ball did stop doing stuff quite early. Of course, England did make the most of that early movement. A maiden to start with from Scott Boland. Here's a reign of terror continues. England 25 for 1.
All right, Ralph the Wonderlama says, I like the way you have one commentator nodding off before a fake harbor scene, one before intent bookcases, and one excitedly grasping a bedstead. Yeah, that's how it is here on GC. Mog saying, "Whoa, slow down, England. Too many boundaries. You'll get dizzy."
We always mind.
Yeah, Mog and I have a mutual friend in Australia, as it turns out, which is kind of interesting, and it is a small world. Neil Franklin saying bacon and eggs at 5:30 in the morning. And Ravi Nair says, we want to know more about the other Cat Jones. I'll break off.
Cummins in full delivery. Crawley stretches forward using his height and his reach and blocks back to Cummins. There is no run. As a stat that Cat Jones has put in on our internal Zoom chat from Matt Notfront, Rory Burns is the last England opener to be run out in a test since Rory Burns against New Zealand in Hamilton in 2019. Prior to that, the last English opener to be run out in a test was Rory Burns against Sri Lanka in Galle in 2018, which may have been his debut.
It's going well, isn't it? And in his last, this one obviously no fault of his own, but in his last 10 innings, he's had 3 ducks and 5 single-figure scores.
This is clipped nicely by Crawley. Not particularly leg-sided, but he's taken that from middle and off beautifully through mid-wicket. Mitchell Starc will slide and manage to stop that before it intersects with the sponge in front of the hill to right a screen from the river end, but they will come through for 3. You say no fault of his own. How do you realise what Labuschagne, the danger, a dive would have saved him?
Possibly, but I think it's mainly Rory Burns has been fricasseed by Zach Crawley in a pretty poor and indecisive call.
I think if they set off instantly or Burns dives, I think he saves himself pretty comfortably.
I think the issue with them setting off instantly is that Zach Crawley stopped, and that immediately puts indecision in the minds of Burns as well.
For some reason we saw that delivery from stump cam, which means that all we saw was the ball suddenly appear in view and Malan jump into line with it defensively and drops and runs into the offside for a single.
I was already rooting for Crawley to get a score on this sort of track after that recent bit of form and how he's looking and what he's been saying. And I think it would be really nice for him to get a score, but I think now the added element of a gilt 100 would be a gilded and a gilt.
The motivation is to not have to talk to Rory Burns for a little while.
Stay out there for 6 hours.
Full delivery, and Crawley comes forward, pushes into the offside. They want the single, and I like that England are looking for the singles whenever they can. It was a feature of Travis Head and his innings earlier, and Marnus Labuschagne, that every time there was a single scoring opportunity, they tried to take it. But this time they decided against it, and there is no run.
It was good of Burns, though, I thought. Saw on the replay afterwards, he gave Crawley a little pat and basically said, it's all right, not really your fault, it's fine. Which is good for a young batsman.
Left alone by Crawley, a good positive lead. I'm not quite sure what Cummins is turning around to the umpire for and oohing. It was close-ish to off stump, I suppose, but left comfortably enough alone by Crawley. Did he leave this one length?
Thought he might have been appealing.
Well, there was a little bit of a noise, but it clipped the front pad and he's way outside the line. Well, I mean, he's not playing a shot, so the outside off stump doesn't matter, but it's clearly going over the top of the stump. So I think just an ooh for a good ball from Cummins. England 29 for 1. They did lose that wicket in early, but hasn't been quite the carnage that there was at the start of the Australian batting innings. Inside edge onto the pad, and that's a good catch from Travis Head. Well, was there an inside edge onto the pad? Hasn't yet been given. It has been given now. there was a bit of a delay. Travis Head was doing some sort of weird crocodile gesture, which made it look as though he was trying to talk Australia into reviewing it, but it has been given, and Zach Crawley's pleasant-looking stay at the crease is done. A little bit of movement into the right-hander. Zach Crawley not quite getting out in front of it. Inside edge, balloons off the pad, and Travis Head jumped at short leg and parried it and took it on the rebound. Good awareness from a short man at short leg. Zach Crawley has gone for 18 off 21 deliveries. He looked good, but it amounted to only a start. England 29 for 2.
So this is the frustration with England, because despite, as we said, this being a good batting surface where things happen a little bit early, they've still found a way to get themselves 30 for 2 and bring Root in against the new ball. And the other thing is, I don't think England have a short leg in that early in their bowling innings. I think that's good from Australia, but anywhere they go, England never seem to have a short leg in fast bowling that early.
Anderson and Broad are not people who like to sacrifice runs for catching positions, and hey, 1,200 test wickets or whatever it is, or 1,100 test wickets, haven't gone too far wrong, but yes, the short leg was in position. It was a good reaction catch from Travis Head. Looped to him, but he did have to jump, and he had to be aware that he probably wasn't going to take it first time round. Joe Root is in early. He will jingle him up when he's on strike. He's facing his new nemesis, Scott Boland, or he will be.
I always think Ollie Robinson should have a short leg. He nipped it back in quite prodigiously.
And he's a tall man and gets bounced from a length. He does sometimes have one in. Brian put in tweets and things between deliveries as Boland comes in, 3 slips and a short leg. Malan leaves through to the keeper, no run.
Ralph the Wonderwall is saying if you want to see openers dropped, all you have to do is watch England field. Mayank saying the whole anti-Coley thing being blown out of proportion so much in the heat of the moment. He was pissed the ball went over. He didn't curse or anything. Every time he does anything, people are ready to cry foul and then sanctions against him.
It wasn't a good look. I don't think it was a serious allegation, but it wasn't a good look.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mike, but it's not blown out of proportion. He even in the heat of the moment, he effectively accused Supersport of cheating and doctoring the images.
Boland in, tighted to off stump from round the wicket this time. Malan pushes into the onside. There is no run. I think the reason I think no action has been taken is because there isn't actually a mechanism for punishing someone for accusing the broadcaster of cheating, because it's a really weird thing to do.
Yeah, and it was backed up by the Indian coaching staff later in their
not really.
Suggestion.
Fair,
they hinted at it, and we saw a ball the next over go over the stumps from a yard fuller.
It was a very, very odd passage of play, and I think India got distracted by it for about half an hour. Malan drives back to the bowler. There is no run. Fantastic from South Africa. Two games running to bowl superbly in the third innings of the match. Lisa Rabada, Lungi Ngidi, Marco Jansen all bowling really, really well, and then Dean Elgar and Keegan Peterson looks like a real find at number 3. It was a fantastic series.
They're in England in August, and I was just going to say, how good is that Marco Jansen lad?
Full, and Malan drives a little bit of a more circumspect drive after missing a couple, and this one comes off the inside part of the bat. Malan's movements are not looking particularly fluid yet. Scott Boland yet to concede a run.
And I can call him that Marco Jansen lad because he's younger than me.
Yeah, he's only 21, Marco Jansen.
Terrifying.
Played a bit of IPL as well, and now that he's been capped by South Africa, his price will probably go through the roof.
He's also, I can tell you, over a foot taller than me.
Boland in to David Malan, who plays this comfortably enough, but on the bounce to the gigantic Cameron Green at Gully, who is about as tall as Marco Jansen, but at least half a foot wider.
Very quickly, Anna Forsyth saying, is there anything more dispiriting as a fielder than sliding to try and prevent a boundary and the boards by your head flashing up 4 before you've even got up?
Yeah, that must have been annoying for Marnus Labuschagne, and he dived full length.
Schmucks.
Back over the wicket is Scott Boland, so he's trying to work David Malan out a little bit and then turns him into an S shape as he blocks this into the onside. Another maiden from Scott Boland, England 29 for 2.
The sauce man. Our top quarter has all the robustness of a glass testicle. Arlesford Bear, and I can't read it, but Arlesford Bear says, surely time for birds to go. Sure, he has a cloaking device which covers his repeated failures.
He's only just come back. He was dropped 2 tests ago.
Ralph the Wonder Llama, of course, adding to that, saying maybe he can go into politics. Also, we have post runs Pat, and his English cricket impeding cap. Yeah, that's the old jingle, I believe. There's the I think he's a Florida Gators fan, I think was what that signal was. Yeah. And one more, Neil Franklin saying, does he have to be some kind of arbitrary county balance like with countries in West Indies? I do wonder sometimes with the selections.
No, I think we're well past that bit of that regionalism era in English Test cricket. There are other problems, but that's not one of them. Captain on captain action as this is left alone by the English Test captain, facing up to the Australian Test captain. There is no run, there is a jingle.
He's Joe Root, and his home is ever on the ground. Joe Root, wherever there are runs, he will be found. It's Joe Root. It's Joe Root.
I've got to say I love being on with Brian because he always dances to the jingles, and it's something I'm just not brave enough to do.
You'll get there. Full delivery. Root comes forward, but I think there was a hint of inside edge there. Bat and pad quite close together. Umpire Rod Tucker shakes his head, and Australia aren't that interested in reviewing it. A couple of questions. There's a few different questions here. Was there an inside edge? Was he outside the line? Was it going over?
All of the above, I think.
Yes.
Certainly some of the above.
Option D.
Yeah, inside edge. There we go. No, it was an appeal from Cummins, but the fielders behind the wicket were not particularly interested.
Other than Marnus Labuschagne, we presume.
Yeah, they all went up, but it was fairly obvious there was an inside edge. England getting a little caught on the crease suddenly against Pat Cummins. Root is never the biggest of striders into the ball. He does get solidly enough forward to that, blocks it off the middle of the bat back to Cummins. There is no run.
I need to ask Messi Jez what are the over-unders on Root nicking off, trying to run it down to third man.
Yeah, I mean, he's been doing that off Cameron Green and Scott Boland in this series so far. After Pat Cummins was his nemesis going into the series, basically through Pat Cummins' ability to bowl an unplayable delivery at some point. There's been other issues, so as Root goes on the back foot and defends 2 backward point, there is no run.
But unfortunate for him because Josh Hazelwood was also a nemesis and has been out for the entire series.
Nearly, yeah. He's played 1 Test match.
Yeah, he played 1 Test match, and I think he bowled 8 overs in the second innings of that Test match. And so Joe Root must have sided with the relief right up until the point that Cameron Green came on and Scott Boland became the greatest fast bowler in history.
England haven't scored a run for now since the 3rd ball of the 7th over, after a breezy start of the 8th over, I should say. This one jags in towards the already menaced Root testicles. I think evades them this time, and the ball drops down into the offside. There is no run. If you follow on Twitter Crickbuzz's Bharat Sundaresan, who in journalistic circles is known as the Netty Professor, he's always looking at the team's netting before play, and it's been a lot of England batters have been hit in the net in the nuts over, or in the nuts in the nets over the course of this series. Full outside off stump, Root drawn into a drive. A little bit of swing there from Cummins. Root drawn into the drive and not quite to the pitch of the ball. A good searching examination of the England captain by the Australian captain. It's wicketless, but it is a maiden. Great over from Cummins. England 29 for 2.
Oxymoroniker tuned in for some gorilla jocularity and soothing chit-chat, not for the cricket, that's just a distraction. And the Sheila was so happy and chirpy like a bird singing in the tree. I think he's talking about cat. Mog wanting to know what that crocodile jaws gesture head was doing after the catch. I think he was making sure that if it wasn't called out that they were going to review it. I think that's what...
I think he was actually implying that he'd snaffled it and kind of eaten it up like a crocodile.
That too. Yeah,
I've seen the Aussies do that before when there's a catch at short leg.
And he also had some strong words for Virat Kohli. Back to play with Knackle.
Scott Boland starting his third over, miserly as he has been in his brief and ridiculous Test career thus far. This is defended by David Malan. 2 backward point. Nathan Lyon fields. There is no run. Jacob, would you be tempted to give Nathan Lyon an over or 2 before lunch? 7 minutes to go. Probably one more over after this.
In answer to your question, Knackle, no. and the reason is, I don't think Spin averages greatly here, Lyon doesn't average greatly here, and you want to get him into the game, but I think with the pressure you have England under at the moment, keep him under it.
Malan pushing into the offside. They want a single, but Labuschagne's in quickly, and they decide against it. And there is no run. The last run now. 2 overs.
And for all the hope.
2.4 overs ago.
Yeah, well, for all the hope, it seems a bit of a reversion to type for England. 30 for 2. Zach Crawley looking nice, but then getting out. Rory Burns, that was just chaos, and then going along at a couple of runs and over.
This one is defended by Malan as the ball angles across him, bowling back over the wicket. Fielded again by Nathan Lyon at backward point. There is no run.
And I love the Gary Kirsten quote, which I keep bringing up, of going at 2 runs and over is not a plan in Test cricket. And it's kind of interesting that England, in their quest for big first innings runs, other than when Joe Root's at the crease, have been kind of trickling along and have found ways to get themselves out before they've managed to put on those.
You can go in. You can easily punt that after this delivery. This is left alone through to the keeper. There is no run. There are periods of play where you do need to be less focused on attack, and there are periods where you have to absorb pressure to put it on later. I suppose is the point when the bowlers tire. There are times when you see batters, say Dean Elgar or at his best Cheteshwar Pujara, and you think, right, that's going to work out later, that's going to be runs for him or for someone else later. You don't necessarily get the sense that opposition bowlers bowling at England, certainly in 2021, have felt that there's always been the sense that, just keep going and we'll get them eventually. There hasn't been that sense of belief ebbing away from the opposition bowlers in these periods where England have tried to be more defensively solid. After all the criticism of them being too attacking in the Trevor Bayliss era. This one is angled backward of square. Cameron Green falls on the ball and does really well at gully. He's a very good fielder for a guy who is absolutely massive. And again, there is no run. Bowling back round the wicket. He's really using all of the angles to try and find a way through David Malan, who has got stuck against Scott Boland.
Well, it's the old Dom Sibley problem that you're talking about there, Knackle, and it's I'm a big fan of Sibley's, actually. I think he could be a really good player.
Finally a run off Scott Boland. Finally a run. The first run in that 3 overs. This one is nudged past Travis Head, who has a cap fall out of his back pocket as he chases it from short leg. A little tuck off the hips for 2 for David Malan. England finally move off 29 for 2 to 31 for 2.
Martin Lawrence, silly me. I thought England might do okay on this batting pitch. So far, I am wrong. Anna Forsyth, I couldn't get that No Root song out of my head before it was made into a jingle. Now there's absolutely no chance. I'm gonna have to listen to that because I kind of like it. Fussadasol, Woakes and Leach should open versus the Windies. 7 bowlers, what's not to like? And Messi Jez telling us a last call for the GPL. Now 3 minutes left. The pot is at 30 pounds.
Yeah, we've had Messi Jazz and Big Brain 61. And
that's me.
Hi. Joe Root again hit near the baby makers. Thankfully, he's already got 2, so the line is secured before the implements have been battered.
We need a few more, I think, from Joe.
There is no run. Again, I think this was stomach. Let's see on the replay. No, inner thigh and then outer thigh.
Somebody wants to hear Anna's jingly balls, tingly balls, jingle, and that someone is me.
There's been a triangulation around him thus far from Cummins, who's really worked over Joe Root. But that's a lovely shot. Walks across outside off stump. Unlike Marnus Labuschagne, stays with both feet on the ground and his head above the ground rather than face planted in it, and clips this from outside off stump through mid-wicket for 3. Lovely shot from Root.
Very nice. The issue I was just talking about with Sibley, because I'm actually a big fan of Sibley, and I think he can come again once he's remodelled his technique a little bit. And it's that, as you were saying, it didn't feel like he could accelerate once he'd absorbed all that pressure and got to 40 or 50 off 150 balls, which was really useful in especially it would be overseas, taking the shine off the ball. He couldn't then accelerate and kick on and start scoring it.
He would get
50
stuck.
or 60.
He gets really badly stuck against spin. I think there's. I was thinking for a while that Burns, Sibley, and Crawley could be a workable top 3 for England, ahead of a middle order with a lot of talented stroke players. This one from Pat Cummins from round the wicket to Malan, who is now facing a new bowler. At least flies past his head, but it's a comfortable lead from Malan. Alex Carey does well enough to jump and snag the ball, and there are no runs or byes.
Sibley just needs some offside shots as well.
That would help
immensely.
That would help.
But,
just that little nudge through backward point or cover point for a single, just to make things a little bit easier on him. But I think there is something to work with there. He at least knows what he's trying to do as Malan pushes this into the offside. There is no run. We've got 2 balls left until the dinner break, as the first session break is called in a day-night test match. We had Australia start at 241 for 6, and thanks largely to Nathan Lyon dominating partnerships that put on 51 for the last 2 wickets at a run of ball, got to 303. Mark Wood taking a couple of wickets, and Chris Woakes, Stuart Broad one each as well. This one is left alone from Cummins through to the keeper. There is no run, and with 1 ball left in the session, England are 34 for 2. Rory Burns was run out, but a good bit of work from Marnus Labuschagne coming in from cover. Zach Crawley pushing into the offside. Burns a little slow to respond to the to the call. Didn't put in the dive either. That would have saved him. He was caught centimetres short, and Zach Crawley looked good for his 18 before then inside edging onto his pad, and Travis Head took a smart catch at short leg. Last ball of the first session of day 2 of the 5th Men's Ashes Test 2021-22 is an anticlimax. It's down the leg side. Alex Carey falls at the ball and takes it. 3 runs off the last over. England lunch, or dinner rather. England dine at 34 for 2, trailing by Australia by 269. Again, the new ball doing the damage, but there are signs that this pitch is still good for run scoring. The game is in the balance after 4 sessions, which, given England's travails on this tour and given the walking wounded, England will take. Not a fair assessment, or am I being more optimistic than most England fans are being?
Well, as our resident doomster, I think that there's some cause for optimism. This partnership has been the one through the series, and Pope is, with all the talent he has, is probably due a score on a good batting track. He plays at the Oval, good batting surface, and averages ludicrously there. And so I think Pope's probably due a score, but beyond that, I worry that the trend will continue. We won't make it up to 300. We'll give away a bit of a first innings lead, even if it's just a small one. It's going to be hard to come back from, as this pitch
What you
seems to get
will
flatter.
say is, though, Australia made 303, they haven't made 450. So England getting bowled out for 230, let's say if that does happen, it's a lead, it's a deficit they've conceded, but it's not absolute doom for the rest of the Test match.
But you then trust that Australia, if England give away a first innings lead of 50. Australia then on a pitch getting flatter and flatter could then get into the region of 250 in the second innings, which sets 300 chase. Can England chase 300 even on a pitch like this? I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, we're casting a long way ahead here, obviously, but it's interesting to, I suppose, give that sense. What I will say, I don't think that a deficit of 50 on a pitch that is not doing a great deal and may not deteriorate too much is such a disaster if that happens. And England should be setting themselves the aim of parity or above here. This is probably, for all of the carnage early yesterday, the best and the most easy pace and truest batting wicket we've seen in the series thus far. Brian, who we got on social media before we go to some highlights and some archive footage at lunch?
Yes, we'll catch up on YouTube really quick. Let's see. There's R. Nankud going, "Lee slick a car and timorous beastie. Oh, what the panics in thy breastie. That's Burns for you."
Yeah, it wasn't. It was not Burns night.
No, it wasn't. Andrew Stevenson, this is the comedy of errors ashes. Asim Khan saying, "At this rate, England should just copy the Aussie batting effort, a la 12 for 3. Andrew Stevenson, England ahead of Aussie at this stage. Should have dragged Marcus Fox, saying that England should have dragged Atherton out of the commentary box to replace Burns. Andrew again coming back saying, "Is it worth it? It's 12:45 a.m. for this, which is about the same time it is here. Of course, this was a little old. Sure, should go to bed, go to the beach early tomorrow. Is this another English embarrassment?" Rick Myfrap saying, "I'm trying to encourage Billy Birmingham to do a body album using the names involved in this Ashes. Are any of the couching staff named Crabs or Herpes?" Sure. And then just wrapping up on Twitter, John Alford is with us from Madrid, just tuned in, hoping for better. It's the hope that destroys you. Ralph the Wonder Alarm is saying, "Sorry, we're running desperate singles. Why?" And then saying, "Was hoping for better." He's mocking John. Are you new here? And that's going to do it. And I'm going to go to bed, and I'll talk at you tomorrow.
Good night.
Thanks very much, Brian. Good night and sleep well.
Good night and good luck. We go now to further chats about the efforts of the ACE programme to get black cricketers playing cricket at the top level again in the UK, particularly in England. A chat between Tony Bishop and the director of programmes at the ACE programme Surrey, or London essentially, Chevy Green, who was a top man. Have a bit of that for half an hour, and we'll see you shortly.
Doing a series of different, skills and challenges that are cricket based, but also a bit fun. And then from that, we'll be able to draw, some key denominators that we can say that they've got potential or a bit of talent, and then put them into our academy program if that is required.
I saw one extraordinary stat, I think, from one of the things Ebony had said. It was 33,000 black children walk past the gates of the Oval every day. Was it every day, every week? But yeah, the point I suspect was, the just massive, untapped, probably unmotivated, not currently interested but could be, well of talent that potentially is out there right on Surrey's doorstep.
Yeah, it's quite sad when you look at it, because there will be many kids and families that are in the vicinity of the ground that are from the community that we want to attract, but some of them wouldn't even know that the Oval is a cricket stadium. Imagine that for us as cricket fans, the Oval is iconic, but people living on their doorstep some of them wouldn't even necessarily know it. Is it a football stadium? Is it rugby? They wouldn't necessarily know that it's a cricket stadium, which in some aspects is very embarrassing. So part of the thinking at the start was how can we infuse the communities that the Oval is in Lambeth, the heart of got a big history of black communities. We need to be more, the Oval needs to be more reflective of that, and unfortunately for many years it hasn't. So by having this program, we hope to change that and make the community feel a lot more that open to coming into the ground, whether it is to watch, to play, and just be a part of it. And a lot of the areas that we plan and hope to go into, and by launching Birmingham is all targeted boroughs that have a higher population of the black community. So for us, it's as part of our talent pathway. The only slight difference is where we'll be doing the school stuff and the community engagement program and the community hubs is for a young black boy and girl who's got African Caribbean heritage. We'll look to kind of accelerate them into our academy if they've got a bit of talent, to give them some additional support. And if there are any, we're going to be working with all ethnicities. London is multi-diverse and loads of other areas are multi-diverse. So talented young Asian or white children, they will still get the opportunity to be part of our program at the kind of school and community level. But if they've got a bit of talent, we'll put them into my colleagues at Surrey to facilitate their development that way into the existing program there. All we're doing is through the ACEs providing a bit of extra support and coaching for young black British children.
I saw an interesting quote. I don't think it was that recent, but it was by Daniel Bell Drummond, I think, and he was talking about the different challenges between African Caribbean and South Asian communities. And the case, or the argument he made was, or the challenge he put forward was, in the case of South Asian communities, there was the massive interest in playing the game, but working them through to the professional system was the harder part. But in the case of the African Caribbean communities, the kind of the interest in cricket has waned to the extent that it's getting them interested in the game itself. So it has a different set of challenges. How do you kind of gear up to address those challenges? It's one thing to promote being in clubs and things like that, but you're actually having to almost reignite the interest of a whole generation in the game of cricket, or certainly be part of that. How do you see that as a sort of a different set of challenges that you've got?
Yeah, no, first and foremost, I have to say thank you to Daniel anyway, because Daniel's a good supporter of us at the charity. He did a good Zoom with us, our young scholars, so that was quite inspiring. And yeah, as you said, the percentages that you raised earlier are dire. A 1% participation at recreational level, and the drop off at the professional games are dire. So for us, it's trying to boost those numbers, and with the South Asian communities, culturally, historically, a lot of the main sports that they play, all over the world, those South Asian communities is their main sport is cricket. So they have a vast interest in the game, and they've continued where they've still got their separate kind of parks leagues and leagues that they play on a Sunday. So that whilst they're still ingrained in playing on a Saturday in the traditional formats, they still continue their long history of their own cricket and infusing that. And years ago there was the same for the Caribbean cup competitions that used to take place. I remember the Clive Lloyd Cup and all those kind of things, and unfortunately for the black British community over here, that kind of stopped and didn't continue. A lot of let's say the forefathers of the game, who are now probably grandparents and parents, didn't necessarily pass down that same love for cricket, and potentially there was a few barriers in there, time, finances, many different potential aspects that could happen. But ultimately, that love for the game necessarily wasn't passed down as massive as it was within the South Asian communities. So for us, we've got to try and make a change. We're kind of, as you say, starting afresh in some places, but it's exciting that we've got somewhere to start, which isn't that high, and hopefully through this program we'll be saying that we can get the numbers up to one day just as much as the South Asian communities have had over the years in this country. And the journey, it's all part of a journey, and our journey starts at one point, and hopefully we've done some good things already, but we the main plan is, COVID permitting, we can go and infuse as many people as we can.
It might take longer than we want, but it will permit eventually.
So it will definitely come, but
so it's grassroots participation to ignite interest, and kind of starting on your own doorstep. But Surrey is jolly well located in a way to do that. I'll come on and talk about some of the expansion and other things. You talk about as well, the other one was providing elite academy programs and scholarships to talented players. Now you have one young chap at Surrey, don't you, who's coming through. Talk a little bit about how the academy is going.
Yeah, the academy's good. You know, we've got 26 scholars at the moment, from all up and down the country. Actually, we've got a couple players from Bristol that travel down, one from Hertfordshire, one from Cambridge. A young lady travels down from Cambridge. So we've got players coming from all over. We unfortunately, the program has been heavily impacted, like anything else. So we didn't have through the summer as much training sessions and matches as we'd have liked. But for us, like you mentioned, a young man Idris, was already a talented young player. And for whatever reason, didn't make it, and we didn't make Idris a talented player in the summer. The 2 training sessions and 2 games that he played in, he was already talented. All we did was expose him and give the opportunity in front of the right people. Credit to Jeremy Greaves, who's one of the performance managers at Surrey and is one of the head coaches on our program, and Gareth Townsend, the academy director at Surrey. They saw him, and he ended up getting to play a game for the Surrey under-18s at the back end of this season. So for us, it's just trying to create that opportunities where we can. We know there's some talented players. We've got within our scholars at the moment. We've got some high-end level talent of players that we want to keep providing those opportunities to play, and there's others that are kind of starting more on their journey. You've got a little bit more of a long way to go, but it's just supporting their development to get better. So we were having regular 2-hour sessions in once a week.
Did I see a number of about 70 signed up academy scholars at some point?
We had at our trial, so we had at the open days, we had 70 people attend the open days,
right.
And then we whittled it down to 24, and then over the course of the summer we took on 2 extra as well. So yeah, we've got varied levels in the current scholars of abilities, some at the higher end, some at the lower end, but yeah, we're just trying to support them to be as best players as they can, and whether that is to continue their ambition to become to get into a county age group, and for others it might just be a better club player. So we're just trying to manage everyone's expectations best as they can. And in the past couple of weeks, we've had some interest from a lot of parents and players that are currently at some existing county age groups across the country, and feel at times slightly isolated, being one of the only black children playing, or one of 2 within their respective counties, and unfortunately some of them have faced some on the field and off the field racism, and felt that sometimes the support that they've received from the county wasn't enough, and they've reached out to say, what can Ace do for them. So we're kind of working on a mentoring type program to support those existing players at county age groups, and their parents, just being, not necessarily on the playing side. If they need some extra assistance with the playing and coaching, we'll do that, but it's more on the mentoring side, just being a support mechanism for the parents and the players, when they face these issues. So yeah,
for every promising sports person going through age groups, there's a parent that gets them where they need to be. Trust me, I know. Okay, so that's very much about the academy and bringing on talent. Then the third thing you talk about was development of diverse coaching and volunteering scheme to actually bring through the training and mentoring. Now, the professional game is not necessarily a great thing to look at by and large right now in terms of the number of black African Caribbean coaches. So is it a question of really sort of starting at grassroots level to ultimately change that?
Yeah, to a certain extent. That we know there's a lot of existingly there's quite a lot of coaches out there. More, I say a lot. There's a lot of male coaches out there at the moment. Coaching in the different environments. But we found a lot of them are, say, at level 2. And we want to try and progress them onto level 3 and create opportunities where they can get into the performance environment, and also we just want to attract more coaches into the game, try and get we want cricket to reflect society, and like I said, with a lot of these cities, London and Birmingham are very diverse, and I think cricket should reflect that in the areas that they're in. So we want to try and encourage more coaches from the black community to get involved, and we definitely want to get more women involved in the game. We want to get more women coaching. We want to try and get more women and girls playing the game as well. And the other thing we know, Tony, is that the percentage to become a professional in any sport is low. The numbers are low, so what we want to try and do is keep everyone infused, and the young people that we work with and the old ones, we just want to try and get more talent from that into becoming, coaches, sport strength and conditioning coaches, nutritionists, scorers, umpires. It could be the next second 11 or third 11 captain at a club, and the more junior coaches, working on programs. So we just want to try and diversify cricket through our program, and like I said, the main thing is, I feel like cricket should reflect society, and we live in a very multicultural time, and I think cricket could play a part in that, and hopefully we'll do that through this program to try and get more young coaches.
On Guerrilla Cricket, we would 100% support you on that. Let me so you talked a little bit about the 3 objectives and some successes that we're already seeing there. One of the things you've mentioned the phrase, actually, and certainly Ebony has spoken about it in sort of various interviews I've seen that she's done about accelerating change.
Yeah.
Let's try and put pandemics to one side if we possibly can. Give that just imagine for a second we could. If you project yourself forward 3 years of accelerated change from where we're going to be having this conversation in 3 years' time, either in a studio or at the Oval or somewhere around the world, because you've gone global. I don't know. What are you looking back and saying we have done? What does success look like 3 years from now?
3 years from now, that percentage you first spoke about is going to go way up. I don't want to put a number on it just yet to sabotage myself at the moment, but no, definitely more young Black, British, African, Caribbean heritage children playing the game infused. We've got plans to do that by, looking at some of the key national programs the ECB do, All Stars, Cricket and Dynamos, and, working with other partners like Chance to Shine to try and spread the awareness and going into targeted boroughs and places and cities where we know the higher populations are. So by naturally doing that, we believe that we will be able to get the numbers up, and then not just getting people playing. We want to really transition. We want to transition players. So I'd love to say to you that in 3 years' time, some of the ones in our academy scholars at the moment who are maybe at the moment say 14 or 15, by the time 3 years down the line, we could say they're 18, 19, and hopefully would have had an academy contract, or playing on a rookie contract somewhere at a county. That's kind of the main goal. And like I said as well, Tony, it's just we want to empower the young people. We know not everyone is going to become a professional as much as we'd like them to. So it's just hopefully we could get some people working within cricket still, whether that is within cricket development, whether it is in the marketing team, whether it is events, but still involved in the game. There'll be more of a diverse feel to it, because at the moment you look at many of the different county boards, there's not many black faces across the country working in cricket development at the various counties. So that's
or at the coaching level or at playing level, and there's in a nutshell our challenge, right?
Yeah, so it's just the case we want to try and through this program make sure that we're supporting cricket to get more black faces into the game, and I'm excited to try and do that, and that is the goal. And we want to expand, and we've got some ambitions to go into other cities, and already we've had some great interest from other counties already that are reaching out to us, so we just want to be in a position to service them.
Well, let's talk about that, because you've already I think you mentioned earlier, you talked about Birmingham and Warwickshire and the high concentration of Black African Caribbean communities. You have expanded or replicated or licensed the model out, however you've done it, to work with Warwickshire. Tell us a little bit about how that's going.
Yeah, that kind of was those initial conversations started happening around September last year, and then they progressed once we launched it properly in October. We've had a lot of meetings since then, and the plan was to launch this month. Obviously it's impacted like everything else, but it's replicating the same model where we would have been going out into schools just in the targeted area of Handsworth in Birmingham. We would have been doing some stuff around there, and it kind of mirrored the same. They would have set up an academy they would have weekly sessions, and they would have had a community hub as well. So everything that we're kind of doing in London, we're looking to do in Birmingham. Everything will look the same, and the support will be the same as well. I mean, yeah, and we just want to, by doing that, we had, it's probably come a lot sooner than we thought. We kind of had a year we was going to try and focus just on London, but we couldn't turn down the opportunity once Warwickshire were on board and was interested. And credit to them and credit to everyone else behind the scenes to help push that through. And yeah, we just got to be adaptable in this time, and they'll be starting their academy once.
Is there a Chevy of Warwickshire?
Who's in there is I've got a good friend, a guy called Eaton Gordon. Eaton's been involved at Warwickshire for a number of years. He's a manager in their cricket, their county board. Eaton's a great guy. He's been involved in cricket for a long time, and he's got a lot of good local knowledge to the area, especially Handsworth. His cricket club is Handsworth Cricket Club, so he's got vast experience. And trust him wholeheartedly to deliver the program just as well in Birmingham. And we have regular chats, and it's quite I think with anything you got to have the right people around you.
Yeah.
And Eaton's one of the good guys in cricket, and we'll be supporting him as much as we can, and the team up there. And like for us as well, it's not just the London program, it's now a Birmingham program, so we've got to be just as visible in both cities to attract both. And
I can think of 501 good reasons why the West Indian Afro-Caribbean community should embrace Warwickshire. So there you go. What a legend that is. What a role model. Yeah, indeed. Speaking of legends, though, people may or may not know, on your patrons, you've got some pretty well-known folks, haven't you? Tell us about some of those. You've got Ebony, Michael Holding, Sir Trevor MacDonald, Roland Butcher, who, by the way, is a regular contributor to our show, particularly when England play the West Indies. He's often on the line. Denise Lewis, Sophia Dunkley, Mark Butcher, Alex Tudor used to coach just around the corner from me at Hampton Wick, actually. Amongst, I'm sure he had many other coaching gigs, but that was one of them. Lonsdale Skinner. So these people are not just sort of sitting back and saying good luck, are they? There's a lot of active engagement there. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, and just to add, just the past couple of months we added Chris Jordan and Jofra Archer as well, who came on as ambassadors. So we need to update the website. So we'll update the website. Get them. But those patrons and ambassadors you mentioned, are whole, fully invested into the program. As an example, Alex Tudor's joining us and joining myself and the scholars this evening on a Zoom, having a talk with him. So we've got Sophia Dunkley lined up to do something as well in a couple of weeks, and Roland Butcher, he's already sent me, we talk over WhatsApp, and he sends me different ideas and things that we can do to implement. Obviously he's based in Barbados, lucky for him. But as soon as he's already said once everything kind of loosens up and he comes over, he'll be more actively involved, as a presence over here. But he's already been sending me loads of different ideas and resources that we can use.
We love having him on the show, so that doesn't surprise me.
So, he's a good guy, and and Mikey and Ebony have a fantastic relationship, and he's been sending her stuff, and there's a lot of frequent conversations. Lonsdale Skinner, he's chairman of the African Caribbean Cricket Association. At times I speak to Lonsdale more than most people, so there's a lot of connectivity there, and looking forward to working more with Sir Trevor MacDonald and Denise Lewis over time, and Mark Butcher as well. So it's all, I think, and through all the ambassadors and patrons we've got, there's a lot of kind of personal connections there already through Ebony and myself, and once we had that conversation, they're all fully on board to be part of the program, and it's very exciting. to have these people, these names, household names, involved in the program, and it does help with certain conversations and brings a greater exposure to the program, you know. And for them as well, a lot of them have said, you know, we wish Ace was here, you know, wish he was part of something like this, you know, 20, 30, 40 years ago. So there wasn't a decline in the drop off, but you know, we are where we are, and just using their expertise where we can to help develop the program as best, and show the scholars and the parents that, you know, they are involved. Like I said, Alex is coming on to our Zoom tonight, and you know, that'll be an exciting experience to hear for the young people and their parents, to hear from him, sharing his journey in the game and what he's done and what he's doing now, and how his vision to help the Ace program moving forwards.
Yeah, you've got to have a long-term view. I know I was pushing you for acceleration, and what are we chatting about over a beer in three years time? But you're talking about, you know, let's not sugarcoat the challenge. You're talking about reigniting the interest, the lost interest of a whole generation of Black African Caribbean cricket fans. Yeah. Not from a near standing start. It's just dwindled so awfully, and that's the scale of the challenge. So 3 years was ambitious on my part, but you have to have a long-term view. It sounds like you have. Yeah, no, for us, like, we're funded by Sport England for 3 years as a minimum, but you know, for us, we see this as a much bigger program, and you know, we're not looking to go anywhere anytime soon. We want this to be around. You know, for me, you know, as well, I want to take the charity as far as I can, and you know, within how many years, you know, I could pass this down onto maybe one of the Ace scholars that came through as a player and now work their way up within cricket to become, you know, my kind of level as well. So that would be a fantastic journey where you could have, you know, players coming through our program that, you know, went on to play professional cricket, but then went on to work professionally in cricket development as well. So you know, that's the dream. You have young Nico Reifer there at Surrey, don't you? Did he come through the program, or has he just been an active supporter? I saw him speaking passionately about it. Was he a direct result of the program? No, I can't take credit for Nico. Okay. as much as I would like to, I can't take credit for Nico. You know, Nico, he's from Barbados. You know, he came over here a few years ago, went to Whitgift School. He's been part of the Surrey program, you know, so he was part of the Surrey program, and naturally, you know, being a young black man himself, you know, he heard about the program, wanted to kind of be involved and was interested. So, you know, he's been a supporter of ours, and he's looking to start his coaching journey as well. And we're looking to support him through that as well, working with Surrey and the PCA, looking to support his coaching development through our program as well. So yeah, no, he's a young talented guy. Was on a rookie contract last year. You know, suffered a bit of injuries, but you know, he's got a bright future ahead of him, and you know, we wish him all the best. But you say that, let me just stop you and pick up on something there. I thought was really, really interesting. He's on a rookie contract. He's 20 now, I think, is he? If I remember my stats. 19. I think 19 or 20. But he's alongside his playing. He's already starting to study the coaching skills as well. Yeah. So you're kind of looking at a young talent simultaneously developing the playing and the coaching with a view to addressing those future challenges. I think that in itself is very, very interesting, because I mean, traditionally, I would imagine players get to 30 something and they go, the old body's not quite you know, not quite, I don't quite run the singles the way I used to. There's a couple of yards off the pace. I wonder if coaching will suit me. Whereas you're talking about a young chap who is simultaneously learning coaching as well as learning the game. I think that is kind of really interesting. You know, no, it's good, and credit to him as well. Credit to him to give up. You know, credit to him to take that path, and you know, I think it would be great for him, because he's going to be, you know, Surrey has some fantastic coaches around that he can learn from, you know, as a player but as a coach as well. And you know, we all learn from, you know, our PE teachers back in the day, or our first cricket coach, and you know, whatever coaches we've been around, you can take things from them. So you know, excited for him to start his, you know, coaching journey, and excited for it to be with us as well, with a bit of support, you know, and for the scholars too, you know, having someone of his level around the program, coaching them, and just seeing, you know, if you get him to do a demo, he's definitely going to bowl it better than, and hit the ball better than I am or some of the other coaches. So it's, you know, it's very, very aspirational piece as well. So yeah, excited for him to be involved. That is fantastic. So let's we talked about the challenges. Let's just sort of look at one or two of those and see where and how ACE is starting to make a difference. I mean, one of the things that often comes up is that lack of role models. You know, if a generation tends to move away. I know there was when we spoke to Rodney Hines recently, who's the sports editor of the Voice. I think in 2019 there were 9 black players across the 18 counties. In 1995 it was 33. That's an alarming decline. If I look at my own county, I'm a Middlesex man, even though I now live in Surrey. Don't shoot me. but you know, I did practically used to live next to Lords. In my defence, you know, you can take the boy out of Middlesex, but you can't take Middlesex out of the boy, as they say. But you know, if I look at Miguel Cummins, you know, fantastic addition, I thought, to the Middlesex squad. Now, potentially, he's going to have to jump through a whole set of hoops if he wants to be able to stay. And as we talk right here today, that situation is uncertain. So not only do you have a challenge in getting great role models, when one arrives who has all of the attributes to become one, there's obstacles in his way. Is there any influence that can be brought to bear there in the context of the aspiration of supporting African Caribbean interest?
Yeah, you know, it's the role models piece is a big thing. You know, it might seem small for some people, but it's actually quite big. If you're growing up as a young child, and even your parents, you know, the parents seeing this, if you're not seeing any people that look like you, sound like you, you know, move like you, just have the same experiences to you, if you're not seeing that within a certain environment, you're not going to be attracted to it. So there's no surprise that the numbers have dropped massively in cricket, but you've seen now in football there's always examples of, you know, young players coming through and getting opportunities and playing for England, and you know stars of their club. So you know, for young children growing up, they're going to see that and they're going to be gravitated to that, and now you're seeing it more so in rugby as well. You know, there's many black players playing in rugby at the clubs and for England too. So the awareness of that is huge, and I think for us, one of the things that we're trying to do for the program, which we've been quite good at so far, is getting that awareness out there, and you know, coming on Guerrilla Cricket and other media platforms helps with that, raising the awareness and just showing. You know, we film a lot of our sessions and we put it out there on our Instagram page and stuff. And we're working on a bit of a behind the scenes documentary at the moment. You know, through Ebony's media connections, we're quite fortunate that we've got some, you know, key people working on that, and you know, we've got working on some aspirational videos to put out there, just because we want to be able to put content out there where young people and their parents can see it and be like, okay, yes, cricket is actually something for me to be involved in and play in, and I think that it just hasn't been that, and like where other sports have benefited, and you know, you look at athletics as well, you know, for years there's always been, you know, sprinters, shot putters, you know, javelin throwers, you know, cyclists. There's, you know, there's an awareness there. So naturally, if you see people that look like you having success, being involved in programs, then you're going to be gravitated. If you don't see anything, you're not going to think, well, actually, should I play cricket? Is that for me? I don't see anyone else that, you know, looks like me playing it. You know, how am I going to feel with being in that environment? So we want to change that narrative, and hopefully we can do that. And the role models help. And you know, going back to the point we said about the ambassadors and the patrons we've got, they help with that as well. You know, just their profiles, and like I said, we've got, you know, Jofra Archer and Chris Jordan, you know, and then Jofra Archer, you know, arguably one of the most spoken about names in cricket worldwide. Yeah. You know, so having that profile is huge for the program, and we feel by doing those kind of things we'll be able to attract new existing and players who maybe have stopped playing, you know, thought they played for a bit, didn't feel it was for them, and you know, hopefully we can get them back into playing as well.
One of the things I've heard levelled at cricket, certainly cricket in England, is it hasn't always been that welcoming to, dare I say it, non-white communities. You know, if I look at, you know, the problems John Holder has cited, if I look at Rafiq in Yorkshire, clearly there is the supporting and there's that side, and there is the playing side. Are we back? Oh, I thought so. What a fabulous interview. I don't know who was doing the interviewing there, but he sounded...
He was great, wasn't he?
He sounded rather smooth, didn't he? That's what I thought.
It was very, very good.
Well, you've already heard, commentating as we've just been commenting to ourselves, in Night Vision. It's the ghostly apparition of St. Annie Chave. There she is. Oh, there is some of her.
Well, it's a bit early in the morning. I'm not really. I haven't got the light.
Who was the computer on Red Dwarf? Holly.
Oh, yeah.
Holly was the bloke, but who was the? It was always Holly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you have that sort of floaty head look, and in full corporeal magnificence. It's Forthy down there in Melbourne. Hello, Forthy.
Hello to you, little Agricola followers.
Well, story of the morning. Goodness me. Australia started 241.46. They motored past 300. Not by much. 303 they made in the end off 75.4 overs. Nathan Lyon tucking in and just having a blast, really. Wickets for Wood and Broad. Wood's coming really rather expensively. And England, of course, have yet to get past 300 in this series. Only 3 times ever in a 5-test series have they failed to go past 300. They are already 34-4-2. Crawley, Forthy, possibly a showing up of that technical error, getting squared up, caught at short leg. Maybe not such a surprise, would you say?
Yeah, maybe not. He looks great until he gets out. He's one of those players, Crawley, isn't he? But you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. He does have a technical failing, maybe not quite as extreme as Hamid and Burns, but enough at test level to find him out.
He's the new James Vince. He's glorious till he's not there anymore.
Yeah, and he's good at running people out.
And we'll just quickly tell you the other wicket, of course, was the run out of Rory Burns, who seemed to be very slow to get going. Just that hesitation. It was a daft single anyway. Brilliant throw from Labuschagne, and Burns went without scoring. Let's jingle up the 2 batsmen, one of which is the England captain.
He's Joe Root, and his home is ever on the ground. Joe Root, wherever there are runs, he will be found. It's Joe Root. It's Joe Root.
Introducing the next generation David.
That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name.
Derby Malan, congratulations.
He is at least off the mark in this one. Is Joe Root. Made a duck, of course, in the first innings in Sydney. 24 in the second. Derby Malan, not too many runs behind him. His series seems to have gone rapidly backwards. And it is this man who is going to be bowling to him.
This bowler has a first name, it's S-C-O-T-T. When he comes...
Boland is in, and he does square Root up a little bit, but he pushes this away into the onside. And there is...
Are you trying to get mathematical terms in, are you already, Tony?
What, square Root? Well, I'll if you can get hypotenuse into a conversation, then I think I'll send a bottle of champagne your way.
Okay, I'll definitly try.
No, actually, I'm immediately going to retract that offer, because I mean, I'm sure you could find.
I'll just put it in wherever.
34-4-2. Boland is going to be in, and that is pushed to mid-on, and there is no run.
The hypotenuse of the Australian slip cordon is a little more extreme.
There you are.
There you are. They're very tightly bunched, aren't they? Sorry, not getting great feedback on that one, but nonetheless, it's a sort of hypotenuse, and they seem very tightly bunched. That slip cord.
Well, this has been both sides. I think have been doing that for quite a lot of this series.
It's just an excuse to
Scott
get
Boland is in.
hypotenuse in.
3 slips.
You're after that bottle of champagne, aren't you, Ian?
And this is away into the onside this time. And again, there's no runs. There's 4 slips, in fact, and a gully. So Australia very much on the attack, with England already reeling from those first 2 wickets. We're having another look at Rory Burns, whose moment of hesitation, and probably, to be fair, he should have put in a dive as well. It was all a bit casual Sunday morning, not test match cricket. And possibly. I mean, Labuschagne was like a whippet, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a masterful bit of fielding.
In comes
wasn't
Boland, left comfortably enough by Joe Root outside of his off stump. Again, there is no run. 269 is what England trail by.
Funny thing was, Labuschagne didn't think he got him. He just indicated between thumb and forefinger that he felt he'd just made it, I think, and he sort of shrugged his shoulders. I think they were one of those occasions they were genuinely surprised when the guy was there.
Yeah, they were.
So have you guys been up all morning then?
No, I was going to say I got up with you, obviously in very different places, but
this is how we find out.
And this one steered away back with a square leg, tidily enough by Joe Root, which will start as a fielding. There'll be a single to Root. It'll bring Malan back onto strikes, the first run of the afternoon session.
I've been up all morning and indeed all afternoon as well here in Melbourne, Annie.
Yeah. Well, it's different for you, isn't it?
You're obviously you're next. Hop over the Bass Strait and you'd be in Hobart. You're certainly geographically the nearest.
Well, I would have liked to.
Well, he's in Australia for a start. Yeah.
Well, I mean, in Melbourne, so
not very far away. Not very far
200 odd miles. Is it? Am I underestimating?
Probably about that.
Yeah, I think it's about that. Once you've popped across that Bass Strait.
Have you been to Hobart before?
Yes, I have. I had one of the nicest meals I've ever had in Hobart, actually.
I've been to Hobart as well.
Well, Boland, who is in Hobart, has two slips, a gully and a leg slip, and it's driven straight to short extra cover by Dad Malan. And there is no run, it's just one run from that first over after dinner. I can't call it lunch, we have to call it dinner. It's 35 for 2. Annie?
I was just going to say that Knackle's been here all morning by the sound of it, so well done, Knackle.
Yes, well done.
Yeah, we haven't got any tweets that I can see. So
How are we going on YouTube? Sometimes a little bit slow to get going after a break. People take a while to sort of drift back, don't they?
Yeah, or most.
I'd have loved to have hopped over the Bass Strait for this one, and there may not be another Ashes Test in Hobart in my lifetime. But of course, the thing which would have made it possible also made it not possible.
Well, let's jingle up the new bowler, and the new bowler is Mr. Camberwick Green. Who also has 3 slips and is down leg side though. Joe Root lifts his bat and watches it through to Carey without too much consternation.
Excessive anxiety.
He's doing very nicely, is Cameron Green. Certainly making runs with the bat.
Yes, well, a rising tide floats all boats, doesn't it? By the end of a winning series like this, players who were previously out of form are looking like world beaters, as is Cameron Green right now.
A rising tide floats all boats. I've not heard that before.
Oh, you have now. There's in comes Green and dabbed away to backward point by Joe Root, who of course got that single, leaving Malan just to face one ball of the previous over.
I suppose Alex Carey would be an example of a dinghy with a little hole in it that failed to float up.
Oh.
Played that very tidily, in fact, did Joe Root. As we wait for a tall, stocky Cameron Green, in he comes and hurries Root a little bit, turns it away, back with a square though. They take 1, they should come back for 2 comfortably enough. Yes, they will.
How old is Green?
Green is 22.
22.
He's a youngster.
He's just a lad.
Mm.
And
who's that's a so-called young lad just playing for South Africa at the moment. People are getting sassed about. I think he's 29.
Yeah, that's right.
And Root. Oh, we're looking at previous. Thank goodness.
Yeah,
Green in, up onto his toes goes Root. Play down away to backward point again.
You mean Peterson, I'm assuming?
Yes, that's
yeah.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were looking there at a replay, and I nearly got suckered into that. Oh Lord, Root's gone. Keegan Peterson, 29.
Yeah.
Talking about South
That's what we
African
said.
But you're thinking of Marco Jansen, aren't you?
Well, no, I wasn't thinking of him.
You were thinking of him. Okay. We'll keep thinking and let us
But
know.
He was thinking of Keegan Peterson.
That's
Oh, okay. Well, he's only 29 as forward comes Root to green. I suppose 29 is young, 40, isn't it, really? That was away into the offside, no run.
It's all relative, isn't it? I'll tell you the other interesting thing about that series, though. It looks like South Africa might win it, having not achieved 300 in it, which I think will be the first time. Well, they have won it, haven't they? It's a 3-match series.
Yeah,
and they
it was
haven't
a
scored 300,
low-scoring test series, wasn't it? Definitely.
which always makes for better tests.
Oh, it's been such a great test series.
Green will be in. Oh, and that one does beat the outside edge of Joe Root's bat as he was a little bit uncertain. To be fair, he probably just held the line and the ball nipped past it. Through it went to Alex Carey. There was no run. 2 from the over, 37 for 2 England. And trying times. And if you haven't got past 300 in a series, well, goodness me, you need to do better than a daft run out.
Yes. We've got
they didn't.
We got a poem from Sam Phillips.
Nice.
When you wake in your bed, the opener's in the shed. That's the normie. When Burns got a duck, 'cause their running did suck. That's the normie. There you are.
Aren't we looking at where the moon hits your eye?
Yeah.
It's Amore. It's Amore.
Yeah, but I can't sing, so.
As far in comes Boland, and just pushed forwards by the left-handed former man of Middlesex, now man of Yorkshire, David Malan. There is no run.
It's Dean Martin, I think, wasn't it?
It was Dean Martin. Well, many people, but
You can sing it for me if you'd like, Tony.
you're all right. It may be off air. I'll phone you up and serenade you. I'm not sure everyone needs to listen to me singing Amore.
I'll look forward to that.
This one is left alone again outside of off stump by David Malan. I should offer it up as a sort of
incentive,
a paid for phone service. Dial 1-800-TONY singing.
Second price, 2 hours. Second price, 2 hours of Tony singing.
Boland, of course, he's going very nicely. 6 for 7, his career best.
Talking of young lads, he's what, 32?
Well, yeah, exactly. they don't necessarily come in young to this Australian side. They come in well honed.
Well, what?
Well honed, alone by Malan. Through it goes to Carey.
I think you're students of the game, aren't you? I think it must be about 100 years ago. There was a chap called Ironmonger who debuted at 47.
Yes, there was.
Now that's proper debuting, isn't it?
It is.
Darren, there's still hope for Darren Steve.
Poor Darren. I feel sorry for poor Darren, only that he seems to be thrust forward as somehow.
What's wrong with county championship?
Or he's just merely doing what he can with the tools he has. As this one is left alone again outside of off stump. The big high leave which David Malan holds pose for a while, as if to illustrate back to Scott Boland that there was never anything to concern him in that.
I suppose Martin Bicknell in 2003, as far as I can remember, was the last time they threw a county stalwart in his 30s into the test team. I can't remember any other bowler since then.
Yeah, well, England's attack is all, so I suppose even Ollie Robinson's late 20s, isn't he? Am I right?
Yeah, he's 28, I think. Yeah.
Wood,
ancient.
Anderson, they're of course all the wrong end of the age profile, as this one is played down towards forward short by Malan, nicely into the ground. No concerns for him on that occasion. It's been very much a new ball wicket, 40, I think, hasn't it?
Yes.
Yes,
it has.
Down.
I think the Australian first innings was first 10 overs, they got something like 10 runs. Next 10 overs, they got 77 runs. So as long as you can get past that 10 over mark, we're up to 15 now. There might be green hilly uplands for England here if they play the Guns.
Hilly uplands.
It's very green, that's for sure.
In comes Boland. Oh, and that one does spit a little bit at Malan, who takes the hand off the bat, but keeps it down with the soft hand that remained. It's away towards point. It's a maiden over for Scott Boland. Annie,
What's the capacity at Hobart?
it's not that huge.
No.
They're only getting about 12,000 because of COVID restrictions. I think that was what I understood. I'm sure Naka will tell us.
I think it's 14,000, but I think it's about half what it usually is.
We have Mog
20,000
with us.
total reduced to 14. I knew I'd got 14 somewhere.
20,000. Cool. We have Mog with us. He says, "Hi Tony, hi Forfy, hi Annie, hi Mog."
Hi Mog. Hi Mog.
To you.
And Ravi Nair says, "England doing England things again." Oh.
Green to continue. That one swings in and it's nicely flicked off his toes by Joe Root. It's away towards deep mid wicket. Two men are off in hot pursuit. It should be brought in. It was a dive and a back flick by Cummins, who flicked it back to Travis Head. It's quite a decent fielding pairing there. Restricted Joe Root to 3 when he probably might have thought he was in the market for a boundary there. But fortunately he and Malan Malan had run sharply enough. They did at least add 3 to England's total. That 300 has to be a mark that they, Joe Root will not want to go home as one of only 4 captains to do.
I think he very much wants to come home, Tony.
Well, I think he wants to come home. I think that is probably very much true of this England team, who had a torrid old time. There's no doubt about that. As in comes Green. This one's driven beautifully and sweetly by Malan. Away through extra cover. That will be 4. That was a gorgeous shot.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
Absolutely.
Shot of the innings so far. Beautiful cover drive.
It was slightly overpitched by Green, and Dad Malan had everything perfect about that.
Just don't get out next ball, because that's what's
the weight.
been happening.
The angle of the bat. So 7 off the first 2 balls as in comes Green, and there's a shout from behind, and indeed a sort of a retrospective shout from Cameron Green for an edge. I don't think.
Well done, Annie. You nearly triggered it there.
Yes. Annie, the floating head of Exeter, nearly bought Australia a wicket there. But she didn't.
I said don't. That's different.
You put the thought in somebody's head, albeit through sort of some kind of weird intercontinental thought transfer.
Wasn't sure whether he got a little flick off the pads.
Oh, I think it was the pad. It was the thigh pad. Yeah, it was the thigh pads taken low by
too high.
Carey to his right. In comes Green, left outside of his off stump this time by Darren Malan. Through to Carey it goes.
Well, they're showing the replay, and there's a slight suggestion that there could have been an inside edge.
Wow.
Well, they should have reviewed it then, shouldn't they?
To me, it
twice now. Twice they've missed a little feather.
I agree with you, and I think that is just the faintest of nickets.
Camera goes to Justin Lange, and the dressing room is not impressed.
He's got his hat on backwards like a 14-year-old skateboarder.
Yeah, he does that.
44 for 2. Root on 9. Dad Malan on 13.
I think that if you're going to give David Malan a life, then... Oh, sorry, Tony.
Dabbed to Gully. No point, sorry.
No, my mistake there. Sorry, I thought the ball had gone. If you're going to give David Malan a life, you might live to regret it. But when Rory Burns got a similar life this morning, you thought it's only a matter of time anyway, and so it proved falling over.
Yeah, that
poor
is,
bugger.
I'm afraid, sadly the case. Yeah, from behind the stumps, as we keep seeing that replay, to me and to all of us, in fact, I think it looked like a thigh pad. So he has perhaps survived. He does have a life. This one is again steered to backward point. It means at the end of that over from Scott Boland, there's 7 from it. It's 44 for 2 England. They are 259 behind, which seems like a long old road. Annie.
I'll continue with Ravi Nair. He said, England doing England things again. Does anyone realistically think they'll get to 300? This has probably been the most wearying series of my life. And I've known some drab ones in India in the early 80s. Oh dear. Sorry about that, Ravi. Farong says, so Cam Green is 22 years of age. That would make him 5 years younger than Rashid Khan. Not off to Newcastle today, Bish?
No, not today. I did think about it, but I thought my cricketing duties would come first on this occasion.
He says it would make a nice run for the Peugeot. Is that...
Yeah, well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about the Peugeot on long runs. It's the putting the juice in it is an interesting exercise. As this one past the outside edge by Boland's Root, had a little fish outside of his off stump. Excitement aplenty in slips and wicket-keeper, but it was a dot ball.
What do you think of the
sort of Boland?
What do you think of the effectiveness analysis of Root playing those fifth wicket shots? He gets runs for them, of course.
Well, I think it's a question of later in the innings, possibly.
Yeah,
but I wouldn't be one to criticise. If you're going to pick a batsman to criticise, Root's probably not the best one to pick, as this one is steered nicely by Root off his thigh this time, down past square leg. It's going to make it all the way to that square leg boundary. Travis Head can't get there. It's 4 for England. That one was on sort of more comfortable territory, wasn't he? I think.
Yeah, played it beautifully under his eyes.
Straighter, more onto his legs. There's a 40, perfectly said. Played late under his eyes. Backward square, 4 runs. And more of the same, but it's not going to make the distance this time. This time it should just be a single. Just past the right foot.
I mentioned it on air yesterday,
Wilson,
but when they interviewed Roots before this whole match began at the toss, and then Gilchrist interviewed him, he sounded like a man who was extremely weary. You know that thing that you're so tired, even your voice is cracking. It was quite sad to hear, actually.
Yeah, I think he feels thoroughly fed up and exhausted.
He's about to bowl. He's at 5 off this over. He's around the wicket to the left-handed Malan, who plays him down into the ground. It trickles its way towards mid-off, Labuschagne Fields. And
what's sad about that, the Root being all fed up, is that he's played so well. It's a real shame.
He needs support around him. There's no doubt about that. I mean, he literally can't keep lifting England on his own.
Yeah, and with the ball increasing as well in this match.
We're looking again at that, what we now are fairly sure was an inside edge. Boland around the wicket. Forward comes Malan, steered towards point. No run.
We need a bit of luck there, don't we?
Yeah, sure, we do.
Well, you see, we've talked about this quite a bit, but what Australia have done consistently well this series is, even when openers have failed or not put on what they might have hoped, that lower middle order, head here, head in Brisbane.
I think they've tended to do that for years and years now, Tony.
All century they've done that.
All century, well, yes indeed. Boland, in he comes. That one goes past Malan's outside edge and through to Carey. There's no run. Good ball, jagged away. Ducked in and jagged away. Is an excellent final ball of that over from Boland. But England advanced with no further damage. Annie.
Hey, James White wants to know about your best meal story at Hobart, so I'll come back to that because it would be quite good to know. Fourthie.
Yes, no. It was it was a restaurant called Gondwana. When I looked it up subsequently, quite recently, it seems to no longer be there, I'm sad to say, so I can't really recommend it. But what a beautiful meal.
Was it fish meal or?
I think it was fish, actually, yes.
Josie Oak says, we're doomed?
Thank you, Josie.
In comes Cameron Green again to continue the Australian attack. It's steered away around the corner by Joe Root. They'll get a single. He can go and to the calmer waters of the non-striker's end. And,
Tasmania has repositioned itself successfully over the last 10 years. It used to be the nub of the jokes in Australia, as small islands off the coast of places sometimes can be mentions of cousins marrying and all that sort of thing. But now it's the hip place to be in the whole of Australia.
Yeah, I can understand that. Hobart's very beautiful. Well, from up high, I remember looking at it from high up.
Green will be in. 2 slips go down. Left by Malan, taken shin height by Alex Carey. And there's no run, but the 50 is up for England.
Hooray! Things are looking up. We've only need another 250.
Two with those 2 wickets, one daft, one technical, I think we're saying.
Yeah.
The daft one being the run out, the daft run in the first place, and probably Crawley culpable for calling the run. Burns just too slow to respond. This one's driven sweetly, but driven straight to point. Nathan Lyon dives and stops it very effectively indeed, and it's another dot ball. Crawley, he did get he did get himself in a tangle, popped up, well taken by Head under the lid at forward short. Sorry, Paul.
Tell you what, I didn't like Tony and Annie. I don't know what you think. I got the impression that Head sort of was imitating Crawley's catching technique after he took it, which seemed to be unnecessarily rubbing his nose in it.
Oh, really?
There's been an absence of that sort of thing in the series so far.
Flicked to mid on by Malan off the bowling of Green.
I could be wrong though. Maybe he wasn't.
I didn't see.
I always wonder what Nathan Lyon is. The crocodile is a celebration Australia do from time to time. Apparently, if that's what you're talking about, where they do that kind of the crocodile jaws.
They did. They give him the benefit of the doubt, but that's exactly how Crawley takes his catches as well. So I wondered if it was a bit of mockery, but hopefully it wasn't.
I want a crocodile catch and make it snappy.
Yeah, stop trying to make slurs.
Stop trying to stir things up.
Yeah.
Cameron Green is in, and Malan canes this beautifully past point for 4 runs. Fantastic shot that.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Yeah.
Minimal kind of arm work, as it were. He's sort of, if you're watching, I suppose he does follow through, but he just played it
very economical.
And he does play that shot very well. I've seen him play it many times over the years. Green going to be around the wicket to Malan, who's up onto his toes. This one though is just steered towards gully, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. 5 from it. 54 for 2 England. Malan 17, Joe Root 15. Annie.
Josie Oakes says, why didn't the Australian government cancel the visas of the England cricket team? They probably were jabbed. Neil Franklin, bloody hell, this is hard. Bring on the West Indies in the afternoon. The light roller says, I want to hear more about this amazing meal, Forthy. I was rather partial to the scallop pies in Hobart. Scallop pies?
Scallop pies. Presumably they take them out of the shells before they put them in the pie.
Yeah, that's quite a crunchy pie otherwise, isn't it?
Crunchy pie. 54 for 2. Boland to continue. 3 slips go down, and this is sharp, accurate rising, but left by Root, taken this time with fingers pointed skywards by Carey. And there was no.
I'm going to have to disappoint our correspondents, I'm afraid, because all I can remember from the meal is a kind of overall sort of beautiful image in my mind. I'm very bad at describing food anyway.
It's a non-story then, Forthy,
it is
really.
A non-story, so my apologies. Apologies.
Scallop pie, though. I want to hear more about that.
Is in, driven sweetly by Joe Root. That's the way through extra cover. That'll go for 4. That was an absolutely super shot. Beautiful to look at. Well executed. 4 more for Root, 4 more for England.
Yes, if Malan's shot was previously shot of the innings, I think it's just been capped by that one from Root. That was
superseded.
Well, hopefully they'll compete against each other all the rest of the day.
Go toe to toe.
Yeah. They are both lovely batsmen to watch. So.
Well, when they're going well, they are indeed. This one is left and alone through to Carey. What is this partnership now? Dare I ask?
I'm
looking for. It's 29.
Hand.
29. Very good. 29. They're going along nicely. Are Malan and Root, but they need to.
I do. Certainly, if you were to pick two men to do it, you'd probably pick these two from the series today.
Well, Ben Stokes, yes, but obviously there's also issues of his side strain and various other niggles and knocks that he seems to be coping with. Boland in, forward comes Root, pushed away towards mid-wicket. Headfields, no run.
If you were thinking of a holiday down under, I would recommend Tasmania on your itinerary. It's got these beautiful little Cotswold-style villages in the middle of the island, as well as some beautiful wilderness over on the southwest side, and Hobart as well, which is a cultural centre is there. So it's very compact as well, unlike the rest of Australia.
All I remember, a bit like you, I don't have a huge memory of being in Hobart, but all I remember is red-bottom monkeys. There were a lot of red-bottom monkeys in a park near me. Is that a thing in Hobart?
Well, hang on, let's hold that thought as Boland is in and Root not thinking about red-bottomed monkeys. He's thinking about a quick single, which is well taken away to point. And it's one more to that England score, 244 the deficit.
It's not my overwhelming reminiscence of Hobart, the red-bottomed monkeys. In fact, I don't remember them at all, but they're no doubt there somewhere.
But they were in a park. Yeah, and I don't remember much else. It's a bit like your meal, really. I just have this image of a red-bottom monkey.
You sure it was a monkey?
It was definitely.
Does sound suspiciously like a baboon.
It might have been. I don't know.
Boland going to be in again to Malan, who's pushes forward. Didn't look quite as elegant as comfortable playing that, but it was effective enough way into the onside. It's the end of that over. 5 from it to 59 for 2 England. Annie.
Mayank says 2 a.m. here in Philadelphia. Got less than 5 hours of sleep yesterday. Really exhausted now. Where the bloody hell is the rain so I can sleep without... What's FOMO? Sorry.
Fear of missing out.
Oh, okay. I've been trying to think, what does FOMO mean? Right. Mog says Hobart is okay for being in the wrong end of Tasmania. It's the wrong end, is it? Okay, this is the only end I went to.
When you finish these, I think
we're changing.
Sorry.
And it's going to be Knuckle. It's going to be Jason G. Hiscox, and it's going to be Steve Jones.
Okay,
I'll leave you in there more than capables.
As Cameron Green comes into his bunny so far, while Scott Boland's competing for that, I suppose. Joe Root pushes this into the onside. They've got Joe Root twice in Cameron Green's case and 3 times in Scott Boland's case, an average of 21 and 9.7 respectively. I'm Knuckle Mpande, taking you through the next half an hour of day 2 of the 5th test from Hobart of the 2021-22 men's Ashes, joined by Jason G. Hiscox and shortly by Steve Jones as Joe Root defends this off an open face. It's well fielded by Nathan Lyon at backward point, and there is no run. Jason, how are we seeing the match situation at present?
I think England are just slightly behind, but it all depends on how these two bat for the next hour or so. I think if they get bedded in and keep getting the runs, I think England are probably evens at the moment.
We're getting into the period where the run scoring in the afternoon with the ball softening has been relatively easy, and we have seen Root and Malan start to play quite fluently through the offside. This one is driven very nicely by Root. It's half fielded by the fielder at cover, and it's just going to be a single. We've seen David Malan start to play nicely square of the wicket rather than trying to drive everything straight down the ground, which I think is probably the better way for him to go. When Joe Root unfurled a majestic cover drive a couple of overs ago. Root on 21, Malan on 17. Rory Burns ran himself out, really. I'm going to come down on Burns being the person at fault there rather than Crawley. If he'd set off immediately, and if he dived even after the hesitation, he'd have made it comfortably. Green goes around the wicket to Malan, who leaves on length. Bit of an ooh and ah as the ball passes over the top of off stump, but well left by Malan. Through to the keeper, there is no run. And Zach Crawley came to the half forward to a ball he should have been either forward or back to, got himself a little tangled, and the inside edge popped up off the pad for a good leaping catch from Travis Head at short leg.
All right, thinking that there's only been 2 run-outs in the series so far. They both potentially run themselves out.
Yeah, David Warner much more culpably when he ended up at the same end as his batting partner for Hasib Hamid to effect a run-out. Green round the wicket, left alone by Malan. Through to the keeper, there is no run. That's the first time there's been a direct hit in all series. It's the first one that you could genuinely say that the field has done good work to run somebody out. Steve Jones does join us.
Good morning, chaps. How are you all?
Good, thank you. Good, thank you. We had some technical difficulties earlier today, so we missed the first couple of overs, but we managed to get that sorted after much sweating from me.
Well done, Knackle. Always to the rescue.
Yeah, it's all been.
We can rely on you.
It's all been fairly plain sailing since. England 60 for 2 now, 1 ball short of the 20th over of their reply to England's. Australia's right of 303. That's another lovely shot square of the wicket from Darvin Malan, just opening the face. It wasn't that wide, but it was short enough that he could jump all over it and steer it between gully and backward point for his 4th boundary. 5 runs off the over. England 64 for 2. A jingle, then some social media messages.
Now my innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
5 overs in a row that they've had at least 1 boundary. These two starting to move nicely.
James Humberson is with us. He says, just finished playing cricket here in Sydney. What did I miss? Well, I think Knackles summed it up very nicely during the last over. Mayank says, I was in Hobart this weekend 4 years ago. Had a great time in that city. Low-key and relaxing place to visit for a few days before I went to the Aussie Open. And Farong says, what are scallop pies? In the late 1800s, when people of Hobart were searching for oysters in the River Derwent, they found edible scallops instead. When curry was introduced into Tasmania, some genius realised that curry powder and scallops in pies go well together.
I've seen
that. It says here curried pasty.
Oh, sure. I've seen you can get oysters at Belrive Oval. As we do have a change, Scott Boland, Mitchell and Cameron Green were starting to leak a few runs. England scoring at a decent clip in the last 5 overs. So we do have a change. Mitchell Starc is back into the attack at the Church Street end, replacing Scott Boland. 7 overs, 3 maidens, none for 13. Starc in to Joe Root. 3 slips on the gully await. Starc in full outside off stump and driven very pleasantly, slightly over pitch by Root, but driven beautifully through extra cover for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Off the bowling of this man. Boland bowled pretty well, a couple of very, very good deliveries indeed, but England were starting to find the boundaries a little easier to come by. Mitchell Starc could have had Rory Burns had Australia bothered appealing off one that he feathered behind. It's bowled tidily in his 3 overs, but started with that laced 4 through extra cover, and this one's too easy for Root to clip off the hips for 2. Pitch looks, despite the carnage that England wrought early yesterday, pretty easy paced. Probably the best batting track in terms of ease of the series.
Yeah, and the bowlers have to bowl well, don't they? England discovered yesterday anything slightly short, slightly long, and it was dispatched quite easily. And from what I can see of young Joe Root this morning, it seems to be the same. Good. Hopefully England can prosper. We need it.
Run scoring's been pretty quick all Test match. It seems that taking your scoring opportunities is the way to go on this surface. This one swings in a little bit, or maybe just jagged in a little off the seam from Mitchell Starc. He goes up in appeal. Nothing doing, says umpire Paul Blocker-Wilson. Pat
they look
Cummins
quite serious, don't they?
That there might have been an inside edge here. It's going to go up for the review. Bounce has to be a question on this surface, with Starc being tall and Root being tallish and leaving on length being relatively easy, but Australia have reviewed. Good ball from Starc.
By the way, good morning, Jason. How are you? Long time no see.
Since the last test, I think it is. I think we had one session on in the carnage of Sydney.
Yeah, it's outside the stump, off stump into that one.
Yeah, it didn't actually come back as much as I thought it had. I'm not sure if there was an inside edge or not.
No inside edge.
It's quite close to the pad, but I don't think this has come back enough to actually be troubling the stumps. It's a good ball from Starc. I'm not quite sure what it was that gave the impression that it had come.
It's just that flick. It's just that flick off the pad, isn't it? It's close. Look at me. That is really another layer of oil, and that's probably hit the bat. So it was a good appeal.
Impact is umpire's call, and it is just going over the top and just outside off stump, not far away from the off bail. Might have been umpire's call, so worth a review, I suppose, on the off chance that it was umpire's call. Or not the off chance, but the reasonable chance that it was umpire's call.
And you have to say a very good call by the umpire.
Well done. Yeah, it didn't really look out in real time, I have to say, but Australia do lose their first of their 3 possible unsuccessful reviews.
Good, they need to lose something.
Yeah, I suppose the calculus always would be you shouldn't. In theory, I suppose you shouldn't make these reviews based on who the batter is, but you are going to, I suppose, when it's a standout batter in a struggling team.
It looks a good track, doesn't it? I must admit, it's good. Let's hope we get some good cricket.
Starc is in full, and this one's clipped beautifully off the toes of Joe Root. Travis Head is chasing this from squarish mid-wicket, and we'll get to it before it intersects with the sponge, but they'll come through for another 3 runs, in fact. So Mitchell Starc, either side of that beautiful delivery of the third ball of the over, has gone for 9 runs. Which is kind of how this pitch has been playing, is that wickets and chances have been created, but
yes, Mark Wood discovered yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah, the rate.
What did he go for at the end? 8 and over.
It was just over 6 in the end because he pulled it back a little bit. But if you do stray off line and you don't keep banging away at top of off, you can go for runs very quickly. Fantastic counter attack led by Travis Head. Another fantastic innings with Marnus Labuschagne and Cameron Green, who's looking increasingly assured as a Test batter. In support.
COVID hasn't pulled him back, does it? Great knock yesterday.
As Starc is in Malan late on this, jabbing at it and comes off the inside half of the bat to mid-wicket. There is no run. Almost a Yorker from Mitchell Starc, who does love bowling with the pink ball. There is no run. So Starc's bowled 2 very good deliveries and 3 slightly poor ones, punished by Joe Root, who is now on 30 off 36 balls. Darwin Malan was a little scratchy earlier, but is starting to look a bit more fluent on 21 off 61. He faces up to the last ball of Starc's over the wicket. This is full and swinging, and Mitchell Starc is trying to give the ball every chance to maybe a reverse swing, but Darwin Malan has got that square drive going now, open to the face, gets it past backward point for Mitchell Starc's return to the attack. Wasn't too far away from generating a wicket, but it's gone for plenty.
1, 2, 3, 4.
13 runs off that over.
In fact, that just came off the very bottom of Malan's bat there, but he got it through the gap. That's the important thing.
Yep. Josie Oak is with us. He says, I assume Annie Chave doesn't remember much about Hobart, apart from red-bottomed monkeys, due to red-bottomed wine bottles.
That was me last night.
Why do I always get the flat-bottomed girls in the same as red-bottomed monkeys in my head?
You weren't the only one. So double change, gone back to the opening bowlers have Australia. Pat Cummins brings himself back on at the Church Street end. In place of Cameron Green, Cummins in to Root back of a length, and he stands up tall and punches to backward point. There is no run.
Obey Pat Cummins, for he is your captain. Now,
Pat Cummins got the wicket of Zach Crawley and bowled an absolute beaut of an over to Joe Root when he first came to the crease, challenging outside edge, inside edge, thigh pads, nearly the box again, and bowled a beautiful maiden to Joe Root's first 6 deliveries, but he's looking quite assured now, the England captain. As Cummins comes in bowling from mid-crease, bowls a full delivery, which Root rather falls over in trying to work leg side. It's an inside edge onto his toes. That was a scoring opportunity missed, I think, from Joe Root, and he's livid with himself.
Really good stats there for Joe Root in Ashes cricket. 2001 runs at 40.
Yes, indeed. There's a couple of big hundreds against Australia. None in Australia as yet.
Today's the day, Knackle. Today's the day.
Neil Franklin agrees. Says, "Come on, Joe, get that chuffing 100," which is, of course, now going to put the curse on him.
Yeah, that's how it works. Pat Cummins pulls out of his run-up.
Well, it's put the curse on Pat Cummins for starters.
Pat Cummins pulls out of his run-up, thinking that he wasn't quite fully set. Flings the ball in the direction of mid-off, and then trudges back to the end of his run. He's been physically indestructible, Pat Cummins, since coming back into the Test team in early 2017 in India, after spending 6 years out with various back injuries. Hell of an athlete these days. Back of a length from Cummins, and this is a good single taken by Root and Malan. If you go early and don't hesitate, you should make it. Marnus Lavashane did pick up and throw, but the run was always on. Yeah, I think people are talking about Burns and Crawley shouldn't have taken the run, or it was a bad call or whatever. If you go instantly, and then if Burns had dived, you'd have made it by yards.
It just sort of sums up poor old Rory's Ashes series, doesn't it, really?
Yeah, he gets recalled because the guy who replaced him was doing even worse than him, and then gets run out without facing after he could and probably should have been caught behind. Yeah, not great for a great start to 2022 for Rory Burns. This is down the leg side, and another scoring opportunity missed out. Has Malan been strangled down the leg side? Australia think so. Rod Tucker does not. Australia are absolutely convinced. Oh, Rod Tucker has given it very, very late. Malan is trudging off. It looked like a leg stump half volley, in all honesty, that Malan should have put away, but he's just inside edged it down the leg side, and out of nowhere Malan is gone for 25 of 64 balls. The partnership ends at 49. Pat Cummins brings himself back on and burgles the wicket of Malan. England 78 for 3. Out of nowhere.
Well, that is really a soft dismissal, isn't it? That's a real shame for one Malan and obviously for England, because those two were looking really quite well set. Oh well. Ben Stokes. Let's see what he can do.
Half of him at least.
Ben Stokes.
Little bit tentative maybe from Malan, didn't get himself quite in line, didn't get enough bat on it to get it past Alex Carey. The reason Rod Tucker wasn't raising the fingers because Malan actually walked.
Yeah.
He must have felt that initially. Suppose
didn't really get forward either. He's sort of playing round his front bat.
Well, I mean, you don't always need to get forward for that leg glance, and necessarily, sometimes a lot of batters do sort of slightly withdraw the foot and just let it come onto them and work it away. But he played it slightly tentatively, and that can happen sometimes. A slightly scratchy innings from Malan, whose tour has got worse as it's gone on. Ben Stokes to the middle, England's number 5, England's Titan, playing just as a specialist batter in this match with the side strain he picked up in Sydney. I'm not sure how well he can move, but we know what a player he is.
I suppose the only good thing you could say about that Malan dismissal, it wasn't quite as bad as Labuschagne's falling flat on his face. So.
That was extremely funny.
It was.
3 slips and a gully. 3 slips very close together. And a gully as Ben Stokes jumps awkwardly into line with this one. He's almost protecting his side or grabbing his side with the bottom hand as he plays it with the top hand.
That was an excellent ball from Cummins, wasn't it? That's the way to greet someone like Stokes with a bit of an injury. Straight into the ribs, first ball.
Right into the rib cage. He's a hell of a bowler. We, for all that this Ashes series has not been a classic by any means, but we have seen some very, very good bowling from Australia.
That has been the strength, I think, of this series, actually, isn't it? In the Australian bowling, it's stood out.
Yeah, and some middle order contributions as well from players who might not have been expected to make them. As Ben Stokes is able to leave this on length through to the keeper, there is no run. 1 run and a wicket for Pat Cummins in his comeback over England 78 for 3, trail by 225.
Farong says, my first trip to Hobart was in 75 when I turned 6. I can remember the rooms in West Point Casino pretty well. At that time, it was the only legal casino in Australia. What were you doing in a casino at 6 years old? This is the question that comes to my mind straight away. And Leah says, morning everyone, where's the sweaty knackle OnlyFans coming? I've given up hope on Hendos.
Steady now.
Brian says, morning from -3 degrees Northampton. Interesting video and audio on my TV this morning. Without my contact lens fitted, I saw a picture of cricket players on the channel list, switched it on and found it to be an Indian channel. Lots of interesting stats on it. Tell us more, Brian.
Please do.
He also says, I read you said Australia missed 2 wickets by not reviewing. How close were the wickets? Well, I think one of them was very definitely out.
Both of them would have been out had... Well, one of them, the Rory Burns one of Mitchell Starc in the 3rd over of the match. No, 1st over of the match, in fact. They didn't actually appeal. And the second one, an inside edge that Darvin Malan got off Cameron Green, they sort of appealed but didn't review. This is a poor ball from Starc down the leg side, well outside leg stump. But good work from the long leg fielder Scott Boland coming round quickly to his right means that Joe Root can only get 2. There is a little bit of swing, maybe reverse. We've seen this ball go soft a little bit. Mitchell Starc with that slingy action of his can get the pink ball to move when others can't, but his lines have not been particularly good in this spell.
How many overs are we in?
This is the 22nd over. I just think maybe it's not reversed. Maybe the lacquer's gone off the ball a little bit. We've seen almost no swing the entire Test match as Starc comes in to Root. This is back of a length, and Root leaves on length through to the keeper. There is no run.
Isn't it the fact that it has an extra layer of lacquer keep the colour for longer? Potentially. Yeah, that can happen. It can happen with the red ball sometimes. The lacquer goes off the ball and then it starts swinging a bit more. The balls are. The kookaburras are machine made, but even so, there is a little bit of stuff going on that can make the behaviour of the ball hard to predict. You're never entirely sure what the pitch is going to do. The pitches prepared for day-night tests are often a little bit softer to stop the ball going a bit. Going out of shape or going soft. Even so, England had to change the ball twice and tried to get it changed at least 3 times more in their bowling innings, which only lasted 75 overs. This one's turned nicely by Root into the onside just for a single. A little bit fuller from Starc.
Well, Mr. Root is just picking off Mitchell Starc, isn't he, at the moment? He's making it look very easy.
Every time Australia have strayed onto his pads, apart from that one full delivery from Cummins, he's taken advantage. I see what Mitchell Starc is trying to do. He's trying to bowl full and on the stumps and try and challenge Joe Root. I don't think it'll be too long before he comes round the wicket. To Ben Stokes, who he has troubled in the past with that ball that comes into the left-hander that he's now developed, and certainly Stokes can't move very well. This could be quite an interesting one. There is the leg slip in place, so Stokes can also expect a few around his ribs to test out his movement. There's 2 slips, a wideish gully, and even the backward point is almost in a catching position. Quite fine. There's also a long leg in position. If Stokes wants to take on the pull shot, again goes very full, and again down the leg side. Stokes misses out, doesn't manage to turn it away for 4, but also doesn't manage to edge it down the leg side like Darvin Malan did. There is no run.
We've also got a leg slip in. Interesting.
Yeah, the leg slip went in immediately as Ben Stokes came on to strike. For that delivery, as you said, Steve, into the ribs. You might want to fend off awkwardly.
Did either of you see the catch and leg slip in the...
Keegan Peterson.
Keegan Peterson, that was a fantastic one-handed grab.
Fantastic, it was behind him as well. Brilliant catch. Yeah,
he looks for South Africa. They managed to get ahead and get over the line.
Keegan Peterson looks a player at number 3, doesn't he? As Starc is in 5th ball over the over, Ben Stokes works this into the onside, fielded by Travis Head at mid-wicket. There is no run. Yeah, fantastic from South Africa. That was a really good series. And talking about quality of fast bowling, Bumrah and Rabada and Jansen and Geedy and spells and Shummy, really high quality cricket.
It's quite extraordinary, isn't it? Sort of 2 of the tests followed almost identical routes, with the side batting last, set probably the biggest score in the match and promptly getting it 2 or 3 wickets down. Really quite strange.
I don't think anybody passed 300 in those last 2 test matches. It was only that first test match when you got ahead in the first session and a half that there was significant run scoring, apart from the extraordinary innings from Rishabh Pant in the third innings of the most recent test match. This is full and wide outside off stump. Starc is pitching the ball up and getting and spraying it around a little bit. He's not unafraid to spray the ball around in search of a wicket. He doesn't get one there as Stokes slashes at it with no real movement into the ball. 1 run off 3 runs rather, not especially threatening over. England 81 for 3, trail by 2-2-2.
Moggs says, avoiding the S in the follow-on, looking dicey now. Well, that's a fairly negative view. Cobbsy says, we mocked that one, didn't we? Talking about, I think, commentators cursing Malan. Although we did. And Ravinair says, I cannot ignore England things, but it's depressing.
Full delivery from Cummins, driven nicely by Root back to the bowler. There is no run.
And Anna Forsyth says, do you think Pat Cummins makes so many weird grimaces because he doesn't want to overwhelm us with his beauty?
That's one for the girls, I think, isn't it?
Pat Cummins is a matinee idol. He looks like he's walked off the wall of a 1950s barber shop.
Him and Clark Gable, you mean?
More sort of Tony Curtis as Cummins is in back of the leg. That one jags in sharply, and yet again Joe Root's nether regions are in danger. I think this one missed them again. There's been a lot of the inside thigh pad of Joe Root so far in this innings. You wonder how many more blows in the Hems one man can take. This one on the back thigh pad.
How many children has he got? 2 already?
He's got 2,
right.
and yes.
Yeah, there's plenty.
The line of succession is secure. There's a spare. there's the heir and the spare.
Yeah, good. I should miss my mark. Look, it's outside his hip.
As Root faces up, comes half forward to this, as far forward as he ever gets, really, and pushes to a sliding mid-on. There is no run.
Isn't it amazing to think that when he first came into the test side, people were criticising his technique for not having a forward press?
I mean, you can still notice that is the case, but he's so well balanced at the crease, Joe Root. I remember I was at the Trent Bridge test match against India and watching him play from relatively close quarters. You notice how quickly he moves and how well balanced he is all the time, or almost all the time. He's trapped in line by this one, though, from Pat Cummins. That one skidded through, and this one is given. The skeletal finger of Rod Tucker is raised. I don't think Joe Root's going to review this, and nor should he. That's a good ball from Pat Cummins, just skidding on, trapping Root on the crease. Very few bowlers can exploit the fact that Root doesn't tend to come forward, but Pat Cummins is skillful enough to do so. Smashed him on the back pad, and that's probably hitting the top of middle stump. Joe Root, another batter, getting in and getting out for England. He looked pretty good today, but his weight for a defining innings of serious moment in this series and in Australia goes on. He's gone for 34 of 46. Pat Cummins has got a wicket in each of his 2 comeback overs. He's got all 3 of them to fall to bowlers so far. England 81 for 4. Maybe just had the deliveries that had jumped and smashed him in the thighs on his mind. Didn't get really forward or back to that ball, and Pat Cummins sent down the homing missile
Set down a pretty good off cutter.
Yeah, it was a good ball, wasn't it? Very good.
I think you definitely see him roll his fingers over that.
Yeah, it's just that little bit of nip, that maybe there's like a wobble seam that a lot of bowlers use now, just to get the ball to jag in off the seam late. A good delivery that did manage to open up that defence of Joe Root. Enter a man who was dropped in this series, another man who was dropped in this series, but has found his way back through an injury, Ollie Pope.
We got a Pope! We got a Pope! Take a good hard look, it's Ollie Pope! It's Ollie Pope! It's Ollie Pope! Take a hard look at Ollie Pope!
Ball's just starting to jag around a little bit. It's not doing huge amounts, but Ollie Pope and Ben Stokes both on naught have a little bit of work to do now. England 81 for 4, having lost now 2 wickets for 3 runs. Pope turns his first delivery to square leg for no run.
Well, what was looking quite an easy morning afternoon is turning into a bit of a struggle, isn't it?
Yeah, the first wicket from Cummins was I wouldn't say Malan was unlucky, but he should have put it away for 4. One of those things. That was a good bit of bowling though from Pat Cummins to get Joe Root, and you'd sort of sense that it had to be the way he was going.
Yeah, that way of getting out by Malan is always a strangle, whatever.
Full delivery, driven nicely enough by Pope. Cummins dives, energised to his left and stops it. A wicket maiden for Pat Cummins. His second spell, 2 for 1 in 2 overs. Pat Cummins 3 for 17 off his 8 on a pitch that is not doing very much. England 81 for 4.
Ravinay asked a question to which I don't know the answer actually. He says, since your website promises covering all England international matches, I presume you're doing the women's Ashes, right?
We're not, and we should probably change that to all England men's. Yes, it is. It is unfortunate. It is unfortunate, and I wish we could. I wish we. I would quite like us to, but I don't think it's going to happen, unfortunately.
Mog says he's not Stephen Fleming, but young Pat is very easy on the eye indeed. I think he's not so young anymore either.
28 or so, maybe.
Yes, we did come into the team at a very tender age of 18 or 19. Wasn't
Yeah,
it?
when he first debuted. Pat Cummins is indeed 28, turns 29 in May.
Brian won after this ball,
which is shortish and wideish and left by Stokes through to the keeper. There is no run. Mitchell Starc continuing from the Church Street end.
Tells us that the channel in question was Chandan 1. Seems to be lots of stats on their page, some difficult to read for old timers. Are you talking about the sort of the extra value stats that are now coming out of all the analytics that's going on?
Hey, it's just maybe just so many of them it was hard to follow. Indian TV broadcasts can get a little crowded sometimes.
He has sent us a screenshot, and it's not overly busy, but it is quite busy.
Oh, that looks very unfortunate to watch. Oh yeah, okay, this is one of those sites that claims to be showing live cricket, but actually just showing scorecard screen grabs. Ben Stokes has spotted something behind the bowler's arm. There is a large glass lift, which I assume leads not to the top floor of a chocolate factory, but to the press box next to the sight screen, and maybe something was just reflecting in there. Starc into Stokes, who leaves this delivery calmly enough outside off stump through to the keeper. There is no run. Not immediately.
There was a man in a blue blazer walking around, wasn't it?
Yeah. Not immediately sure what Stokes' scoring options are, given his limited mobility.
I think he's deflecting rather than scoring aggressive runs.
I would suggest 4s and 6s.
Maybe. There was a bit of that in Sydney, wasn't there, when he was batting with Johnny Bairstow. That Cummins just kept plugging away, smashing the ball in on a good length, getting the ball to nibble around a little bit of uneven bounce as well. Ball just kept a little bit lower than some of them might have. Good bit of bowling from Cummins. Such is the way that every sustained spell of good bowling that Australia have put together has resulted in a wicket seemingly in this series. This is full from Starc, making Stokes play. He blocks back to the bowler. There is no run.
Paul Marshall asks us, can England finally get to 300? It's not happened yet in the series. I believe if we get failed to pass 300 in the test. It'll be the first Ashes series ever where they've failed to pass 300 at least once.
Is it the first Ashes series ever? And I think it's happened a few times in other series. I don't know. I would have to check that.
Rather dismal stat, isn't it, really?
Must have happened in the 19th century when no one scored any runs. As Starc is in down the leg side, and Stokes nearly falls to the leg slip, manages to get it just in between Alex Carey and the leg slip fielder. That could easily have gone to hand, but it's gone away for 4. Narrowly avoids the robot camera that Stuart Broad was so unhappy about earlier. Stokes off the mark with 4. How close was this? It went right in the gap. Leg slip reacted a little bit late with Usman Khawaja. Don't think he would have got there. That would have taken a Keegan Peterson-esque dive for him to get there.
Yeah, Stokes, he wasn't really in control of that, was it? Very, very inside edgy shot, that one.
Yeah, he was deflecting and hoping, I think. Heart would have been in the mouth a little bit there.
Well, you do get the feeling you feel unlucky if you caught a leg slip.
Not if they've just put the guy there and you play a leg glance into his hand. Stokes tries to drive this down the ground and loses his shape completely. The bat comes scything across the line of the ball and his side collapses. He's surviving on pure guts here, Ben Stokes, and even those are hurting. No run.
Yeah, it was a strange looking shot, wasn't it? Backhand off it, bat and everything. No timing at all.
His core, as it were, just can't seem to support him at the moment.
He'll probably go on and get 100 now.
Entirely in hacks through the leg side.
We've cursed him.
Outside off something. That's a good forcing shot by Stokes, but has that been caught at backward point? Oh my word, it has been caught at backward point. That is a superb catch by Nathan Lyon. Stokes punched it very, very firmly off the back foot. And Nathan Lyon, diving to his weaker side, his left, has taken that inches off the ground. England, from a position of relative serenity from 78 for 2, have now lost 3 wickets for 7 runs. That's a fantastic catch by Nathan Lyon. Ben Stokes is gone for 4. Mitchell Starc has his first wicket. England 85 for 5 and have found a way to trail by 218 and be in serious bother. What a catch.
How's that? You messed about, I caught you out. How's that?
And with that, I hand over to the next commentary team of Steve Jones, Cat Jones and Jack Not Jones. What a catch from Nathan Lyon.
Indeed. Yes, as you say, from what was looking quite comfortable when I came on half an hour ago, here we are, 5 wickets down, only 85 on the board and still trailing by 218. The follow-on, all of a sudden, looking a possibility for Australia. I don't think they'll enforce it, but anyway, the idea of England hitting 300 in an innings as well, I think, has evaporated very, very quickly. What a shame.
I'm still confident of them getting to 300.
Good morning, Cats. How are you?
Good, thank you, Steve. It's false confidence, of course, but I am very confident. And
this is the Jones team on now.
It is indeed.
Poor old Jack. Is the old one out?
Jack.
Where is he anyway?
I'm here.
It's okay, because I'm sure Jack has claimed on a previous occasion when he didn't want to give his surname that his surname was Jones. So we accept fake Joneses as well.
Okay. Good morning, Jack. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. I see normal service has been resumed.
Yes. I won't take the blame for it because it was all going well before I turned up and it's gone a little bit pear, but hey ho.
Yeah.
3 for 7 in 20 balls, apparently, is how pear-shaped it is.
Yes, and some good batsmen gone as well. Rooty, Stokesy, who looked like he was a little bit back in form in the 4th test, but anyway.
So we have a tweet from Mog who said, before the last wicket, in fact, he said that I'd like to reiterate my follow-on pessimism in the wake of Root's departure.
Yes.
So I don't want to know how many additional sweary words would be in there now following that additional wicket, but I imagine there's a few.
Yeah, respect to Mogg, he did call it 20 minutes ago as Malan fell. So anyway, who's the new bat?
Billings.
Let's wait for the jingle.
Yeah.
Excitement of the jingle.
Pinging it deep through backward. Billings is softly scoring runs. Billings is softly hitting long, laying his own shots undeterred. Billings is softly scoring runs.
Yes, Jack, mine is, so we'll get through. I have a story about Sam Billings, which I will regale. Are they taking drinks at the moment? I think they are, aren't they? They're showing all the wickets to fall and all the disasters that have happened. Anyway, Cummins.
A wonderful jingle, by the way. Whoever did that. That is
brilliant, isn't it?
Terrific jingle.
Cummins has started the 26th over, bowling to young Ollie Pope. It was a dot ball. The score hasn't moved on. My wife met Sam Billings at Whitstable one day, and he was flying his Cummins in and just pulls out of that run. So the umpire waves his arms to signal dead ball. Flying his drone. He's a very, very keen drone flyer. I found out. He was a very nice young boy. My wife was very impressed with him.
Is that for photography, or does he just like flying a miniature helicopter?
I think he just likes flying them. Cummins is in the gains down the leg side. Ollie Pope just watches it go past his hip. No run, just for fun. He and who's the Surrey opener? England one-day opener. I've forgotten his name. Jason Roy. He and Jason Roy, very, very keen drone flyers. They team up and do lots and lots of it. Pretty good, apparently. They do acrobatics and all sorts. So anyway, Cummins in again to Ollie Pope. This one's flicked off his pads just behind square on the leg side. It's only going to be one run as square leg just jogs back to field it. Score moves on to 86. Anything on socials?
Yes, we have plenty on socials. We have a bit of a conversation about the Women's Ashes, which I think predated when I came on, and various people being disappointed about Gorilla perhaps not covering the Women's Ashes. So maybe that's a work in progress.
Yeah, I think the Bear needs to sleep again, doesn't he? He's had sort of 8 weeks of not sleeping properly. So poor lad. I think it'll be a good series. I'm looking forward to the Women's Ashes, I must admit. It's always quality cricket. I like the format as well, the combination of one day as a proper test match and the T20s. Cummins in again and again. Billings facing his first ball just prods it back down the track. No run.
So yes, confirmation we are not covering the Women's Ashes, but we will be. If you're on Twitter, you'll be able to join in with us and have a chat with us. Some of us will still be watching it and avidly tweeting about it. So that's the way it goes. So I guess White Line Wireless could be covering it too, and we're not.
Words for higher powers than us, Cat. So Cummins in again, flicked away by Billings behind square. They run through 4-2, and the score moves on to 88 for 5. Cummins has looked a little bit quieter in this over than he was looking in his previous overs, as he's nabbed Malan and Root, but last 29 balls, 11 runs, 3 wickets at 2.28 runs per over. The guts of the innings knocked over. Cummins in to complete his over, and Billings just prods us forward. It doesn't go anywhere particularly interesting. That's the end of the 26th over. England 88 for 5.
So a couple more tweets here. We have Sam Phillips is one who is disappointed. You mean I'm going to have to listen to the Fox commentators from next week? At least I've got a few days warning to dumb down my brain, shuddering at the mere thought. And we feel your pain, Sam, and definitely. We also have Imagine, and the name of Imagine is Sally R56. Isn't it time to put to bed the myth that the Kookaburra ball is machine stitched? They are hand stitched. She's linked to a video. I've been hearing this for years, and it's time to correct it. Thank you very much, Sally.
I will say it all the way through my commentary. The Kookaburra ball is a hand-stitched cricket ball. There you go.
Every time you describe every single ball, the hand-stitched ball leaves the hand of...
There's a note from Jason saying that we are going to be covering the T20s, West Indies versus England, which is probably why we've clashed with the Women's Ashes. It's a feeble excuse, Jason, but we'll go with it. Ollie Pope preparing to face the first ball of the new over from Mitchell Starc. This is down the leg side, raises arms, it flashes past his chest, and Carey takes it very high up in his chest as well. There was plenty of bite in that ball.
Yeah, they've done it the whole series, haven't they? Australia got the ball to carry through well. It's been a bit too much for most of the England batters.
Yeah, they certainly targeted Ben Stokes as soon as he came in. Cummins is right on the button. First ball out with him. So a couple of young English guns here. Sam Billings, Ollie Pope. We need them to do something here. This one is just prodded into the leg side for, again, no run.
When does a cricketer stop being young? Because Sam Billings is 30.
From my perspective, they're all young, so... I mean, they're your age group, aren't they, Jack? Not mine.
But that's older than me, actually.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Anyone who is 20 years younger than me classifies as young, so I'm with you, Steve.
Nobody can be 20 years younger than you, Kat. Come on. Even my daughter's not. Duke is entirely handmade. There you go. This is outside off stump, and a fine off drive from Pope. Dispatches this ball to the boundary for a 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
A really nice way to get off the mark by young Ollie Pope there.
Yeah, I'll accept young in the instance of Ollie Pope. You get value for your runs, don't you? Yeah. 23, 4.
Oh well, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
24. Just 24.
24.
2nd of January.
Thank you, Jason. Good cricketer, actually. I do like young Pope. Starc in again, fast and furious, and on the leg stump, and clipped very, very neatly by Pope to the boundary for another one of these.
I think everyone is hoping that Sam Billings does well. Just, to come into your first test match, everyone has their fingers crossed. So we're not going to even touch wood here. We're just knowing he'll get some big score.
I don't know. I reckon there's about 1 million Ben Folkes fans out there hoping that he fails.
Yeah.
That sounds like you.
No, I don't.
Is that you, Jack?
No. There's a lot of very angry Surrey fans.
Yes. I think Jason is one of them, isn't he? This is a good ball, actually. Just beats Pope. All ends up, actually, outside his off stump. The Aussies looked a little bit interested. Even David Warner still has his hands on his head with a wry smile, but clearly no edge, and Pope survives. Hard for folks to play from 11,000 miles away. Correct.
He could hardly do any worse.
Yes. Yeah, Starc right across the right-handed Pope, and little jab, not really forward, not really back, and Fortunately, no wood on that bit of leather. Stands very tall, Pope, when he's waiting, and again Starc in, and again almost a complete repeat of the previous ball, beats him outside his off stump. End of the over. Starc 7 overs, 1 for 40. Any messages?
Indeed, we have Mog saying, and to try iterate the follow-on fail chances. So Mog is talking England into it. Stop it, Mog. And Neil Frankland is saying, Guerrilla Cricket, cheer up. There's Woakes yet. So we're hoping that Woakes can do something, but he might not back till tomorrow, Steve.
Well, yes.
To get a ray.
Farong says the collapse is on ? I don't think the question mark was necessary, Farong. And Janet Hopper saying, if you were an England bowler, you'd be furious. So there you go. Yes,
Yeah, they've had 27 overs rest so far, haven't they? They need more.
Exactly. I agree with you, Janet, completely. The bowlers have to do everything. Not fair at all.
And Cummins continuing, and this one has beaten Sam Billings outside. A little bit of a waft from Sam there, but no bat on the ball, through to Carey, a dot ball. So England have, actually on replay it looks, all sort of wobbles past the outside of the bat. Does look as if he'd clipped it, but fortunately no, he didn't. Yeah, beautiful leg cutter there, actually. Broke away from Sam Billings. Cummins in again, and again Billings forward, and he's beaten outside his off stump through to Carey. This is Cummins has bowled very, very well since he came on. He's the 2 wickets that he took. While I think Malan was a bit of a strangle, actually his bowling has been exemplary. 3 for 19 off his 9.2 overs so far. And,
the thing about Cummins is he's sort of 7 bowlers wrapped into one, isn't he? He's a fast bowler, he's a line and length bowler, he can also sort of move the ball in both directions, get a bit of nibble off the seam.
Again on off stump, and Billings actually gets bat on ball to this one. It flies through to the gully area, fortunately along the ground, so no chance of a wicket, but 3 dot balls so far in this very good over from Cummins. You're right, actually, and actually captaincy seems to sit on his shoulders really well. Actually, it's taken to it very well.
Yeah, I like how he involves all the other bowlers. That's one of the things you criticise Root for sometimes, is leaving one or the other on the side.
Cummins in again, and this is forcefully driven on the offside through a mid-off area. Fortunately it's vacant, and it's gone to the boundary for another 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That wasn't really a half volley. That's a terrific shot from Sam Billings. He's sort of had enough of being beaten on the outside edge. Take a big stride down, and that's a really, really top quality shot.
Yeah, he sort of took a step out of his crease as well, actually, didn't he? Made that into a half volley. Quality shot. England only 203 runs behind now. Mog. Watching a.
No, that wasn't a replay.
I thought that was a replay.
That was the same shot again, Steve.
It was. Yeah. An absolute belter of a 4.
Seriously, that looks so much like a replay.
It was. even the scorers in Hobart haven't updated the score yet, but England have crashed through the follow-on with 2 very, very stylish off drives from Sam Billings, who's galloped to 10 off the 8 balls he's faced, and Cummins in again, and this is cautiously met with a forward defensive shot from Billings. It jags out to gully where it's fielded. It's the end of Cummins' over. His 2 forwards in that over have taken his figures to 3 for 27 off 10 overs. England 104 for 5.
And some quite a lot of tweets. Thank you, everyone. Spangley C on Twitter says it was all going okay for a few minutes. That's true, it was. Wombre Nuevo says, morning Gorilla Cricket. I did try and start with you at 3:30 a.m. with the technical gremlins, but fell back into cricket delirium dreams before I could place a GPL. What I do want to know now is when will England's subfielder, 12th man, Mr. Rain, come and save the day?
Do we know the weather forecast?
Fine, I think.
Fine for today, good. Okay. So we've got to look at days 3, 4 and 5 for some rain, haven't we?
Yeah. Mog is suggesting I'm only 26 or something, aren't you, Kat? Yes is the answer. I am 26. I'll accept 26 or anything lower.
Starc is continuing in the attack. First ball of his 8th over. Gone for 1 for 40 in stark contrast to Pat Cummins. Do you like my pun there?
No, we hate all puns. Come on. No, more puns, Steve. We do like puns.
I'll try. It's a bit early in the morning for them, really, here. It's very foggy in England, in London, I have to say. It's amazing outside.
Full of smog.
No, it's not. No one's been burning fires.
Oh, it's like record pollution, isn't it, Steve? In London at the moment.
They keep telling me that. I don't believe it. Starc in again, and Pope has just nudged this round the corner to a very short square leg. Given that there is no square leg in place, Starc has had to jog through to field off his own bowling. Yeah, it's interesting. Pope is definitely getting forward out of his crease. They're just watching a series of his shots here, and does look a quality cricketer. Let's hope he converts that into runs for the sake of us English boys and girls.
Yeah, it would be nice if there was one test in this series where going into day 3 it wasn't a foregone conclusion or a slim hope of an England draw.
A slim hope. Gosh.
I need a draw. I've got a bet on a 3-0 series result.
Have you?
Yeah.
Before the series started?
Yeah.
Well done. Good shout.
No, I think I'm way over. I'm not going to get it.
You must have been nervous at the end of the 4th test with Jimmy Anderson facing the last over. Albeit, was it Steve Smith? I think bowled the last over, but good hang in there. Starc has bowled the 3rd ball. It's gone as a dot. Sam Billings doing a little bit of gardening in his crease as he waits for Starc.
There's a cranky tweet here. It wasn't at Gorilla Cricket, but the supportress suggesting, I will never understand how people who can afford to sit close right behind the bowler are so stupid that they can't sit still when they're meant to.
Just for 6 balls. Starc in again over the wicket, and Billings has parried this away again off the I think he got bat on that off the outside edge through to Gully again, but wasn't really in control of that shot. But anyway, he survives. It's a dot ball.
Who are the old men that we keep
I don't know.
shots off?
There must be, I think they're
no idea.
Australians.
I thought they might be some Australian dignitary or another.
Oh yes, no. The one on the left is Ray Martin. He sort of hosted Current Affairs 60 Minutes, which was a current affairs show in the 80s and 90s in Australia.
Right. And the other bloke's even older than he is.
Yeah.
That's all I know.
They're at least 26, Steve.
They are. 27 I put them down as.
Yeah.
Starc in again, and Billings stands tall and just jabs us back down the track for the 4th dot ball of this over.
In response to those people moving around behind the bowler's arm, someone else has tweeted out, stop subtweeting the robot, which is a wonderful reply to that tweet.
Who was that from? It's brilliant.
Yeah, it is good. It's really good. That was from at Dr. Yobbo. Go and follow at Dr. Yobbo. He's almost as sweary as Mog, I seem to remember, on Twitter.
Almost, right, okay. 25 runs in the first 6 overs, 7 runs in the next 9. There you go. Again, It's just shoulders arm and lets this final ball of the over from Starc flash through to the wicket-keeper. Starc at the end of 8 overs, 1 for 41, England 105 for 5. Any messages, or are we right up to date, Kat?
No, we're not up to date, but I've now lost my thread. But I have to say that Dan Libke's tweeting out, wonderful to see England's two best wicket keepers batting together.
Well, I think Jason will have comments about Ben Folkes on that one. So England's two best wicket keepers in the squad, maybe, but
yes.
I'm sure Annie will come to Joss's defence very soon, very quickly.
Anna Forsyth is also defending Surrey. Surrey fans are angry people, don't rise to it. That was in response to our sledging of Surrey. And,
we like Surrey. As a Sussex man, I love Surrey.
So the name tag on the guy with Ray Martin was Dennis Rogers. We'll investigate who that was after this.
So Cummins continuing his successful spell to Pope. This has gone past the outside edge of Pope's back through to Carey. A dot ball.
Yeah, it's looking a little frenetic, Pope, isn't he? I think you could let that one go without dancing around.
Given the benefit of the doubt, he was sort of pulling out of the shot, wasn't he? So Cummins in again. This one's on the stumps and clipped very nicely. A much fuller ball. Is this going to beat the fielder to the boundary? It is. It's a win for the ball, and another one of these. Leaf clover. This is beginning to mess up Pat Cummins' figures here. He's into the 30s now. Dennis Rogers is an ex-chair of Australian Cricket Board, apparently.
No, there's more interesting Dennis Rogers that I found on Wikipedia.
Oh, I'm worried now. This one is sort of clattered into Pope's bodyguard, I think. The Australians looked a bit interested in appealing, but didn't. So anyway, 109 for 5 in the 30th over. Come on, but Kat, what's the info?
There is also a Dennis Rogers who's a grandmaster strongman, travelled the world and appeared more than 2,000 times in front of live audiences such as Letterman and Oprah. I choose to believe it's him.
Excellent. Again, Pope leaves this ball outside off stump, lets it go through to the wicketkeeper. Another dot ball. So England only trailing by 194. 5 wickets remaining. How much are they going to eat into that, I wonder, in the course of today? These two are actually putting together quite a nice little partnership. Billings 10 off his 13, Pope 13 off the 17 balls that he's faced. Cummins coming in again, but again pulls out. That's about the 3rd or 4th time he's done that. Losing his rhythm, losing his run up, and throws the ball up in the air to himself. So he wanders back quite quickly to his mark to try and re-bowl the 5th ball of this over. Moves the marker half an inch more to the right. I'm sure that's going to make a difference. We'll find out as he starts his run up. Again, over the wicket, and Popers glances down to the man at long leg, and just one more run onto the score. England move on to 110 for 5.
Jack, do you think he does that because he knows he's going to bowl a no ball? Is that what he's doing?
Well, he's that good.
I think he's that good.
I don't know. I was a batsman, not a bowler, but in the days when I used to bowl, it's all about rhythm, isn't it? If you're not right as you're running up, it doesn't matter what you do, but it's going to be a no ball. If you carried on through with it, you're going to bowl something horrible. So this time, a good ball sort of snaps back at Sam Billings, but it's fended off, dribbles through to Gully. That's the end of the 30th over of England's innings, 110 for 5.
Martin Lawrence on Twitter is saying I might have asked this question before.
We've got a changeover coming up.
Changeover?
Yeah, I think.
Would you want me to read this tweet?
Yeah, go on, read the tweet,
Malan-
and I'll say goodbye to everybody. Enjoy the game.
So I might have asked this question before, but when did rest days stop being a thing in Test cricket? Just heard Mike Atherton mention this on SEN about a rest day in his debut in 1989, and Adam Collins has replied and said, from memory, 1992 was the last time we had rest days. And Martin, trust me to notice the most niche things. So thank you very much to Steve, who has finished his ball-by-ball stint, and I'm now summarising. And Jack, you're on to ball-by-ball. I hope you're awake enough.
Yeah, rest day. I think they got rid of them, didn't they, when the cricket started to take take itself seriously as a professional sport.
Not just as an amateur thing, you mean?
Yeah, you can't just have a day off in the middle, can you? That's ridiculous.
It is.
Imagine if they tried to
helped
propose
injuries,
that
so
now.
you could have an ice bath for a whole day, Jack. That'd be quite good.
You could do that, yeah. Scott Boland will return to the attack. No wickets for Super Scott so far.
This bowler has a first name, it's S-C-O-T. When he comes charging in your pants, you'll likely be.
Here he is, Scott Boland, and Pope aims a big drive, but gets nothing but fresh air on that one. Carries through to Carey behind the stumps, and the Australian cordon hoots and hollers.
I'm liking the wallpaper, Jack.
Yeah, it's because it's jazzy, isn't it?
Yeah, there's someone on YouTube that's liking the wallpaper as well.
Good. I'm glad I could bring joy to the
Stephen
Saturday
Kelp,
morning.
pleasantly distracted by your wallpaper. Apparently.
We need a close-up of it. What is it? Is it zebras? I can't tell what it is.
Pope leaves outside off stump. It's there's zebras, cheetahs, giraffe, monkey, lion, and foliage.
Do you like animals then, Jack?
Well, I don't abuse them, if that's what you're asking.
I don't think that's what I was asking.
Oh, that's a bit defensive, Jack. We're very suspicious now.
It's just that I don't have animals on my wallpaper.
Do you like animals? Do you
Yes,
abuse animals?
I do. No, I don't. No, but I do like animals.
Scott Boland threw outside off stump, left alone by Pope. Yeah, they're all right,
I
aren't
think
they,
we can't believe you, Annie, unless we can see your wallpaper. Where's the evidence you actually like animals? Like
My
Jack does?
wallpaper is just so dull. Well, I've got this.
Oh no, that's proof. That's absolute proof.
Oh wow, yeah, that's 3D.
To be able to put your hands on an animal like that is absolute proof, particularly a wild animal.
Now I feel like an idiot because my animals are just drawings. Can't touch them at all. Here is Scott Boland once more, and Pope defends in between front and back foot, but in
This
line.
is very loose now that Annie's come on.
Sorry.
Distracting Jack. This never would have happened when Steve was doing ball by ball.
I do apologise. Let's get back to the cricket. Forget your wallpaper.
Well, as long as we're not distracting the England batters, who are doing very well, we don't want to be distracting Pope and Billings. They're
I like
building a wonderful partnership, right, Jack?
Yeah, well, Steve has mentioned this, and you've just said they're doing very well. Is that what this England team has reduced us
20
to?
odd.
Partnership of 25 is now
touch wood
very well.
quickly.
Pope's edged and he's gone. There we go. The very good partnership is over.
That
Pope
massive
playing
partnership.
Bloody hell.
miles
Bloody
outside of
England.
stump, feeling for the ball, thin edge caught behind by Carey.
The beautiful description there, Jack. I think that is call of the series. Pope's edge, and he's gone. That was absolutely the call of the series. Fantastic.
One wicket keeper goes.
Yes.
Look, Annie, I can tell you what we're up to with tweets. We are up to Mog's
Martin
about
Lawrence.
to say, what is this sweary as Mog business? That's what I was up to.
Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of. I've been listening, Kat.
Good. Herein.
Yeah.
Super. Bloody Boland. Why did they let him bowl if he was going to get the England players out? That's not fair at all.
Yeah, he's a bit miserly as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, Pope's very angry about that. He feels the edge and then immediately pounds the face of his bat with his right hand in anger. Maybe disbelief.
And Pope's very
as well.
unlucky too, because we know that most of the England players have edged behind and Australia didn't even appeal. So it feels
did that actually happen?
That actually happened. Yeah.
Well, there we go.
So we had Crawley was out, I believe, and also Malan. They both edged behind with a feather that was not called and not picked up and no appeal and not out. So
Chris Woakes is the new man at the crease, taking guard.
Woakes was fit, got out of bed, went and had himself a net, found this way that his heel had healed, passed the test and he went to the team.
Wonder what he'll be able to do. Scott Boland's test career so far, I was going to look this up, but
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
3 matches, 15 wickets, average of 8.93. Here he comes again. It's an edge and it's dropped. It's an absolute sitter at first slip. Dave Warner, he ends up on his backside to add to the humiliation. It should have been 2. Woke should be gone first ball, but he gets a reprieve. Bad luck, Scott Boland.
He's going to go on and get 100 now.
Maybe England 110 for 6.
that was a comical drop from David Warner. He has dropped it, and he.
And if it falls, I'll pick it up. Just pick it up, mate.
That is as bad as the Broad fall over on his first ball, and it's as bad as the Labuschagne fall over to be dismissed. Warner has made the triumvirate here of the falling over, doing silly things.
Whose dog is that? Is that yours? Cat?
That's Batman. Yeah, that's Batman. I don't know what's happened, but Dan's
your
gone to
dog, Cat.
investigate. Yeah, I'll go on mute for a minute.
Okay, Mog says, what is this sweary's Mog business? Oh, and I've run out of time because it's bowling again.
Green in and off the inside edge of Billings' bat. He looks around, but he didn't know where it was going. It didn't trickle onto the stumps. I think it hit his pad and rolled forward, so a little bit lucky for Billings there.
Is this ball. Green if we haven't had his jingle yet?
Cameron Green Appreciation Society. God save Mitchell Marsh's brand of all-round variety. We are the Cameron Green Preservation Society. His injuries cause all of us excessive anxiety.
He comes again. Cameron Green wide of off stump and left alone by Billings. We can try and get some tweets in between balls if you want that.
Okay, cool, yeah. Anna Forsyth says, see, us Middlesex fans have embraced melancholy. No anger here. So this is going back to the Surrey comment about Surrey being angry all the time. Middlesex have kind of got used to having Owen Morgan not do anything for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here is Green once more. Into Billings' hip, who turns it into the leg side, very straight towards mid-wicket, where Mitchell Starc picks the ball up, gives it a shine on his arse.
James Humberson says, is it my imagination or is David Warner becoming a caricature of himself as we watch him?
I think he's toned it down overall, the Dave Warner-ness.
Do you think?
Yeah, I think we had peak Warner 2016-17. So Billings carves this through the offside off the back foot, well in front of square, through extra cover. That's a terrific shot, great timing, and it will be 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It's nice to see Billings carry on with his the form he's been showing in the BBL, isn't it?
Don't curse him, Annie. Don't curse him.
So, yeah.
I know he's going to be out now.
Yeah, great partnership so far, 4 runs.
It's fantastic partnership, isn't it?
That was a really good shot though, a lot of flair to that.
Yeah, well, he is a strong player. It's
Here he is, facing up. That's in his hip, and it deflects off his body Behind square on the leg side, Alex Carey runs round to pick the ball up, and they get through for what I think will be given as a leg bye. No, I didn't see anything there to suggest that it was off the bat, but it has been given as a run, so what do I know? England up to 115 now, closing that gap. Only 188 runs separating them from Australia.
Yeah, it's not bad for us, actually.
I think floodlights are starting to take effect. It was very gloomy when I first logged on to commentate.
That's because it was the middle of the night, Jack.
Yeah, about 40 minutes ago. Well, no, it's only about 40 minutes ago. As green is through once more, bouncer, and Woakes ducks it. There will be no run. It ends the over. Billings on 15, Woakes on 0, England on 115. What's going on social media?
Well, Mog says, I miss intervals in movies, and given how pointlessly fucking long films are now, they need to come back. I agree, I quite like the intervals in movies, and double bills. Do you have double bills in Australia, Kat? Cause,
not very often, actually. Not often enough. It is good, but it's a long time to be at the cinema.
Yeah, but oh god, I used to love going to double bills. It probably, way before your time, Jack.
Well, yeah.
You've got to be at least 26 to know.
Yeah, at least 26.
Is that where you got the news as well?
Yeah, about
the newsreel.
Yeah, what was happening? Oh dear.
Buddy Boland will continue with his second over of this spell. Well wide well stump and left alone by Sam Billings. No run.
Nestless
sunset in Hobart. Yeah, isn't for another 90 minutes, but it looks gloomy. Maybe it isn't the floodlights that are taking effect, although they are on. Maybe it's a patch of blue sky passing over.
Maybe it's just a little bit brighter.
Yes. Yeah.
Nestless is saying things are so bad we're discussing Jack's wallpaper. But it is impressive wallpaper, though.
And speaking of Jack's wallpaper, I think Knuckles said Jack's commentating from the middle of a Wes Anderson film.
Yeah, it's got a certain Andersonian vibe to it, hasn't it?
What's that? The Grand Budapest Hotel? Is that the one of the movies? Anyway.
That's one of them. Yeah. There's a bunch with Bill Murray. One with the dogs.
What's the wallpaper like in your other rooms, Jack?
Well, it's. I think they're painted, the other rooms. Boland in, defended towards square leg, no run. Not square leg point, the other square leg. It's just plain.
Okay,
Do you want me to show you?
At some point, maybe. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Well,
we like that you've chosen the most creative backdrop possible for us.
Well, what it was, this is actually the kitchen, and I was going to try and make a sneaky cup of tea.
That's the kitchen.
I haven't had the opportunity. Yeah, it's the kitchen.
Oh, okay.
Why is that so appalling?
Well, just before it was the nursery.
Boland in. It seems past the outside edge of Billings' bat, who plays the line inside the line, and gets away with one there. Yeah, this is the kitchen. The other there's two walls are like this. It's very, if you're listening on the radio, sorry about this. It's very abstract, and then two are tiled and.
The feature wall. You've got a feature wall.
It's like a double feature wall. Yeah, speaking of.
I'm not sure you'd call it a feature wall, Annie, but we're being generous.
Dot ball. 5 dots from Boland so far to Billings. Can he join them up here? I wonder if Billings is going to think, probably not yet, because Woakes can bat. He's going to start thinking about farming the strike. Should another wicket go down?
I'd hope not with Woakes.
Yeah, well, no, I mean Woakes is
yeah.
As close as England get to a proper batter, isn't it?
In the whole team.
yeah, exactly. Boland in, and he does look for a quick single. Woakes and Billings get almost halfway down before they decide against it. It's a maiden for Boland.
Another maiden for Boland.
And England stay on 115.
This is Boland is this older man because he's 32. He's just proving that you can play cricket at any age, and we should definitely be having someone like Darren Stevens playing for us.
So wouldn't Darren Stevens have been 32 himself when Scott Boland probably turned professional around the
Yes,
age of
probably.
18?
Darren Stevens is 5, yeah. Anyway, let's move on before Cameron Green bowls. Mog says time to drop Warner. Dead weight.
Take him out of sleep at least.
Yeah, useless.
Here is Green to Woakes, wide of off stump. Woakes playing away from his body pushes it into the offside where it is fielded. At cover, there will be no run.
On on YouTube, Marcus Fox says England should send out some batsmen next tour.
Well, we got
think
no
that's
evidence
harsh.
that Billings is not a batter. Billings could top score for England this series.
What does he need? About 150.
Yeah, he's
Oh.
only got 15.
Woakes fences at one, properly squared up by Green there, but he doesn't edge it, not quite good enough to get an edge on that delivery. Goes through to Carey.
If you're going to edge it, you've got to edge it to Dave Warner, I feel. And there's plenty of slips there waiting. They're waiting for sure.
They really are.
Yep, gets a round of applause that from Pat Cummins. As he comes again, Green, and that is an edge, but it's along the floor. It's controlled well enough, and I think this will trickle into the third man boundary. It does. Dave Warner cannot reel it in, and Steve Smith is there as well to shepherd the ball into the rope.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It's a great partnership so far, isn't it?
Yes. No. And what are we up to now? 9, 10. Good soft hands from Woakes there. I think he was beaten probably by the length of that delivery, playing forward to one that maybe he should have left or gone back to. But he.
Now, our producer, or possibly even our listeners as well, think we should get back on track by discussing whether Scott Boland is Australia's Shardul Thakur, mystifyingly good.
No, he's way better than Shardul Thakur. As Woakes leaves one. Shardul Thakur, I like the Lord. I like how much he tries, and I like how he's actually turned himself into quite a skillful bowler, bowling the wobble scene and stuff like that. But I think at least in Australian conditions, from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, there's a bit
Boland's
of Glenn
really
McGrath in Boland, isn't there? A sort of metronomic bowling.
Woakes plays a drive at that one and misses. His feet just aren't moving here, Woakes. He's either sort of prodding forward to very back of a length deliveries, or just standing there and wafting. That was a stand there and waft.
Really,
maybe he's got the way too long spikes in. Maybe he needs to take out the super long
He's stuck.
spikes.
You mean?
He's planted. Yeah.
It could be that. Who knows? But yeah, I don't know.
There's been discussion of Scott Boland playing county cricket, which would be an interesting thing to see.
Yeah, definitely. Especially if he plays for Somerset.
Here's Green again, and that is guided towards Gully on the bounce by Woakes. It ends the over. I think he'd do very well in England, and I wouldn't be surprised actually if we saw him in England in the next Ashes series as like a backup rotational option.
Yeah, I agree. Messenger says, just went to give the ducks their daily feed and noticed that today there were 15 of them, which seems appropriate as there was one for each English duck in the Ashes so far. Thanks, Messi.
Oh, yes. Good work.
Dear. And I've got one on YouTube. Matthew Thomas says he's loving the commentary, listening over the lake in Wanaka, New Zealand. Australian crush on ice. There you go.
What's an Australian crush on ice? Is that some sort of drink?
No, I don't think it's even a thing. But send us the recipe if you've got it.
Yeah, I'd like one. Maybe
in your
about 8:30
kitchen,
in the morning.
You could whip one up.
Yeah.
Are you by the table in your kitchen?
Am I by the table?
Yeah.
Well, as in sat at the table, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm doing the conventional thing that you do.
Oh, sitting at a
tables.
table.
Yeah. It's,
Okay, cool.
no, I suppose it'll turn it into
my puppy has decided to squeak his squeaky duck toy, so I hope it's more omen.
I hope he doesn't do 15 of them.
Yeah.
We missed a ball there to begin the over. It was a dot, but wallpaper and tables was much more interesting. Second delivery of the over, Boland beats Billings, I think. It's a moral victory. Billings does get over it though, and sort of steers it through fourth slip, and that will run into the fence for another 4 runs for England.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And not maiden for Boland.
Yeah. Just added 25% more or 33% more runs to the total.
How tall is Boland?
Conceded. But he's
I don't
in.
think he's that tall.
No.
Hit Billings on the bottom hand there, and he rings it out. But he'll be okay. Carry on, I think. He looks tall enough.
Tall enough for
International cricket, I suppose.
6'2". 6'2".
6'2". Okay.
Yeah, that's definitely tall enough, isn't it? That's,
But it's definitely tall enough. Yeah. What's your? Do you think they should have? England should have played Overton because he's tall and it's that sort of bouncy pitch.
Oh, not just to give him a little bit of exercise. Boland in, and Billings defends back past him towards mid-off. No run. Yeah, why not? It doesn't seem like they picked a team or a bowling lineup full of people who are fit.
Is he even out here, Annie?
Yeah, he's out here. He's been out here for the whole thing. Been good at making drinks, obviously. But yeah,
good at mixing drinks. He could mix us up one of those crushes.
Australian crushes,
yeah.
I'd just be interested to see. I'm not pushing for him to play. I'd just have been interested to see how he'd have played on this pitch.
Boland in, wide of off stump and left alone by Billings.
I think
England only trail by 180 now. So within touching distance.
Yeah, it must be one of the closer games.
I don't know. Has anyone got the first inning deficits so far? I mean,
I'm sure Knuckle can look them up for us.
Yeah. This is definitely not the worst.
It doesn't feel like the worst.
Yeah. Here is Boland again, defended by Billings, and Boland, he could have picked that up, but he turns, collects his hat and heads back to his fielding position and lets one of the peons do the
He's
hard
not
work for
happy
him.
not to have got a maiden, that's why he's a bit annoyed.
Make the minions pick up your cricket ball.
Yes, absolutely. Ravi Nair says, I've decided to do Cat Jones facts to prove we have the one and only real Cat Jones. Fact 1, Cat Jones has a 14-year-old son but doesn't talk about him because he plays cricket.
Really?
Don't know.
No, I definitely talk about him quite often. And he broke his arm though, so he hasn't played this season, sadly, but he is about to get back into it. We have a break over Christmas and then there'll be more junior cricket to come. But it'll be too late to talk about on Gorilla by then.
He then goes on to say Cat Jones is actually an alias for Catwoman.
Oh yeah, that's true too. Yeah.
Cameron Green is in and Woakes leaves outside off stump. There's about 5 minutes to go until the dinner or tea or afternoon supper break.
We've got the first innings deficits from
we have we?
Ooh,
So we
wow.
come out.
Yeah.
First inning, first match, Gabba, 278, Adelaide 237, MCG 82, SCG 122. So at the moment they're middle of the pack, but they could have made it. Maybe they can get to that SCG 122. As Green is in, and I don't know what kind of a shot that was, but it sort of works for Woakes. He completely squares himself up and defends the ball with the spice of his bat in front of his face into the wicket. It is.
So at the moment we're trailing by 180. So I have faith. I think Billings and Woakes can get us to at least an 80-run deficit. at most an 80-run deficit.
100. They're going to get 100 between them.
100 partnership.
Definitely.
Yeah. It's Woakes plays and misses at that one from Green. And
All we need is an injury. All we need is an injury for Starc, Cummins, and Boland. I mean, that's
all
all
three of them. They could all run into
I
each
don't
other.
know. I don't really like what I'm seeing here from Woakes against Green. So can we add Green to the list?
Add Green to
Yes,
the mix.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's
four of
4
them.
injuries. I think we were going okay with 3 injuries, but 4, maybe not.
Did we get Lyon in there?
I don't know what Woakes is trying to accomplish with that, but he survives another one. I think he was trying to turn it into the leg side, and it goes to cover. There will be no run. Is Lyon even playing?
Yes.
It's hard
Where's
to tell.
Lyon?
He hasn't been bowling, has he?
He
Which
did
is
take a
really
good
interesting.
catch.
He took a
He did
good
take a
catch,
good
didn't he? And he batted annoyingly, didn't he?
Well, yes. Green will come in for the 5th delivery of his over, climbs up into Woakes' ribs, and he will score a run, dropping it into the leg side with this kind of vacant area square of the wicket.
Indeed, Lyon's cameo was 31 from 27 balls, including 3 glorious sixes. He was incredible. He's now hit more sixes at the this Blunston Arena than Ricky Ponting has ever hit in Tasmania.
Wow.
There we go.
He
Take
was
that,
very funny.
Punter.
See, Jack, he is playing.
Yeah. Woakes, a thickish outside edge along the front. It wasn't Woakes, it was Billings. Fielded by Khawaja at gully. No run. That brings that over to a close. I think we will have time for one more before the interval.
I'll just carry
Annie,
on.
before you go into
Oh,
tweets,
yeah.
I might say that the reason that Lyon isn't bowling is probably because he fancies himself as a batter now. So maybe he's never going to bowl again.
Yeah, excellent. We'll go with that. I'll just carry on with Ravi Ned because he said your K9 partners are Batman and Robin.
Yes.
Mog says, get down to the Astor cat. Quality double bills all the time. There you are.
Yes,
There,
I love the Astor, but it's a little bit risky in COVID times. It's a very old-fashioned cinema, but it is glorious. In fact, Hitchcock movies, quite often there. We have an alternate podcast about Hitchcock movies. So
double bill Hitchcock, that would be good.
Yes.
Anna also says, speaking of Wes Anderson, were we? I can't remember.
We were.
Has anyone seen French Dispatch? I saw it this week and enjoyed it. Very style over substance, but good fun.
Well, we know that Jack is in a Wes Anderson movie at the moment. Someone is filming it.
I heard
Oh, yes,
bad
we heard.
things about the French Dispatch. So,
did you?
Things or bad things, Jack?
yeah, I don't know. I just did not hear good reviews from anyone. But there's another drop in the slips. Woakes playing miles away from his body. It's aiming a drive, I think. There, it's
That
gone
was a
fast.
synchronised bit of fielding, wasn't it?
Yeah, it went very fast to the left of third slip, Usman Khawaja. Maybe he should have left it for second slip, Steve Smith. And it's parried into the floor. So look at that replay.
Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough chance. It's one that's sometimes caught. It's probably a 60%er. 70%er.
Would have been a very good catch.
Yeah. As Boland is through and another one is left. Well, that one is left outside off stump. We get gilt
And
cam.
the Australian slips are very close together. We were talking about this earlier and how
They really are.
how tight they are. They are very close.
Yeah, which does add to, you can get this sort of thing happening where they're falling in front of each other. Therefore,
Yeah, so that's the second time Woakes has been dropped in the slips off Boland. It's been a curious innings from the England.
yeah,
unbreak, but
often
he's
when they're
still there.
scratchy to start, though, it goes on to,
Great
be a
things.
fantastic innings.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 100
that-
partnership. It's coming.
Yeah.
He hits the ball with the middle of the bat at that time. There will
Yeah.
be no run as it goes to mid-on.
As Knuckles says, Woakes is 5 for 2. I am going to the Basin Reserve. Says that Warner drop was the worst bit of ham acting that I've ever seen in cricket, and I've seen Dean Jones.
Do you think it was a fake drop? Was it a Wes
Boland.
Anderson movie?
Again, left alone by Woakes, no run. As he trudges back to his mark, Scott Boland. He doesn't look very happy.
He's serious. I think he's a very focused guy.
Yeah,
he doesn't look like he laughs a lot, particularly when people drop him in the slips.
Yeah, it's not that funny.
Not an
though, is
amusing
it?
thing. No. But we're quite happy about it because the England innings goes on.
Yes, yeah. What's the deficit? Is it still 180? 179? 179.
179. You see,
yeah.
it's flying by.
It was only half an hour ago that it was 180. It seems like hours or minutes. Goodness
Woakes
me.
defends. There will be no run there. One ball to go until the break.
Please
Scott
survive,
Boland
God. Please survive.
Oh,
Woakes.
God, yes.
will deliver it. He's had Woakes in a bit of trouble. If you can get to the break, mate, he can reset Woakes, come out again, and maybe get the big one that we're all hoping that he will get. He drives the last ball of the session. 2 extra cover on the bounce. There will be no run. England 124 for 6 off 37 overs so far. Thoughts, Kat, and I'll get the scorecard up.
Well, I think that even though England are 124 for 6, and they've only faced 37 overs, you know, the two batters are strolling off. Billings and Woakes, they've done their piece. You know, Billings has made 19. He's faced 32 deliveries. He'd be feeling quite chipper, I would imagine, because he has done nothing wrong in this entire series. In fact, he's the only England player that has done nothing wrong. So he's feeling quite happy. Woakes is feeling quite happy. He's survived some terrible catching in the slips from Australia. So these two are the stars of the England Ashes series so far.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Billings is
Would you
quite
agree,
a
Annie?
jolly. Yeah,
Thank you.
Billings is quite a jolly chap anyway. I think he'll just be delighted to be there, and he can do no wrong really, because he can't do any worse than anyone else. So.
And even if he does some wrong, what does he care? He's got a fabulous T20 career ahead of him playing for franchise T20 teams. So he has nothing to lose, and that's a great position to be in for Billings, which means he'll probably fire and do extremely well. He's going straight from, the Australian to the CPL to the IPL. He's done well no matter where. So
he does well in county cricket. Thank you, Kat.
Yeah. Fantastic. So he's a triple threat. He's got it all.
Mm-hmm.
Right, this is what's happened today. Australia were batting many hours ago in the dark hours that we call the night. England actually did all right. They managed to knock them over for just 303. So what was that? 50-ish more added to the overnight score. Nathan Lyon, as we were saying, the star, with 31 from 27 balls before he was bowled by Broad. Mark Wood dragged his figures back a little bit, finished with 115 for 3. Broad 59 for 3. Woakes 64 for 2. And Robinson did not bowl another over this morning, which is a concern for England moving through this match.
Certainly not helping.
Yeah, England's batting went well for 1.3 overs, and then they ran out Rory Burns for 0. So his hell tour continues. Someone finally hit the stumps. Marnus Labuschagne with a good run out. Zach Crawley was caught soon after that by Travis Head at short square leg off the bowling of Pat Cummins. David Malan edged behind. They appealed. They did not review. So he repeated the trick and went for 25. Root pinned LBW. Ben Stokes caught at point by Nathan Lyon off the bowling of Starc, and Ollie Pope, the last man to fall, for 14 after a great partnership.
Fantastic partnership.
Let me just work this out now. Exactly 25 runs with Sam Billings.
Still, partnership of the series, for sure.
Yes, yeah. That means Billings and Woakes are at the crease. Billings is 19 not out. Woakes 5 not out. Starc has 1 wicket. Pat Cummins has been the pick of the bowlers with 3 for 32, and Scott Boland hasn't been bad either. 1 wicket for 17 runs for him, and 2 dropped catches in the slips over the last 25 minutes. So he can count himself a little unfortunate, although I think he'll probably take the Test career he's had so far. Anything final on social media?
Yeah, quite a lot.
Off? Yeah, well, let's get through some of that.
Yeah, Ravi Nair's continuing with his Cat Jones facts. She's allegedly married, but his name is Libke. What is his surname? Is it Libke? How do you say?
Yeah.
Okay. What sort of husband doesn't take his wife's name? A sick one, that's who.
There's no marriage there, guys. It's all living in sin, I'm afraid.
Oh, shocking. Absolutely shocking. I don't know if I can appear with you again. Dirty sad. The cricket is messing with my sense of reality. I wake up every morning feeling I've seen this day before. Yeah, groundhog. Nestler's saying Jack getting grilled like he lives in an igloo or a hole in the ground. Yeah, about your wallpaper, Jack. Sorry. All right.
This is wallpaper of the series, I might say. We have not seen any other good wallpaper, and a lot of English houses have wallpaper, a lot more than Australian houses, I might say.
Yeah, I want to actually have dinner at your house, Jack, and see that wallpaper sometime.
What, by yourself? Just
that's fine. I don't mind.
Whip yourself up some macaroni cheese.
Just one night when Jack's out on the town, you can go in and have a microwave dinner in Jack's kitchen.
There's no microwave, so don't do that. You have to cook from scratch around here.
Well, maybe I'll just come for a cup of tea. Eric says, I'm about to put the tennis on. Suggest we all do the same. Mog says, question for the erudite and those steeped in law. What was the lowest first innings test score to enforce the follow-on? I'll leave that for Knuckle. Messi Jez says, fuck, England are bad at this game. I'm kind of relieved they didn't come to Perth with this sort of performance. And Phil with no, we'll leave that one. And on YouTube I have Nigel Jones saying, good morning everyone, this is painful to watch. This series has been so one-sided, it's embarrassing. And he's saying it's going to continue until the out-of-touch ECB take our 4-day format seriously. And talking about county championship, I can't believe the fixtures still haven't been released. I'm with you all the way there, Nigel. Okay, well that'll do me.
Yep, that sounds good. We will head to break now. Knuckle, I'm sure, will appear to tell us what you will be listening to at said break, and be back in, well, not that long now, 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, speaking of somebody trying to make English cricket better, it's a chat between Tony Bishop and Chevy Green, the director of the ACE programme down in South London.
We'll talk a little bit about how, for example, the Cricket Supporters Association and yourself are kind of tackling a similar problem from different aspects. Yours very much on the playing and participation side, theirs on the spectator side. But is that a problem that's genuinely there? And by doing what you're doing, can the ACE programme really be a key part in shifting attitude as well as getting that participate? I know the two things go hand in hand, but you clearly have the opportunity and are part of creating an attitude shift actually in the game as well as to bring people in from outside it. The two must go hand in hand.
Yeah, and just like you said, there's changing behaviours and shaping attitudes. That's what it's sad that cricket is like that for for the best part of how many years in this country. I can give you a personal example. I remember I went to a few years ago. We had the national conference at Lords. Over 200 people in the room for one of their programs. All the kind of senior management within cricket, from Cricket Scotland down to Cricket Plymouth. And I walked into this room and I looked around and I was just like, wow, is there any other black people in here? There's not many. Where's the Asian people? Where's the women? Where's the Asian women? Where's the black women? It's just like, unfortunately, cricket is predominantly dominated by old white men, and a lot of the thoughts and the processes.
He says, talking to an old white man.
Yeah, I know. And I don't mean that by any offense, but it's just the reality of cricket in the country, that all the senior management across all the county boards was predominantly I'd say 90 to 95% white men, and it's just trying to diversify that and trying to change that. And through this program, we want to do that. And even on the spectator side, like I said, through being based at the Oval, the charity's based, and obviously the history says sorry. We've always been in conversations that when West Indies will come in the summer just gone, what we was putting our kind of feel on what that might look like for fans. And it's sad that you go back to the Oval used to be a heartbeat of having a big history of West Indian fans coming in, because there's a real connection there. You had the music, the food, everything else, and the same Oval that embraced that community was one of the first the first grounds to stop allowing the music to come in for fans and stuff like that. So and over time, then you see the Barmy Army developed, and the trumpet guy and everything else, and it's like, well, you stopped that for one community, now you've allowed it for another. And in recent times as well, you got the Barahat Army comes in with the drums, and it's a fantastic atmosphere. And the Bangladesh fans, when we had the ICC Champions Trophy and World Cup and stuff, it's massive. And now it's just trying to, unfortunately, by stopping a lot of the black British community who were supporting the West Indies, coming in with the conchs and the horns and the music and everything else, he lost a lot of people. People thought, well, I can't go to the cricket and be myself and enjoy it, so they end up stop going. And I guess that's filtered through on the spectator side, and hopefully through programs like ourselves and others, and like you mentioned, we can get more fans coming in and making them feel like that the Oval and other county grounds and are places for them to watch cricket and enjoy. And regardless of whether it's the other thing is, I don't want it just to be, well, West Indies are here, so let's get all the black people involved to watch cricket. Let's be encouraging the communities to watch it all the time, because a lot of especially the young children, they're British. A lot of them have never been to the Caribbean.
And that comes back to the role models that they can look up to actually playing the game.
Like one of our, we got a young scholar on our program. His favorite player is Joe Root. He loves Joe Root, and he's not. We're kind of managing his expectations. You're never going to get to play to that level of Joe Root, but actually we found over this process he's really good in front of the camera, really good speaking on camera, and you might get to in a year or 2 years time you might actually interview Joe Root, and that is actually a realistic opportunity that we can develop through some of the media channels and links that we have. So it's just trying to empower the young people where we can. And these children their influences are British, their culture, a lot of them is British, and it's just trying to make sure that even if it's England against Australia and New Zealand, we're doing what we can to encourage more young black people to come into places like the Oval to feel like they can watch cricket and have a good time.
Well, let's just come on to, for a moment, if we may, a couple of things which probably aren't at the centre of the remit of what ACE does, but ACE must, I guess, ultimately somehow seek to impact. One is the cost of sport. Now, I'm not an economist, but I do know, having two sons who have played the game, one very much still does. Cricket bat can cost you up to £1,000. Not to mention all the kit, and if you play for a club, you've got the shirt sponsorship on the shirt and all kinds of stuff like that. So it's an expensive game to play. Something like 22% people living in challenged circumstances in the UK. I might venture that inner cities and therefore some of the communities you're looking to attract perhaps over-index where those challenges are. Is there anything that you can do to somehow enable them to get them started with kits, with equipment? Because it you know, otherwise the risk is it just continues to be a white man's game for people who went to public school, right? And somehow we have to break that. And kit and equipment is actually a big part of that. So is there anything ACE can do on that front?
Yeah, no. For sort of as part of our scholarship program for the children on our academy, we have bursaries in place to cover equipment if required, travel expenses if required. So we've got funding in place to cover all those costs. And like you said, cricket is an expensive game. Bats now are like £400, some of them, and or maybe more. And that's a holiday. You get two of them. There's your grand alone. The helmet that can cost up to nearly £100, and the boots and the pads and the gloves. It's very, very expensive sport. So we do have funding in place to mitigate against those costs, and that will be an ongoing thing. And some players need more assistance than others, and some don't. But it's also just creating a safe space for parents and players to feel like they can ask us for support financially if they do need it, because some people are proud and they don't want to see that they're asking for help or a handout here or there. But we do have the funding in place to support that if players do require any additional support. So we've got funding in place for equipment and travel, etc., and anything really that if they can't really afford that they need.
Also, Chevy, even on issues like affordability of equipment, which is such a big challenge to participation and inclusion, it sounds like your charitable status and the plans you have in place are set to overcome that. We talked about black people feeling more welcome at games, and it sounds to me as though the cricket world, you're pushing the cricket world to make that happen. And Surrey, would you agree? Surrey are quite at the forefront of that.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a massive part of the game to make people feel welcomed into it, and the fans not feeling that the Oval was a place for them before. And I think, like we said, the Barmy Army have a nice space when England are playing, and when India are over, the Bharat Army do. And we was working with Surrey on creating like an area for the West Indian fans where you can have like your jerk pans and a rum shack, and just kind of make it more Caribbean food type options for the West Indies fans to make you feel welcomed in there. And I think all grounds have that responsibility to make everyone feel welcome, that it's a place for them, and even in general, not just when the West Indies are here, but for us, the Oval is in Lambeth, and we've got a massive Caribbean, African and Portuguese community, so the food stalls should be kind of reflective of that, the food options, and just embracing all the community as best as you can.
Well, that is phenomenal. So we looked at that mission statement, you want to accelerate change. We looked at supporting diverse talent and grassroots to the elite, building grassroots programs, creating an elite academy, and actually including the development of coaching to bring coaching into the game. We talked about the addition of role models, the financial support that can be given to aspirant young Black and African Caribbean players. So and indeed we talked a little bit about working with the Cricket Supporters Association. So as you effect change from within the game, from the playing and participation side, they're looking at the supporters side, and effectively you're pushing in the same direction. It's incredibly exciting. It's an incredibly exciting initiative. It's off to a fantastic start. Just to conclude, tell us, if I want to know more or I want to get involved and I catch this interview, who should I talk to, and what are the ways I can help?
Yeah, no, you can contact myself. Anyone can contact me. At my email, which is chevy@aceprogram.com. I'll repeat it again. Chevy, CHEVY @aceprogram.com. And you can check out our website at aceprogram.com as well. And we keep a lot of our up-to-date things that I've got.
Well, we're back. And And it will not surprise you, probably, that we're back with England once again in the mire at 124.46, 179 behind in Hobart. Sam Billings, 500 miles he drove to get 90 minutes away he was from getting on a flight home. He couldn't. He turned tail, drove from Queensland to Sydney to meet up with the England squad to answer the call. And they're not asking much of him, really, are they, Messers, at the moment?
I don't know. I apologise. I posted a very frustrated tweet just before the break saying how bad England are at this. I'm just so
glad
frustrated.
they're not coming to Perth, you said.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a shambles. I really was looking forward to some competition, particularly in this Test match with what looked like being a reasonable batting pitch. But these two are just awful to watch. I think there's been some very good bowling, but God.
What, 2 drop catches as well, Annie? How unusual is that?
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, if it was England, you'd be thinking, but Australia.
Yeah, well, Woakes' first ball it was, and then he got dropped again. First one was Warner, second one was Khawaja, wasn't it?
Yeah. Like Knuckles said, 5 for 2 years.
He is. Anyway, let's jingle up. Whether it's the bowler or the batsman, I'm not quite sure, but we're jingling someone.
Stroking the ball through the covers, pinging it deep through backward. Billings is softly scoring runs. Billings is softly hitting long, laying his own shots undeterred. Billings is softly.
Well, he's going to be softly facing Cameron Green, and deals come to be enough with the first delivery, which is guided really to point where Nathan Lyon.
The Cameron Green Appreciation Society. God save Mitchell Marsh's brand of all-round variety. We are the Cameron Green Preservation Society. His injuries cause all of us excessive anxiety.
Nathan Lyon, who took that fabulous catch to dismiss Stokes. In comes Green again. That one is past the outside edge. Ooh, that was close. A little fish from Billings. Probably, he's done pretty well. He's looked solid enough. Well, certainly compared with what's gone before.
Solid enough. It's like last time we were saying in the last session, we were just saying how a partnership of 20 is a good partnership, and now we're saying
if you consider he's in a procession of jellies, then he's wobbled slightly less. Green in, forward, and a big shout for LBW. Not given by umpire Rod Tucker, whose eaglish features and looked back down the track.
As an England supporter, it's not comfortable viewing watching these two bat, I have to say.
Well, no, it isn't. But they're fighting. What more could you ask right here, right now? If you remove all context and you focus only on the confrontation in front of you, then Sam Billings has been chucked into this straight out of white ball cricket, where he's been smashing runs around in the Big Bash. It's quite a different kettle of fish here. As in comes Green. This is driven away, doesn't quite evade mid-off though. Diving stop.
These bloody fielders keep getting in the way, don't they?
Well, yes, they do. Unlike Australia, though, they've actually shelled a couple of catches, which is been something that England have done a fair bit of.
The Warner one was quite fun.
That hit both the bowlers and mid-off, I think, on that occasion. I've got a very jerky feed here. I don't know if that's an issue in the studio or whether it's me. I have sorted out most of my internet issues. As in comes Green, up onto his toes, just keeps it down, pushes it into the onside, does Billings.
I have to say that... Sorry.
And it is a studio issue, which makes me at least relieved that my internet upgrade investment isn't wasted. Sorry, Messers.
I was impressed with Jack surviving the grilling by Annie and Kat before dinner about the wallpaper, so I thought I should reveal my background.
Ooh, very nice.
Don't have any dodgy wallpaper behind me.
I hope you didn't fund it through government grants and public money, Messers, with your brand new wallpaper.
I couldn't possibly say.
We'll have to ask, what's her name? Mrs. Green. As this is pushed away down towards mid-on. How far is it going to go? Is it going to go all the way? It is! It's a lovely on-drive. Chris Woakes. In between the fortune and the drops, he's found room for a lovely on-drive for 4.
I must say, I like the look of your house, Mercy.
Oh, thank you very much. Well,
Yeah.
Australia, we tend to have more space than most British houses. I think
Yes,
that's the thing.
yes. My uncle had a house in Australia where he didn't have any walls. It was all
Sadly, no longer with
windows.
us because the roof fell on him. Never seen again. And his uncle. What's the matter? Mate, what's the matter, Annie's uncle? You look as though the roof's falling on you. Well, actually, it has.
He might have had some walls, but very few.
A house without walls is a really interesting concept. I think it's generally called a fucking carport.
No doors, no windows, no walls. In fact, he lived in a field, but he didn't want to admit that he was homeless. So, as Boland is going to be in, right arm over, shouldered arms by Billings, and there is no run. Let's jingle up Australia Man, second ever Indigenous player.
When he comes charging in your pants, you'll likely be. So here comes Boland, his nostrils all aflame. He's gonna take your wicket, face him if you dare.
Woakes was fit, got out of bed, went and had himself a net. Found this way that his heel had healed. Passed the test, and he went to the team.
Boland's in again. Nicely flicked off his legs by Billings. There's a man down at deep mid wicket though. It's Travis Head. And it will restrict England to... Did they take 2 there? Or did they just go for the single? I think it may have just been the single.
Just a single, yeah.
130 for 6, 173 the gap, misses.
I should just gently correct you. Say he's the second male Indigenous Test player for Australia,
Which is precisely what I said.
No,
I did.
Sorry.
I said either mans or male. I definitely used an M word to precede.
I do beg your pardon if that's the case. I'm sorry. I'm
3 slips go down. Boland comes in, and as if to emphasise the fact that I did get that right, he stops just to let the moment pause. Whilst I proved that what I said was actually correct. But I think more precisely, there was some movement away behind.
He's now sitting down, the guy on the steps.
Yeah, and to be honest, he looked like a man who should know better.
What? How? In what way?
Well, in as much as he was in the posh seats.
Oh, that proves
he wasn't wobbling around, with several cans of beer in his hands, looking the worse for wear, was he?
In terms of
in comes Boland, left outside of his off stump by the fortunate Chris Woakes, as we shall term him, the twice dropped Chris Woakes. 9 he is on, 130 for 6 England.
In terms of the posh sheets, knowing better, I just give you back the English cabinet.
Yeah. We raise you one.
The English cabinet's even shakier than Annie's uncle's house, I think.
Yeah, it belongs in my uncle's house.
Less foundation to it right now. As in comes Boland, right arm over, edgily away to gully, but played with soft hands by Chris Woakes.
He also had
He survived again.
a single lane swimming pool in his basement.
A single lane swimming pool.
Yeah, he was trying to explain it to me, and I couldn't quite work out. But
So it's just basically like just a sort of a thin strip of water.
Yeah.
He lived in the river, didn't he?
He basically lives in a field by a river. He's a homeless man in a field by a river, and he's telling you all these years he's got that sort of fantastic mansion. As in comes Boland. Oh, that beats the outside edge. That's another terrific ball from Boland. I am thoroughly enjoying watching Boland's work. I'm not sure Messrs Woakes and Billings are. 130.
He's been so impressive, hasn't he?
Yeah. I've got to tell you, it doesn't matter what the state of the cricket is. I always know I'm going to enjoy a session with Tony and Annie.
Well, and indeed, I do hope. Is he? I hesitate to ask. Is he still with us, Annie?
No, he stopped actually.
Oh dear.
Drowned.
Boland, right arm over. Again, that's a bit outside edgy. Down to backward point.
He was a civil engineer. He was a civil engineer in Australia.
And he couldn't actually build walls in his house.
Oh dear God! This could go on forever. I'll get a couple of tweets in.
It says over 130 for 6.
Phil Withell, in response to my immoderate tweet, has been much more moderate, saying, "May I disagree? England can play well, but they can't play consistently well. Unfortunately, it's reached the stage where the bad bits outnumber the good. I will now return to topping up my wine glass with salted tears." And Roger Melly's got a good idea. He said, "I've got an idea. How about a pun contest to distract us from the cricket? Here's mine. Oh dear, I can't find the grass," said Tom, looking forlorn.
It's Cameron Green. Green, appropriately, as we're discussing grass. He's bowling to Billings, who leaves us by his off stump. We've been admiring a few replays of the admirable Scott Boland. Compare his frugal 1.5 runs and over cost to that of Mark Wood, who may have picked up wickets, but just goes to show it's not just raw pace, certainly on this wicket, Messrs, is it?
It's bowling the right length.
It's line and length, absolutely right.
Well, I just want to go back to the first test.
Green, nicely played.
Rearrange them all.
Yes, absolutely.
Anyhow.
I think, Roger Melly, it's a bad idea to suggest puns when Tony's on the commentary.
He wins.
Well, to be honest, I'm concentrating hard enough just to make sense of what appears to be sort of a 1920s movie in front of me. So jerky are the movements of the
I see, right.
of the actors. 2 slips and a gully. The tall Cameron Green is in, and again, nice high elbow, solid defence from Sam Billings, who's, I hesitate to say, looking the part. It's way too early to say that, but if anyone was going to come out and face this with a degree of chutzpah and daring do, then Sam Billings is the man to do it, I think, isn't he? He's that sort of chap. Good at football, good at tennis,
good at everything.
Athlete. Had a trial with Tottenham, didn't he?
Did he?
Yes, he did.
Is he a posh boy?
He is.
Yes, he's a very posh boy.
He had a trial for Tottenham Hotspur. As this one is down leg, and unlike the unfortunate David Malan, he doesn't get a tickle. Is taken by Carey.
I won't have anything
he
said
turned down a
against
trial.
him.
He turned down a trial with Tottenham, which obviously
he came
anyone
on,
except Tottenham fans will tell you it was a good thing to have done. Sorry, Annie.
He came on my podcast show, so and he was delightful. So I won't have anything said against him. But he is quite posh.
No, everybody is delightful to you, Annie. You know that.
I do have a lovely story about Sam Billings, which I might relate. It's a little bit personal, but I will relate at the end of this.
Okay.
As this is forward and away into the offside by Billings. Discover no,
it will be a relief from the story about Annie's uncle, which Roger says is starting to sound more and more like the 4 Yorkshiremen sketch.
Sadly, I can picture the poor fellow who's sort of wrapped in cardboard by the side of the Derwent River in a field, a couple of cows for company, discussing with any passers-by his wallless house.
Nice shot.
As in comes Green. Oh, that it was a good shot, as preempted by Messrs' quicker feed.
Sorry.
And it was a beautiful cover drive.
He does play that well. He really plays.
Away it went through extra cover for 4 runs. Gorgeous shot. So
we're
4 from that over, 134 for 6.
We're actually up to date on Twitter, so you can regale us with your
story. So my ex-girlfriend, who's sadly no longer with us, was ill for a very long time. So she was out with her best friend. They were on a beach. A young lad was flying a drone with someone else. It was 2 of them, and they got into conversation about this drone. And these lads were absolute passionate drone fanatics, and they spent ages chatting away to this lady. And it turned out it was Sam Billings, as we wait for Boland, in and left alone by Woakes. Smile on his face, smile on Boland's face. Testing examination. Yeah, so Billings and I think Jason Roy might well have been the other one.
How funny!
And a long conversation. Yeah, he's also a drone flying fanatic. Sam Billings' family have a dairy farm in Kent.
Not bad.
But apparently they won't say how big it is.
It's probably just quite small, I should imagine.
That may just
Couple of
explain how
cows.
well he moves his feet, as this
Oh,
one is clicked backward of square. They've taken one. They'd come back for two. Come back for two solidly enough. 136 for 6. 11 for Chris Woakes, who just tickled that one backward of square leg. He has a big high jump in his delivery stride as well, doesn't he, Boland? I do like to see that. He's actually he's in every sense the composite quick bowler. He's got
he's a good Glenn
Calipygus rear
replacement.
characterises the quick bowler. As this one is forward and way into the offside. There is no run.
It will be really interesting to see who Australia does choose to take to Pakistan and India in terms of their quick bowlers. It may be that they choose to give someone like Starc a bit of a rest.
Yeah, he hasn't had the best series after all.
Starc's done very well in pink ball tests, though.
Yeah.
I rather suspect England would like that sort of not very good series amongst a few of their players. As Boland's going to be in. On the drive again, beautifully driven away through cover. That's going to go for 4. That was another glorious stroke from Woakes. 4 more.
1 2 ka 4, 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
See, scratchy start. You're going to go on and get 100.
Right. Well,
that happens time and time again.
If anything, put a nail in the Woakes innings coffin, then I suspect that could well be it. Apparently the farm is big enough that there's a youth football ground in it.
Jesus Christ.
So it's clearly which Billings' grandfather owned.
Yeah, so I think he's quite wealthy.
So yeah, he's not poor. Tickled away around the corner again onto the 45. Sharp single, well run, unlike England's openers. Although that was one pushed down the ground, wasn't it, towards mid-off.
Oh, it's a leg by.
Recollection of it. Oh, was that a leg by? Thank you, Annie. It was.
You're welcome.
141.
So, Annie, if Stark's had a poor series with 16 wickets, how many does he need?
I'm just saying, for him, it hasn't been the series of his career. I wasn't particularly saying it was a poor series. Just that, other bowlers have done better.
Beautifully forward. Oh, that's angled backward a point. That's going to go for 4 as well. Woakes is Billings that time played that gorgeously. On the charge a little bit here, England. 4 more.
Yeah, getting some tap.
2, 3, 4.
145 for 6.
He's expensive, this Boland, isn't he?
Yeah. So Martin Lawrence, the lovely Martin Lawrence, says everyone is delightful to Annie Chave. Why would you not be?
Oh, thank you.
Right. Actually,
Thank you, lovely.
I'm just looking. I've been handed a sheet of paper. It appears to be blank. But I think it's the architectural plans for Annie's uncle's house.
You think you're funny, don't you?
I'm thinking a replay there, as I nearly commentated on a replay. So taken was I with my own humour that I committed the cardinal sin of commentating on a replay. Cameron Green is going to continue. Oh, sorry, Messers.
No.
Get that one in quick.
You
can't, because Green's going to be in. Pulled high. Is it going to be taken down there? No. Wow, did that go all the way, or was it on the bounce?
Yep.
It went all the way. It's absolutely hauled away magnificently by Chris Woakes. We did, as you heard from Messers, who is in the future down there.
Sorry.
I can see you as a sort of a Doctor Who figure.
Let's
in the
talk
future,
about 6. Let's talk about 6.
Beautifully pulled away.
Let's talk about 6.
It was sort of a 4. It was sort of a jabbed pull, though, wasn't it? He seemed to just sort of stop once he'd connected with. There was no follow through with it. It was sort of a 3/4 jab, but it had more than enough to take it away towards those Hobart Hills. This one again driven, but this time well stopped by Cameron Green off his own bowling, falling to his left. I'm not going to use the BU epithet, but nonetheless, he got down well, didn't he?
Yes, indeed. Mark's got a question for you, Tony. He said, did you kill your ex to hook up with your current squeeze? You have that dark underside bubbling away.
No, sadly not. No, that wasn't the case. This one's worked beautifully by Woakes back of the square. Travis Head will come in and do the fielding. And they will take a single. At least they should have done.
What's your current squeeze? I don't know that term. Squeeze.
Oh, she's so blessedly innocent, isn't she, Queen?
Yeah.
So, this is why she's so saintly.
There's this thing when people put their arms around each other, sometimes they actually squeeze a bit, and that's what partners are supposed to do.
Oh, is it?
Squeeze.
Oh, okay.
Well, in the meantime, the 150 is up for England. They trail by 151. These two could keep going. Can they get it to under 100? Then you might just feel England are in the game as Green is in.
Well,
Billings is forward, solid again, no run.
We're at that stage in the game, obviously, where the ball's getting older, and this is when the runs are coming generally. So.
Well, yeah, you're right. You are absolutely right.
I know the likes.
regret for England is the 6 in the wickets column.
Yes.
Well, and also the pink
history.
ball.
Yeah, well, we're going to have lights, but the ball might possibly moving less. As, comes
God.
Cameron Green pulled again. This time, though, straight down the throat of long leg, where it is taken.
Billings.
And Billings, I'm afraid, having battled so well, played some lovely shots, has fallen playing a one-day shot, and a big trap had been set, and he literally stepped with both feet straight into it, and he's gone, caught at fine leg.
How's that? You messed about, I caught you out. How's that?
Taken by Boland, who probably is going to be looking at Messrs. Kawaja and Warner and going, there you go, that's how you do it.
Yeah, the headmaster wants to know which of you two naughty children was the one that suggested England might get the lead down to less than 100.
Hang on, there's 3 of us here.
It wasn't me. I just said Woakes will get 100.
I think that may have been me.
Can I just say that we've got it's practically 152 we've got and 151 needed, or the other way around. That's very exciting, isn't it?
Well, 151 is what England trail by. It's 152 for 7, 303.
So we've got half.
Yeah.
Green has a wicket, and it really was. Let's just talk about the wicket for a second. It was the archetypal
setup
trap, wasn't it?
Yeah. White ball mentality as well. So.
As Annie rightly says, white ball mentality.
Yeah. But he's been playing that, so that
Well, yeah, it's been a sword. He's lived by the sword to a certain extent and died by the sword. But he's actually in that innings. There was also, I think, some solid defence and some
and some lovely cover drive. He does play that shot well.
I would say we've seen the green shoots of a potential ongoing Test career. Let's jingle up the new man, who we're probably less optimistic about his batting. It's Mark Wood.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy, of course, except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse. Right. What?
Now Wood is in because Ollie Robinson would normally be batting above him, of course, but a back spasm. I did see. Did you see the comments of John Lewis?
Yeah, that he's not fit enough.
And remember,
why are you playing him then?
Well, because he takes wickets, but yeah, whether he's that's I suspect that's not just about this tour. I think that might be also based on Lewis's experience coaching Sussex as well.
That's right. He's done a lot of coaching.
Green's going to be in. Wood waits, plays that late, plays it nicely down towards gully, and there is no run. It's the end of that over. It's a very successful one for Cameron Green. He has the wicket. Even though the first ball went for 6, it's 152 for 7 England.
I think, sorry, just sneak in before you mess it up. This is where I think they, if you've got a guy that's vaguely unfit and you've got Overton there, they should be playing Overton, especially on this pitch, I think. But anyway, I'll move over to Messi.
No Somerset bias
Mog
there.
says, "Oh, come on! Can we give up this dream that Australia will tour Pakistan?" And he also says, "Billings, you fucking muppet."
There you go. Now he can definitely say he's arrived on the test arena when he's been afforded the epithet of fucking muppet.
So
Boland, not
Cameron Green.
Sorry, Messrs.
Cameron Green is now the 5th Australian bowler to have at least 10 wickets in this series. There are 3 English, 2 with 11, 1 with 10.
3 slips go down as Boland, right arm over, is in, beats a tentative Woakesian prod, and through it goes to Alex Carey.
It's a shame Starc's been so crap.
Yeah, only 16. Yeah, it's actually really interesting to look at the spread. Cummins 17, Lyon 16, Starc 16, Boland 15, and Green 10. It's a pretty good spread around, isn't it?
Well, Mitchell Starc going into this test, wasn't it? 40 something, 46 wickets at just a shade over 18 in her day-night tests. This one again played late, played nicely, wide of third slip, and it's going to go all the way down
heading for his 100.
You're trying to get him out too.
Now, if I was sat there, if I was Sam Billings, I would be sitting there furious with myself.
Would you?
I think I would. I genuinely think I would. He got himself set. He got through what you might argue was the toughest part of the innings.
He's made the same mistake that Butler made, that others made.
Well, he's found a way to get out, let's put it that way, as Boland is in. This one is an attempted pull by Woakes, and it bounces too high. He's underneath it. Woakes seemed to enjoy it. And there's no run. Fine leg, 3 slips a gully, deep backward point, mid-off and mid-on. That deep backward square and a fine leg suggests that it may not be the last time that we see one dug in short to try and tempt the pull shot, and indeed Woakes very nearly did it there.
Yeah.
And Boland's going to be in once more.
Sorry.
And that is way down leg. Carey dives, gets a glove on it. I think it will be the job will be finished at fine leg.
He's going all over the shot, Boland now.
He's going well.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, I wasn't. I thought that I didn't realise that had actually gone all the way for 4. So she's. But Woakes has a history versus short bowling, hence the field. Yeah, so they've clearly done their homework.
And let's face it, Wood has as well. So
that didn't come off the bat, by the way. That was
leg by.
Leg buys. Indeed, it was 160 for 7. We're in the 43rd over. Boland is right arm over, and once again he has to pull out of his run. Now, I wonder, was that something behind the bowler's arm, or did he lose his run up? I think,
It's like his run.
it was buys, which was harsh on a Carey. But yeah, a little bit of turf there seemed to snag his boot, and it completely threw him out of whack in his run up. And there is a degree of concern as he prodded that, and he'll have to go through the performance once more. Yeah, harsh on Carey that those were buys.
Very much so.
It was a fair old distance from him. In comes Boland again, guided by Chris Woakes. Backward a point. There's a man down at the backward point, and it would just be a single for him. So England 161 for 7. 1 ball left of this Scott Boland's 14th over. 1 for 33 for him. Again, you have to. I think you have to make the comparisons with Mark Wood. You just feel England again have taken a knife to a gunfight in just the wrong weapon for this wicket, or wrong weapons for this wicket. As this one is a little uppish into the onside, no run. You do think though that this is Anderson would so have prospered on a track like this, but was just too exhausted, allegedly and apparently.
Well,
busy either wordling or crosswording. Anyway,
I thought he was injured. Is he not injured then?
I think it was just tiredness.
I've taken to muting myself during the over so I don't preempt the action with my oohs and ahs, which I can't control. On YouTube, Suda Who says, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Colin. R. McNudd says, with Stokes, Bairstow and Butler injured, England are lucky that Australia didn't play Mick Dundee. He knows how to deal with old crocs in Australia.
Actually, I think we're due a change, folks, aren't we?
Oh.
We are too.
We are, and it's going to be. It's going to be Jacob, Forthy, and Jason. What a trio! So we will love you and
Hi
leave you
guys.
Ciao.
Hello, and good morning, good evening. Please remain indoors. I am joined by Ian Forth, Jason Hill.
Hello there.
And we're about to witness Pat Cummins steaming in at Chris Woakes, who's on 27, Wood on 0, and in comes Cummins. And that's completely squared Woakes up, and he's actually done rather well not to edge that.
Toss the ball to Pat Cummins, and he'll get you wickets, plenty of wickets. Oh, obey Pat Cummins, for he is your captain. Now,
Loving the Witcher-inspired jingle as Cummins in again to Woakes, and that looks to have beaten the bat again, and Cummins sighs with exasperation. Hello guys, how are we? I thought Sam Billings looked quite good until he didn't.
Same as Zach Crawley.
Same as Ollie Pope until he decided to play it a wide one.
Yeah, they're just throwing it away.
Not the same as Rory Burns, who looked terrible through his 6 balls.
Yeah, he looked interesting. He's struggling with a slight modification to his technique as Woakes clips off the hip, and that will be gathered in by fine leg, and they'll get a single to bring Mark Wood onto strike.
That is the problem with Rory Burns, is he's got so many moving parts. He needs consistent work on his technique to ensure that it stays as grooved as it can be.
Well, I was discussing this with
can't get
Knuckle
that
earlier.
Away from home that much.
Yeah, I was discussing it with Knuckle earlier. He looks to have made a subtle change, which is now, rather than dragging his front foot right across, he's leading with his back foot in that movement, and his front foot's kind of catching up from a Fawad Alam-esque open stance. Not quite as extreme, obviously. As Cummins into Wood, who fiddles at one outside the off stump and has found a gap, and I think they'll try and take 2. No, it looks as if they've rejected that. So yeah, Burns is now kind of moving his back foot across the crease and catching up with his front foot rather than bringing it right across himself and trying to withdraw it when the ball's a bit straighter. But he seemed to be struggling with that, as anyone does with the new technique. I like Billings. I think he's probably done enough. If he gets decent, 30 or 40 in the next innings, he's probably done enough to book himself a bit of a place on the Caribbean tour, maybe with Stokes as well. As Woakes has a bit of a swipe at that one, it seems to have hit him on the thigh pad and trickled out into the offside.
What would you do with Bairstow then, with going forward into the West Indies? Would you play him as a batsman only?
Yes.
Would you just not play him at all?
I'd play him as a batsman at 6, and with the type of character that Johnny Bairstow is and the way he's been treated recently, basically tell him, look Johnny, you're going to get a good run in the side, and just go out there and try and score some runs. As Woakes steps away and tries to hack it over the offside, and luckily Cummins, unlike Broad to Labuschagne, didn't target the stumps as accurately there, and it's missed, but pretty wild from Woakes, and that's the end of the over, so I believe it's 40 on the show.
Yes, indeed, Jason. Mog, why are they playing Robinson? Who else would they pick? Jimmy Anderson? Well, it's fair to say that Jimmy is injured, but there again, so is Robinson now. Jason, that's you, Jason. Anderson semi-crocked, rested as a precaution, thank you. Ravi Nair, Coverton, and he spelt Coverton capital C, capital O, question mark. And as always with Ravi's tweets, he will come back at me very hard saying, you fucking gobbled it, Forthy, I hate you. But hopefully not on this occasion. I always seem to get the
But a broadside from Ravi when I've read one of his tweets. I hope I don't on this occasion. Chris Dealey didn't realise Sakib would have averaged 45 with the bat.
As Mitchell Starc comes back onto bowl. And Wood squeezes that out into the leg side. They'll get a quick single, and the throw is wide of the stumps, and they will get through for that single.
Sorry, I should clarify. That was Chris Dealey's tweet about Sakib was in answer to our own tweet that picking Sakib Mahmood might have helped. Not much, admittedly.
Well, yeah, I think he'll probably be in the conversation for the West Indies, as should Matt Parkinson. But going on to the point we were talking about the wicket keepers, probably play either Billings or Woakes as your wicket keeper, and at 7. Woakes being the best keeper, Billings possibly the better batsman, and then you play Bairstow at 6 and tell him he's going to get a good old go in the side, and then you drop Buttler for all time as Wood edges through the slip cordon, and that'll run away to the third man boundary for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, that sort of shot is not going to give Woakes encouragement to play properly after that wild hack of the previous over.
No, not at all. But Woakes can slog it. He's a white ball player and he can give it a hit, but he's most known for his pretty excellent array of drive for someone who comes into bat after the wicketkeeper.
Wood can slog it as well. I mean, he smashed 3 sixes in his 39 in the last test.
Wood's good against short pitch bowling. He did well in South Africa as well, when they pitched it short, and he can certainly swing it away, but I think full, he struggles to get underneath it. And Starc in to Woakes from left arm over the wicket. That's on the pads and clipped away quite nicely. There is a man out there, so they will only get the 1, but it was a nice little shot from Chris Woakes, as Knuckle informs us that Woakes started staying leg side of the ball sometime last year and was doing this to some extent during the 100 versus Pakistan.
Funny about Bairstow, I remember sitting here 10 months ago with Grubby and him saying, for sure, that's the end of Johnny Bairstow's career and in test matches, and that's a good thing. Thank God for that.
We all said it.
We've been saying that for 8 years or so. Certainly I remember thinking about that in 2016 when he got the 150 with Ben Stokes at Newlands, that was a defining innings to get him back into the side.
In and off the hit from Wood, out to the man at deep square, and 1 run. Yeah, Bairstow just has to get into the habit of scoring runs when it isn't a career-saving inning.
That'd be a good habit to get into, I agree.
Yeah. Because he always comes up with, a bit like Stuart Broad at the moment, last couple of years, he comes up with it when people are starting to talk about him being dropped, and Broad didn't average very well in the last, in the 2021 English summer before his injury. And then people were starting to talk about him being moved on before his 5 for in the last match. So of course he had that brilliant 2020 as Woakes defends into the leg side, and again just a single as deep square leg runs around. Leg thighs from the last ball from Wood, so it won't go for his score, but they did get the single.
2020 was helped, of course, by David Warner being his absolute bunny.
That was the year before, of course, in 2019. But he had a very good 2020 against the West Indies and Pakistan, and then not so much against New Zealand and India when he did play. As Starc in for the final ball of the over, bowling to Wood, who plays it quite nicely straight. The bat seemed angled, but it's gone straight towards the fence, and they will get through for 2 as someone in a floppy hat with a jumper obscuring their name has run back to collect it. They come back for 3.
Cameron Green.
Fielder, is it? Doesn't look like Cameron Green. An as yet unidentified fielder. At the end of the 45th over, England are 174 for 7, trailing by 129. Wolfie.
Yes, Messi Jez. Every English player who didn't get selected for this series would have done extraordinarily well. Not playing is often the best strategy, isn't it? Just. Chris Dealey clarifying on Saqib, he says he does love him, so I would have enjoyed him. Ravi Nair, oh thank God for this, I haven't upset Ravi. Fucking Fourthy, how dare you read my tweet correctly? What can I complain about now, you bastard? I'll take that from Ravi.
As Cummins into Wood, who inside edges past the stumps, and fine leg, Mitchell Starc doing some work down at fine leg, will come round and collect it. Just the single there, but danger for Wood. Chinese cut or French cut, one of the cuts. What do we call it? French cut, isn't it? French cut.
I prefer the Harrow cut.
The Harrow cut.
Sorry drive as well has been used.
The GC name for that is the Vatican slice, apparently. So the Vatican slice, past leg stump down towards fine leg. I originally called it the Chinese cut, then worried I might be cancelled, as Woakes is in, and Woakes has chipped that up in the air onto the leg side. Thankfully it's landed safe, and Travis Head will come round and collect it. They'll get a single, but a little bit of aggression from Woakes.
Keep calling it the Vatican slice, I imagine we'll get excommunicated.
I was never communicated. But it sounds shockingly like the Tom Lehrer song, The Vatican Rag, which is equal in its brilliant comedy and healthy scepticism for Catholicism. I hope none of our listeners are offended Catholics by that statement, as Wood has a bit of a swipe, and that will go away for 4. Nice shot from Wood.
Good shot.
You do get the feeling that if Wood stays there for any length of time, runs are going to flow, but the question is how long he will stay for, really.
A bit wide of off stump, and he's swung a drive at it, all wrist and hand, not much in the way of foot movement, but just enough to crash it through the sort of square covers for 4. And he's gone again, and it's beat the edge of the bat this time. Cummins, similar line, similar length, and saying, "Okay, Wood, you've had a go at me, have another one," and he's just beaten the bat. As this partnership,
excellent leg cutter
7
of his.
runs per over.
He seems to be able to bowl that leg cutter at will, and it's just too good for almost everybody. He always seems to be missing the bat rather than taking the edge.
Yeah, it also seems, it puts into perspective the fact that this partnership, 27 runs at 7 runs and over, compared to England losing 3 for 8 or 3 for 7 or whatever they did, as Wood attempts to pull away and misses the shorter ball. It goes for Carey.
Yes, I went for a fairly short bike ride just now. We were 2 down when I left, and 6 down when I returned.
Yeah, the fact that so many were lost for so few when Australia went at 6, 7 and over on this pitch is a bit of a worrying indictment of England's batting, just finding ways to get out, and not very clever ways either, as Cummins in for the final ball of the over to Wood, who again launches a drive, but only as far as the man coming round at mid-off. End of the 46, 180 for 7.
Dave Wood. So, in conclusion, with England's batting lineup failing time after time, you are discussing changing the bowlers and keeper. Haha. Now, I think we've received what I regard as my favourite tweet of the day from our very own Nestlers. Anatidaephobia is a pervasive and irrational fear that you are being watched by a duck. The person with this rare phobia fears that somehow, somewhere, a duck is watching their every move. Because it's got nothing to do with England's batting inadequacies, I like that a lot. Thank you, Nestlers. Philip Chapman, Overton is in the squad. And Leah, hello. Don't worry, the only Catholics that take their religion seriously don't speak English. What I would say, Jacob, is that you seem, may I put it this way, a little young to be a Tom Lehrer fan. Would that be unfair?
I have old parents, you see. I do appreciate the phobia tweet. We must remember that the duck is watching you, and it will know. As Woakes swings one out into the offside pretty powerfully, actually. There's men coming around from the boundary. Oh, I think he's just cut that off rather well, and they'll get through for 2. Well done, Nathan Lyon. The goat watching that time.
Yes.
Yeah, he seems to have done very well there. They're just checking it, but he seems to have done well. Yeah, he's all good there.
Is
Good
Nathan
shot.
Lyon ever going to get a bowl on this wicket?
Probably not.
It is very seamer friendly, but you do wonder whether he's going to be pulled in to get rid of some recalcitrant tail enders at some point if the fast bowlers don't do the business.
As Starc into Woakes, who's had a go off the hip, and there's an appeal as Carey takes it behind down the leg side, but the umpire shakes his head. Paul Wilson says no. Starc is saying something about 2 or flipping the V's at Carey, and they've reviewed it.
That was out. That was definitely out. Was that definitely out? I don't know.
Just checking with Knackle, they've got 2 reviews remaining, haven't they? So I think this is more tactical than anything else with 7 wickets down.
There's 2 reviews left, and not Starc just telling Carey to bugger off for appealing for that. We'll have a look at the DRS. They haven't reviewed a couple which they possibly should have in this match. Oh, that looks like a pretty clear gap between bat and ball and off the thigh pad, I think.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to the naked eye.
But there was David Malan inside edge. There was the potential Burns edge in the very first over. Oh, there's a spot on hotspot. There's a small spot on hotspot. We'll have to look at the RTS because, as Marcus Harris put it politely, hotspot is effing useless. But they've not even checked the RTS. They've just gone on the hotspot, which we know to be crap technology. But no, overturned decision. Out, Chris Woakes, tickled down the leg side, and a good review by Cummins and Co.
How's that? You missed about, I caught you out. How's that?
That leaves England 182 for 8, and earlier we were talking about could they get to parity, would even a deficit of 50 be sort of manageable? I, as the pessimist, always knew that they would never get anywhere near 300.
The deficit is going to be about 100, I think. I mean, that must have been an absolute tiny scratch because there's no discernible movement off the bat. It was all off the pad afterwards.
I'd be interested to see the snicko on that because we weren't given that opportunity. We haven't had a look at that tech yet. They've just gone straight off the hotspot, which their own batsman said was rubbish 2 games ago.
I suppose the only thing you would say is that the fact that Chris Woakes walked off without a shrug of the shoulder or a raise of the eyebrow or anything like that suggests he knew he'd hit it.
We've now seen the snicko, and there is a spike, a definite spike, so Chris Woakes is out. As the ball goes past that, there was quite a large spike, in fact, and that brings this man to the crease.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around. Something has got it.
And Starc bowling at the Karate Kid, Stuart Broad, and he's just stayed completely still outside leg stump, and it seemed to have jagged back to the gloves of Carey. I don't know quite what's happened there, but Stuart Broad has not moved an inch and just fended at that with his hands.
Gone over the top of leg stump, hasn't it?
Oh no, it's gone past leg stump, and he's about an inch out. He's about 3 inches outside leg stump, and it's a leg stump Yorker which has just missed and gone wide of leg stump, and it's still in front of Broad.
Actually, he's done really well to just retire his back foot about an inch so it doesn't hit the toe cap and ricochet onto the stump.
As Starc in again, question now is, will Robinson come out to bat, having been dropped to 11 with back spasms, as Broad pokes at one again with no foot movement, bending at the waist to reach this 147.7 km/h delivery from Mitchell Starc.
This looks like Broad's a bit stiff today. He doesn't look to be moving very freely, certainly at the wicket, so I think this might be standard deliver time for Broad.
Not sure if it's stiffness or just concrete shoes at the moment, because everything else is moving quite freely. The hands, the hips, the head, just not the feet. They are staying rooted to the spot just outside leg stump, as Starc in again. Full and straight, he's almost bowled him. And that's exactly the sort of delivery which Broad has trouble with all the time now. Full and fast and straight, and Broad's just, again, no foot movement, pushed at the ball, and only by, a matter of an inch has it gone past off stump. Perfect Yorker there.
Done for pace a little bit there as well as no movement of his feet. I mean,
Starc
if he'd got a stride in, he would have sort of led very gently to that across the field to the boundary.
Yeah, Starc just has to focus on middle stump here. Base of middle stump, that'll probably do it. As he's in again for the final ball of this over to Broad, who has a flick at it.
And he's out.
And that's out. He's bowled him. Bit of a jumpy feed there, but I think he's taken
big
my
inside
exact
edge.
advice, focusing on full and fast and straight towards middle stump. Oh no, it's curved away actually. Broad's again no foot movement, poked out of it, huge inside edge onto the stump, and that is the end of Broad. Will Robinson come out to bat is the question, with England 182 for 9.
Yes.
Trailing by, out he comes, but at 11 with a bad bat. Trailing by 100 and, my math is not great, but about 120, 121. And Ollie Robinson to the crease. Ollie Robinson. Out he comes with, not much he can do, and probably the motivation to just protect himself for some bowling, which presumably will occur in
Perfect
15 minutes.
time for him to bat, really, because there's no expectations on him either. So anything he gets will be a bonus.
Although is it ever a perfect time for Ollie Robinson to be batting?
Silver lining.
He's quite good. He can score some runs, but probably not in his current condition. As Cummins into Wood, who walks away and slashes into the offside, and mid-off will take it comfortably.
Well, if Wood continues to play like that, he might not even get to face.
Well, yes, it's a huge step away from Wood, who's clearly realises that Robinson is in some level of medical distress, and is here for a good time, definitely not a long one. As Cummins turns top of his mark, and into Wood, who again has had a massive
launched
slug, a big slog to cow, and it's gone for one of these.
Having been struck by the bats, the ball pitches beyond the boundary. It's a 6.
Although
No,
actually,
actually,
I think
it's a 4. I misinformed Knackle because I indicated a 6, which I thought it was, but it's gone for a 4. As Wood again, the massive slog. This has gone into the offside, straight in the air, but falls between a triumvirate of converging fielders. They're on the hunt now, Australia, as Wood is kind of stepping away. They've got through for 2. Wood, I think, regardless of the delivery at this point, is opening that front leg and just swinging, baseball style, trying to get the runs.
Cummins can bowl it. I think the slower Yorker is the ball here. he's going to swing through it so hard.
Well, we shall see as Cummins returns for this final, not this final delivery. He's bowled him. It's the third delivery, and it's straight on off stump. Woods walked away, bowled him. England, dismal, pathetic, all out for 188, and still with a deficit of over 120, just under 120 now, I believe, 115. 115, and pretty poor from England.
Yep, not
well. While we're recovering, just while we're recovering, I'm a bit behind on tweets. I might just do a little supermarket sweep. Messages posts a picture of a bird that's actually not a duck. It looks more like a black-faced cuckoo shrike, I'm bound to say, Messi. But saying, Christ in a fucking gravy boat, what is wrong with you? In answer to Nestler's point about ducks watching you. Philip Chapman, the fact he's more right-arm fast medium is the fault of selection. It remains ridiculous that Mahmood wasn't picked. Definitely it was more ridiculous by the test match, of course. Tony Bishop, you never know when a duck may be Peking.
Oh God,
Ralph,
never know the under puns.
Exactly. Ralph the Wonder Llama, I realised more and more that I was fortunate indeed to live in such times as to be at the MCG in 2011, as was I, to see England win the Ashes. Intimations of mortality. Well, will we see it again in our lifetime, Ralph? I don't know. Messi Jez, God help us. Broad getting ever closer to Courtney Walsh's world record for Test ducks. I suppose that's partly a function of, having a very, very long career as well. So there's that. And to Ralph the Wonder Llama once more. We're really bad, aren't we? Yes, we are.
Yes, we are.
Dude. Light roller, oh fuck. And finally, Messi Jez. Clever plot by England to get the best of the twilight bowling slot. Well, silver linings.
You'd think Burns is coming up on that Courtney Walsh record anytime soon, but no, England
Okay.
have a
Can I
game.
tell you, on a positive note, I'll tell you a record that is looking strong for Ollie Pope. I think he's on 40 or so innings without a duck. And he's third on the all-time list now. Another 4 or 5 innings without a duck, and he's going to be top of that list. So there's something to cling on to.
Well, England have collapsed miserably again. We'll just quickly run through the scorecard as soon as I can get it up on my phone. The PT have cruelly taken it away from us just now. So, Burns run out by Labuschagne for a duck. Pretty poor call from Crawley and failed to dive. Crawley was the next to go, inside edging onto pad, where he was snaffled by the alligator himself, Travis Head, at short leg. Malan then strangled one down the leg side. Root was trapped LBW for 25, that was Malan. Root was trapped LBW by Cummins for 34. Stokes slashed one to Lyon at point for 4. Pope fiddled at one on 8 stump line 14. Billings pulled, it was Green he pulled to Boland at fine leg 29. Woakes 36 when he strangled down the leg side, and Broad bowled by Starc, and then Wood finally bowled by Cummins, stepping away. Robinson not out on 0. Extras on 12, and 188, lasting just 47.4 overs before they were all out. England, a pretty dismal performance, lads.
Yep, I don't think the bowlers will be too pleased with their batsmen only lasting 47 overs. That doesn't give them enough time to recover when they're already pretty knackered from a tiring tour.
Absolutely, and I mean this has been a consistent theme with England's batting. It has not been good enough, and changes must be made. Basically, what those changes are, it's hard to say, because these seem to be, from county cricket at least, the best averages. Ollie Pope averages something like 60 in county cricket and can't muster an average of 35 in Test. So
that average is
something is wrong.
altered somewhat by playing at the Oval, which is one of the better tracks around the ground. away from the Oval, he only averages 46. So I say only averages 46. That's still a pretty good average.
But that's still dropping off by 10 points in Test cricket, so it's not been great. We're due a change, lads, so I will bid farewell to Fourthie as I slide over to the summarising shed. Jason will take over your tweets, and Matt RB will come on to the ball by ball once we get play resuming. Hello, Matt.
Hello, good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever everyone is.
You've timed that well, Max.
It's a good, really nice bit of closure to start my stint with, and I think I left about just under a day's play ago yesterday. Australia batting, and here we are. I'll be starting again with Australia batting. Who would have thought?
Everyone.
Correct.
Very like England cricket to open with closure, isn't it?
Yeah, we're pretty much we've pretty much come to expect that so far this series. But I think it's just the way it happened again, isn't it? As much as anything, it's just such a meek collapse and implosion rather than anything else. You know, if Pat Cummins turns up with a pink ball and rips through you with some unplayable bowling, you say fair enough. But when you run yourself out for a duck and spoon one up to short leg and get strangled down the leg side, you despair.
Well, fundamentally, we talk about all the technical aspects, the county championship, the mental aspects of it. It comes down to a simple thing. It is just not good batting, and we know what good batting looks like, and we can't do it.
On that note, Tony Bishop has dug out a fantastic tweet from Matt back talking about run-outs. It says, Rory Burns is the last England opener to be run out in a test since Rory Burns against New Zealand in Hamilton in 2019. Prior to that, the last English opener to run out to the test was Rory Burns.
Excellent.
Against Sri Lanka and Gaul in 2018.
We did do this one earlier, so that's why I know the answers.
I see.
But yeah,
well, it's good enough for Atherton, it's good enough for Rory Burns.
Except it's not Glenn McGrath that Burns keeps getting out to.
No. You've been dropped. You come back into the side because the other opener you dropped was doing terribly, and then you go and make the most of your chance like that. It's are we pinning the blame on Crawley for this one, or are we laying blame equally between them for Rory Burns?
It's a bit of both.
Getting a move on.
I think
it's more Burns than Crawley.
Really, I thought I saw it as Crawley's. Crawley made the bad call, and then Crawley stutter-stepped and put the doubt in Burns' mind. So I think it was almost entirely Crawley, and the only thing Burns really could have done is he could have maybe set off a split-second quicker and should have dived. But other than that, it was Crawley's pretty poor call.
I've said it many times about Rory Burns. He does find new and interesting ways to get out. Partly because of his unique batting style, but
well, yeah, that's it. When you have a new and interesting stance at the crease, then there's lots of ways of making things look interesting. But such as it is, I don't know if where do they go? Where do they go from here? Just carry on, try
to the West Indies.
Yeah, with the same people, the same openers.
No, I mean Crawley's bought himself his place. The second opener slot will be filled by a rotating door of Burns, Hamid, Sibley, maybe someone like Rob Yates until one of them works out.
Jake Libby as well.
Jake Libby. I'm a big Sibley fan. I think he's been wisely staying away from Australia on this tour to remodel his technique at home, and I think if he develops some offside shots, he could be quite useful.
I think it's sensible from Sibley. He's obviously heard about the fact that your stock never rises more than when you're not in the team, especially when it comes to England.
Ashes tour, yeah.
So,
absolutely. The other thing I think we need to accelerate this season. Obviously, it's not going to happen in the international team, but Pope at Surrey needs to start batting three.
Yes,
that's where he's destined to go for England. He needs to start batting three, producing at three, and then the season after, or maybe at a stretch the one after that, shift up to three in the England order. Because Dawid Malan's over 30, he's not going to be around forever, and he's declining
And
again.
we now know that he can't play the ball on the leg side.
Yeah, so
Yeah, he currently bats 5 for Surrey, Ollie Pope, and I think he's and occasionally 4, but he's never really batted in the top 3.
I think we're going to jingle up the openers, and then I've got a bit more to say about Freeze.
He's quite good with a bat. He's got a stick in the Starc. He's short and he's fat. He's got a stick in the Starc. He's a bit of a twat. He's got a stick in the Starc. David Woolman's got a stick in the Starc. It's for Australia. We fell in love with Usman Khawaja. Follow the seas now. It's for Australia. We fell in love with Usman Khawaja.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around. Something has gotta keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thinning now.
Right, well, we're ready to go after the hat-trick of jingles. Jingling up our openers and our opening bowler. It'll be Warner to face. Broad is in round the wicket, and this is played at outside off stump. Little nibble from Warner, but beats the bat, goes through to Billings.
So what I have to say about Freeze is James Vince looking to force his way back into the Test side. Lots of calls for him to come back. He's captain at Hampshire and he bats himself at 5. 5 is not where the gap in the England team is, and he can play at 3, and that's probably where England would want him to play.
I think that's a sign of whether James Vince is particularly bothered about getting back into the England side, or whether he's quite happy milking his position.
A lot of players who are scoring these decent runs in the middle order and not looking to move themselves up the order and start producing it at 3 or 4 where the next gaps need to be.
Broad is in again, and this is straighter and defended down the wicket by Warner, and again no run.
Ackle makes a very good point about Pope. He says he did score his 245 at number 4, but to be fair, Surrey's number 3 is Hashim Amla.
Yeah,
and that's fair enough, but that's one of those kind of that, and also it's one of those cases where that's the best thing for Surrey, but Surrey need to be working towards the best thing for the England team, and even if you just switch them round and put Amla at 4, his international career is over. He's not particularly bothered about where he's batting.
I wouldn't put him at 4, I'd make him open.
Broad in again, third ball go. This is outside off stump and
caught.
He's caught for diving backward of point by is that? It's
a pair, isn't it?
That is a pair.
Well, Broad and Warner, he's got him again round the wicket. It's the tried and tested strategy, isn't it? Excellent diving catch from the man at backward point. As we see the replay, I'll tell you who the man at backward point is. Looks like Zach Crawley's mitts.
Right, it's on, lads.
Let me get through some tweets whilst we're waiting. Leah says the record for most innings in a row without a duck is 119, the only duckless century, and it's held by David Gower.
Ooh. It was in fact Ollie Pope with that catch, just to clarify. Looking very similar under a hat.
Gingers.
And Matt Searle says, these day-night ODIs have so much action and drama, we should play another one tomorrow.
Oh dear. Yeah, it does feel a bit like that at times. Very good catch from Pope, actually, diving through his right. That's I'm sure that's Crawley. He's too tall to be Ollie Pope. Surely, Knuckle.
Well, that was what I thought when I saw it in full speed.
It's too lengthy.
It was the length of Zach Crawley and the face of Ollie Pope. But as rightly pointed out, Crawley is in the slips, and he has most of
normally in
his
second
return
slip
to the side and
Ollie Pope's
generally catching one
in the dark.
But that's an excellent start for England. Warner thought he just thought he'd got himself 4 runs there as he was looking on, but not to be. And that brings Labuschagne to the crease nice and early with a juicy pink ball to face under the lights. And let's see if he's got his slippery shoes on.
On a night scene with an average that is obscene. His name is unpronounceable. The selectors have no trouble.
Excellent brave Labuschagne jingle there, Broad in over the wicket, and this is diving down the leg side by Sam Billings. It's a good bit of keeping by him, but not troubling the batsman at all, and
that's
ball to start.
That's Warner's second pair in his Test career, the other one coming against England at Old Trafford in 2019.
So we got the number on him, this David Warner character.
He's no good, is he?
No good.
Also, clearly, Max, you haven't been paying attention to the Twitter feed over the last few days, otherwise you wouldn't be talking about juicy pink balls. You'll get torn apart on GC Twitter.
Maybe it's all part of the plan. Broad in again. This is on leg stump and flicked off the front foot by Labuschagne down to deep square leg, and will come through for an easy single. Australia off the mark and Labuschagne off the mark. 1 for 1.
Just being informed that at Old Trafford in 2019, where he got his first duck of his Test career, it was also Broad that got him out in both innings.
Well, it had to be, didn't it? It was it was that home Ashes series. Were there any moments where it wasn't Broad that got Warner out in?
I think Archie got him once. That was the one time Broad didn't get him, and he got to about 60 odd. Archer got him.
The ghost of Jofra Archer.
Oh well, it was fun while it lasted, wasn't it?
That'll teach you to make a man bowl 25 overs in the middle of the day when he shouldn't be. Last ball of the over. Broad round the wicket, and Khawaja sort of plays at it and then pulls his bat away, goes through to Billings, and end the over. 1 for 1. Great start for England. Jason, how's Twitter looking? Have I been eviscerated yet?
Not quite. Nesta says Australian Immigration Minister Alex Hawke says the risk of civil unrest led by Novak Djokovic visa being cancelled for a second time. Blimey, chill Australia, it's just a tennis one, but there is a very large expat or in migrated community there of Serbians and other Balkan states who will complain, I think. Mog says Australia's to send out Lyon and Head to open, chase quick runs, declare overnight and get this show over by dinner tomorrow.
Woakes opening, not Robinson.
Indeed.
Is he even out on the pitch, I wonder?
Woakes is fit, got out of bed, went and had himself a net, found this way that his heel had healed, passed the test and he went to the team.
Well, he is out on the field. He's fielding at square leg, having a natter with Rod Tucker, and Woakes begins his spell over the wicket to Labuschagne, and this is back of a length and left alone by Labuschagne playing inside the line.
Generous to call that a leave, I think. He went to play at it and then
realised he was foot and a half wide.
Yeah, I suppose it was. Yeah, it was wide enough that even sort of playing at it looked reasonably.
We think Knackle thinks it's possibly that Robinson is still serving the time he was off the field. That's why he can't bowl at the moment, because he was off the field for so long and so has to make up that time before he can bowl again. I think we've just had another ball delivered from wide stadium cam.
Yeah, it was a dot, so nothing happened, but that was an odd bit of camera work there. We got a nice view of the slips and not a lot else.
From about 200 yards away.
Yes. This one we can actually see, and it's straightened in at the upper leg area of Labuschagne, and he's sort of bent double as he sort of makes a meal of playing that, and it's another dot ball.
Got the root delivery.
He did, didn't he? We'll be getting the hotspot out soon.
That's a new one on me, the upper leg area.
Yeah.
I thought who was it who tweeted the other day when we were talking about Root? The thing about guerrilla cricket is we call a bollock a bollock.
Well, I stand corrected as Woakes is in again. This is full, and Labuschagne creeps forward and blocks this one. And yes, I will amend my previous statement. The previous ball, Labuschagne got in the bollocks, getting some revenge on on the Australians for their treatment of poor old Joe Root.
You won't hear that on the BBC.
What is the hit count on Joe now up to? It's got to be at least 4 or 5.
4 or 5, yeah, something like that. 6.
Fifth ball, Woakes is in, and this is jagging away outside off stump. Mike Labuschagne plays and misses. That's a cracking delivery from Chris Woakes, but just avoids the edge and through to the keeper.
Finally, Woakes has the new ball.
Yeah,
and the chance
if he's
to do something
if
with
he's
it.
in the side, you might as well give him the new ball, because there's not much point of giving him an old one, is there?
No, and I think Robinson could still, he likes the new ball, but I think you can still move the old one.
Absolutely. Final ball of the over, Woakes in. This is straighter and squares up Labuschagne, but it squirts out to deep point, and there is a chase on. There's a bit of a elaborate dive from Rory Burns, and they come back for 3 in the end. That is the end of the over. Australia 4 for 1, all to Labuschagne. Over to you, Jason.
And Grand Theft Auto says, woke up at 5 a.m. and excitedly saw Australia all out. Didn't bother switching on though through hangover, as I knew England would contrive to make me despair. #wise words. Messenger says, surely Australia should declare so they can finish the game tonight. It's trolling for some responses, I think. Mog says, at least there's some minor George Savage for the wreck of this calamity. Caps, F off you pair humping arse clown Warner. Obviously not his favourite person. And Phil Withall says, unfortunately I have to agree. We reached a point where I may have to get out the 2005 series DVD box set for solace, and may need to look out for a DVD player as well.
Messy Jez is promulgating conspiracy theories in our Zoom call chat.
Yes, I did see that.
Broad is in, and this is forward, defended by Labuschagne and top ball.
He's putting forward the grand conspiracy that back spasm for Robinson is actually a cover term for a stress fracture.
I'm not quite sure of the logic behind doing that.
Well, England have consistently through this tour kind of heavily downplayed injuries. We heard Josh Butler had hurt his hand. We didn't know he'd broken a finger until pretty much the end of that game.
Broad over the wicket, and this is leg side, and again Labuschagne sort of topples over and it squirts away out to point, but there's a misfield by Chris Woakes, and that allows them through for a single. Stuart Broad offers the death stare, as he so often does when a fielder lets him down, and gets Labuschagne off strike, and will bring Khawaja on to face just his second delivery of the day.
Andrew Cook on YouTube asked us, can we get a pair of pairs? Didn't Khawaja get a duck, or was it Smith?
Smith got a duck.
Smith got a duck, not of 2.
Apparently as well, according to Knackle on the upper leg area chat, I'll just break off until after this ball.
Yep, it's Broad's round the wicket to Khawaja, and Khawaja's defending forward, but totally misses it straight through to Broad, and it's straight through to Billings rather from Broad, and it's there's a few plays and misses now. It's an excellent delivery, full, and again nipping away. There's a bit of life in this so far.
But yes, apparently at least 2 of the venues so far on this tour, there has been a lively net which has been termed the nut net, in which England batsmen have been hit repeatedly in practice, particularly Zach Crawley.
Perhaps magnetic balls and magnetic boxes. Broad round the wicket to Khawaja. This is again sort of good length, but this time left alone by Khawaja.
Magnetic balls and magnetic boxes, you'd never be able to take it off, would you?
You don't want them to attract the ball, do you?
No. You've got to go with the old club cricket, have one in a sock in your bag. That's the classic. No one can afford actual boxed underwear. It's unnecessary extravagance. You put one in an old sock or something.
Or you just have a team box, don't you?
Oh yeah.
Broad round to Khawaja, he is forward and leaves this alone, as you can see. A bit wider, not tempted by that one. 1 ball remaining in the over.
Who asked the question on YouTube, has England's bowling actually done well this series? There's only one match where the first innings of Australia has been below 300.
I think
the catching hasn't helped.
Yeah, there's been 16, 17 drop catches, missed chances. England's bowling has been decent, at times too short, but mostly good. But Australia have batted really well.
And the final ball of the over is left alone outside off stump, and that will conclude the third over. Australia at 5 for 1. I think a few of England's bowlers have actually had their best tour in terms of their bowling average down under. So I think England's bowling has been held up all right. It's just as Broad rightly says, if you can't score more than 150, it doesn't matter how good your bowlers are.
And Dr. Michael JS, responding to our tweet out to thoughts on Billings' maiden test outing, gives us a thumbs up times 10.
Knuckles given us some stats about the potential if Smith got another duck. There's only been 2 occasions, I'll break off.
Woakes is in. There's an appeal down the leg side. I think he's been given. Strangled down the leg side. Diving catch by Billings. A little inside edge. Tickled by Labuschagne. And he's gone. That's Australia second wicket down for just 5 runs. And Labuschagne is, he's not a happy bunny as he trots off. It's a horrible way to go. But first test dismissal for Billings. Easy for you to say.
Wow. Give Chris Woakes a new ball all the time, I say. But yeah, apparently now that Smith is coming in, we can talk about this. If he gets another duck, it will be only the 3rd occasion in which a team has got 2 pairs in the same test. New Zealand versus England in Christchurch in 1929-30, and versus Australia in Wellington in 45-46. So both New Zealand.
Wow. And the first for quite some time. So here's hoping. With Woakes with the new ball, anything's possible. It seems.
Who knows?
Not your usual Chris Woakes wicket. That one being caught down the leg side, but doesn't matter. It just says caught Billings in the scorebook.
I think a pair here would also plummet Smith's average down below 60.
Drop him.
Straight away.
Not good enough.
Eternal Optimist message here says, important. There's a tsunami warning currently from northern Brisbane to Hobart. So England may yet be saved by the weather.
Well, if the tsunami hits the ground.
It's not that far away from the
That's got to be a first for Test cricket, isn't it?
Unfortunately, the ground is flooded within the final session.
It would only happen if England had a chance of winning, I think.
Yeah, as soon as we got them 8 down.
Sum things up nicely. England smelling blood here. The leg slip is straight in for Steve Smith as he trots across and digs it into the leg side. No run though, and the pair remains a possibility.
Must be a large tsunami, as Knuckle is pointing out that is a tsunami warning across 1,500 miles.
Yeah, but they have these following 2003. They installed these in Sri Lanka and elsewhere, so that the whole of the Pacific pretty much is warned.
Woakes is in. It's squared Steve Smith up and played out to Stuart Broad at short mid on for no run. And Steve Smith does his inimitable hand gestures to tell either himself or I don't know, some spectral figure looming behind the bowler what he perceives the ball to be doing.
Yeah, he likes a bit of gesture, Steve Smith.
And the dream of the pair is over as Woakes delivers one short and wide, and Smith sort of cuts it away, but just for a single, and he is off the mark. Stand down.
Bit of a shame. And usually at this point we'd be going, 6 for 2. This is brilliant. But first of all, they're leading by 120. And secondly, we've been here before.
Yes, not very long ago. And we know what happened.
Mm.
And of course, England were in a very similar position to Australia as well, weren't they, with their innings? 80 81 for 4, I think, compared to 82 for 4. And it's just that middle session that was the big contrast, and showed us all the difference, I think, between the two sides in terms of the bowling lineups.
Well,
and obviously, being a bowler down doesn't help.
It was the 78 for 2 to 85 for 5, which was the issue.
Woakes over the wicket to Quadra, it's full, and he blocks this back down the wicket. Woakes picks it up in his stride, and no run.
Apparently the tsunami, I think, is called by Andrew Cook on YouTube, says it's from a volcano eruption from Tonga. It says it looks bloody big from space.
Well, hopefully everyone in Tonga is alright.
Final ball of the over, it's over the wicket, and Khawaja steps forward and leaves this very well, just outside off stump to end the over. 1 wicket and 1 run from it. Australia 6 for 2 or 2 for 6, depending on your hemispherical position. And over to you, Jason.
Sutahu on YouTube says it wasn't a great ball for Marnus's wicket, but I guess it doesn't matter how you get him. It certainly doesn't matter how you get Marnus. And let's have a look on tweets. Mog says, I approve of Labashag being dismissed. Mrs. Luigi Magpie says, my roommate isn't a sports person. She asked why I was swearing earlier at the start of the collapse, and the answer wound up with, a lot of players have been hit in the nuts this Ashes. She would like to know what is the highest bass boxes count ever. I'm not sure there's stats on that. We need to
I don't think
ask
Stats
Opta.
Guru's got that one. There's a challenge for you, Knuckle. You go through every bit of live text commentary from ESPN throughout history. Broad is in to Steve Smith, and he shuffles outside off stump and clips that off his legs, as he does so often. And the fielder doing the chasing is Mark Wood, and they come through for a comfortable 2.
There is a whole potential goldmine of textual analytics of OBO commentary, so you can get pull derived stats from it, which we could do potentially.
Yeah, find some very, very smart people to write some sort of data mining text analytics code, but that's far beyond my capabilities or time allowances.
I didn't think we needed algorithms. I thought it was Knuckle, who knows all and sees all, would...
Pulling straight from Broad, this next delivery, and Smith's being very agitated at the crease as he plays this back to mid-on, and then turns around and waves sort of in Billings' direction. It was, even for Steve Smith's eccentric standards, that was a slightly odd one from him.
Nice footage here of Joe Root, who went for the sort of high five with Billings, who then put his hand behind his back and shook his hand rather firmly with the keeping glove, liking to take the piss out of the fact that he's posh.
Rawner's in, and this is left by Steve Smith down the leg side. Good take by Billings again, who has done quite well from what I've seen so far in his debut with the gloves.
He's looked good, looked more assured than Butler did a couple of games ago when he had that pretty horror game. He's, more importantly, I think, looked more energetic. He's marshalled the field better.
I suppose that's the captaincy side of him coming through, isn't it? And being that leader behind the stumps. Broad in over the wicket to Smith, who's squared up and plays this. It's a full ball, but plays it sort of off the back foot back to Broad, and again there's no run. And actually, that previous take from Billings I was talking about was a very, very good take. It was sort of swinging away past the bat down the leg side and diving across to take it one-handed. Good foot movement. I like what I see.
Yeah, he's been looking good as far as I can see. Pretty happy with him, and I think he and Folks will be fighting it out for a place in the Caribbean.
Broad is in. It's again left down the leg side. A little wayward this over from Broad so far, and Billings is again there to take it down low by his ankles down the leg side.
Messages trolling again says Australia need to lose another wicket quickly if they want to score another 300. I think he's not impressed with Usman Khawaja pinch blocking at one end.
They should have brought in a night watchman to open with him. Final ball of the over, Stuart Broad into Steve Smith, and this is once again down the leg side, and once again very acrobatically taken by Sam Billings to save the ignominy of some byes, and that will conclude Broad's third over. Australia 8 for 2, and we will be having a change in the commentary box. I will be sliding over to summarise. Knuckle is coming in to do the ball by ball, and Annie will be on socials.
Yeah, thanks, thank you, Max. The first test dismissal for Sam Billings is a good one, taken down the leg side. He narrowly missed out on one only a few hours ago now, actually, towards the end of Australia's first batting innings, when he ran to deep square leg almost to dive full length and narrowly missed out on a catch. Chris Woakes is coming in at full delivery. Usman Khawaja hasn't made an impression at the top of the order after his majestic twin hundreds in Sydney. Blocks this back to the bowler. There is no run. In terms of pinch blocking, I would remind you that there's still an hour to go on day 2.
Yeah, I wasn't too serious about the concept of a night watchman at this stage, but
yeah,
I've seen stranger things happen in cricket.
This one's left alone by Khawaja through to the keeper. There is no run. I would say, given that the scoring rate in this Test match, apart from in this innings, has been over around 4 and over, don't make plans for day 5. England have done remarkably well to be this far behind the game, given that David Warner's made a pair. Marnus Labuschagne is the only one of the top 3, only one of the top 4 to actually make a score. There's a leg slip in position. That is an absolute beauty from Chris Woakes. Borderline unplayable, a little bit of movement in, then seaming away from Usman Khawaja. England are probably going to review this because it was such a good ball. Sam Billings
But he deserves a wicket
threw
anyway.
it up immediately. And Usman Khawaja is not going to see his fate in the hands of... Oh, yes, he is. Joe Root milks it for
he's
all
gone
it's
for
worth.
the Virat
He's
Kohli.
gone for the Virat Kohli, the last-minute NBA buzzer beater, and England are going to review.
I don't think he's particularly sure.
That was definitely out. Was that definitely out?
Hard to tell, given that we don't have access to stump light, but that was an absolute ripper from Chris Woakes.
A gorgeous ball.
Perfect.
That feels to me like a review out of believing that it deserved
It
the
would
wicket.
be
'cause it was
deserved
such
a
a good-
wicket.
Yeah, Khawaja's actually missed that by about a
Nowhere
bat's
near
width. It was such a good ball, and it seemed away so late that you'd have to be a hell of a batter in some form to hit that. It's actually clipped the top of the pad, and is obviously going over the top of the stumps.
I assume that means we get to go through the obligatory LBW check as well then.
Yeah, even though it's hit him above
Clearly
the level
not
of the
out.
stumps. But to be honest, 3 reviews left. Usman Khawaja, good batter, and one who does take a little bit of time to get going, and one who can do damage later. Great ball. To be honest, I don't particularly mind that, even though it does look a bit ridiculous when you slow that down in slow motion. Good decision by umpire Paul Wilson.
The thing for me is that I think you could tell after the initial excitement of the celeb appeal had died down, they all sort of came to their senses and were like, actually, that wasn't out, was it? So once they got to that stage and hadn't reviewed immediately,
This one,
like they knew.
this one comes in a little bit off the seam, but well wide of off stump, left alone by Khawaja through to the keeper. There is no run. This might explain why the wickets have gone down in such clusters. Is that the movement hasn't been swing; it's been seam, which is much harder to predict and react to. I don't think many. I really want to ask a good fast bowler whether they can actually predict, let alone control, which way the ball's going to move off the seam. I'm not sure that the answer is yes.
well, as a fast bowler,
Full delivery and push to Broad at mid-on, there is no run.
as a fast bowler, I'm not sure you necessarily need to or want to know if you can predict it, can you? Because if you don't know where it's going, the batsman certainly doesn't.
Max, are you a fast bowler?
Absolutely not.
I heard Vernon Philander on the commentary for the fantastic South Africa-India series that's just concluded, and he said exactly that in relation to the wobble seam. If I don't know which way it's going to go, the batter's got no idea. This one's left alone through to the keeper. There is no run. A maiden from Chris Woakes, a mildly threatening one. Australia 8-4-2, and just as though batting wasn't hard enough at the moment, the wobble seams come in, and bowlers are introducing variation on purpose now, having spent years trying to predict or perfect the seam position. Anyway, time for some social media messages from Annie Chave.
Hey, I just want to say hello to Max because I don't think I've worked with you before, have I, Max?
No, I don't think so.
No, hello Max. And hello Knuckle too. Mr. Currell from Margs says thanks to you and all your listeners for another entertaining Ashes series. Yeah, it's been entertaining, I guess.
Yeah, I think our commentary has, even if the series hasn't. Always been. This one, Stephen Smith allows it to hit him on the body, and he hips it to leg slip, and there is no run. To be honest, the 2019, I think, is the only series in the last decade where, actually more than a decade now, where both teams have been good at the same time. But at any point, really.
They've been closer though than this.
Yeah, well, given that England have lost 5-0 twice and 4-0 once in the last 4, I'm not sure that's really true.
Well, it feels like they have.
Broad it in. This is back of a length, and Smith turns this down too long leg for a single. I've enjoyed this more than the last series in Australia, where the pitches were really quite dead for large parts of the game. The ball's been doing plenty, at least.
Yeah, the disappointment from England's point of view has been hard and fast, hasn't it? It's, we've enjoyed some extremely good spells of Australian bowling rather than just their batsmen consistently grinding us into the dust and the inevitable unfolding very slowly.
Yeah, I do take the point about England's bowling often being unpenetrative, but they've just been worn down at times. It's also been the case that England haven't had 4 bowlers bowling well at once, I think, at any point in the series.
No, definitely not.
Most
but we also must
hold that thought. Broad is in round the wicket to the left-hander, which he's done to almost everyone, except Alex Carey, actually, who he did from over the wicket. This one swings away a little bit, but too wide. Khawaja leaves through to the keeper, no run.
Yeah, we must take into account the COVID stuff as well. I mean, I know it's tough for both teams, but it's tougher for England.
England have played far too much. England's men have played far too much cricket during COVID, particularly Test cricket. That's certainly true. And once they got on the losing streak after the second Test in India, it's all fallen apart. Having been quite good up until then at times for the previous 4 years or so, for all the complaining that's been done. Khawaja pushes to mid-off. There is no run.
Of course, a lot's been said, about that build-up in England. You might say, if they'd had a few warm-ups, they'd be about at this point, after 5 tests halfway through the Ashes series. But we've also now got 2 batsmen with broken fingers, a broken Ollie Robinson. So maybe not having warm-ups is a good idea.
And a broken Ben Stokes and a broken James Anderson.
Yes.
As Broad is in wide of the crease. This is too far down the leg side. Khawaja does not join Malan and Woakes and Labuschagne in the strangle down the leg side club.
And a mentally broken Root, I'd say.
A little bit. I mean, captaincy does age you in dog years, as we all know. You look at photos of MS Dhoni when he took over the Indian Test captaincy and afterwards, and it is quite remarkable. Or you look at photos of Alistair Cook after he gave up the Test captaincy, and then now, and he actually looks younger now than he did then.
Or at least he did until he was on a panel with Moeen Ali.
That was very funny. I think also the nights are getting to him. His eyelids have been looking rather heavy over the last couple of days on the BT Sport.
I know the feeling.
Too much red wine.
I don't know what Cookie's tipple of choice is.
No, I don't, but if I had to guess...
Real ale, possibly. He's a country boy.
Cider.
Broad is in outside off stump, and this is left alone through to the keeper by Usman Khawaja. England at least stopping Australia from scoring. Australia 9-2 lead by 124.
Let's go. We got Ralph the Wonder Llama says, I wish at this point to reiterate my annoyance at St Jimmy not playing in this test. They're resting him for what reincarnation?
He's not fit. They said this 2 days ago. They didn't think he could get through the Test match.
Well, neither can Robinson.
No, I know, but that doesn't mean you should pick the other guy.
Captain hindsight says you should have picked
Overton.
Well, the last man standing, possibly. So Smith tries to turn this off his pads. Has he got bat on that? I don't think so. It might be leg buys. Woakes went down on both knees like Nathan Lyon in appeal. I think this is too high and probably outside the line of off stump. In fact, poor blocker Wilson's given it as runs. So interesting actually that he gave it as runs, because normally they wait the umpires to see if the fielding team's going to review it.
I suppose that will influence England's decision. He stepped a long way across.
It was a bit of inside edge onto pad, down to long leg for 4, fine leg. But yeah, unusual. I think that's a slight error in procedure from Wilson. There is a leg slip in position. This is outside off stump and through to the keeper. There is no run, and Stephen Smith has been done down the leg side a couple of times. India had a huge amount of success against him in the 2020 to 21 winter, bowling very straight at him and occasionally getting caught at leg slip or getting him LBW and taking the offside out as a scoring option. And he has been looking, like a good normal batter rather than a superhuman batting robot in the last couple of years. Smith flails into line with this delivery and blocks it back to the bowler. There is no run. He's 8 off 14. Usman Khawaja, having looked magisterial for the most part in Sydney, is 0 off 17.
Yeah, I like the leg slip to Steve Smith. You need to come up with a plan for someone of that calibre, and it's a perceived weakness, isn't it? So it's worth a go. But it's a good job he did get a tickle on that ball, because it was. I think that was hitting top of middle.
Might have been going over. As Woakes is in. This is outside off stump, and Smith pushes into the offside. They want the single. He's sent back in time by Usman Khawaja. The throw comes in. It didn't hit, but probably Smith would have got back even if it had. But a little bit of nerves for some reason with Australia 128.
It looks like they want to score, but they really, they're in no hurry.
Maybe, although it's been easier to score quickly than survive on this surface.
Yeah.
The ball's been doing a little bit off the seam. Most of the test match. We're into the third innings and we've still got a fair chunk of day 2 left. This is outside off stump. That's a gimme from Chris Woakes. Half volley outside off stump, and Smith punches it beautifully through cover for 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
England got greedy yesterday when the ball started moving a little bit. When Woakes and Wood came on, Woakes was trying to pitch the ball up and get the ball to swing round corners, really abandoning a little bit what Broad and Robinson have been doing, and that was a bit of a gimme. That's a better delivery on middle stump and push back to the bowler. There is no run. 2 boundaries.
Got what it deserved the previous ball, didn't it?
Yeah. 2 boundaries in the over. One of them a little lucky. One of them very presentable from Chris Woakes. Australia 17 for 2.
Mr. Currell from Mark says, consider the drop catches earlier in the series too in regards to England bowlers. It's pretty clear neither team can bat at the moment.
This was what we thought going into the series. That it would be 2 shaky batting lineups, okay, with Australia having more very good players, and it would be a battle of the bowling lineups with Australia's probably slightly ahead. We didn't expect Travis Head scoring 2 unbelievable counter-attacking hundreds.
Usman Khawaja to then come in and score 2 unbelievable hundreds.
Usman Khawaja scoring 100 I might have expected, but that's possibly a personal bias. This is down the leg side, a good skipping take by Billings. It was moving his feet well behind the stumps. Probably saved a few byes there. Not a great ball from Broad. There is no run. Cameron Green finding form.
Yeah, exactly. Barry Goodman says, with England's injuries, don't forget Rooty's broken nuts.
Who could forget those?
I don't think Rooty could.
Broad in, thumps Khawaja on the thigh pad, and they come through for a leg by. The throw possibly could have gone to the non-strikers and went to the strikers, and probably they were going to come through for that leg by anyway.
I assume Joe Root's been going up in box size from test to test as the swelling develops.
I wonder if he's going to get on the phone with Faf du Plessis, who has this very open, this sort of big backlift outside off stump and the inside edge presented, and kept getting hit there so often that he invented a triple strength box.
No. Why don't you just have a triple strength box anyway?
It's probably a little bit uncomfortable, isn't it?
Right, I don't know.
I've never had one or owned one, so I don't know what they're like.
This is back of a length and left alone through to the keeper. There is no run. I had a great story the other day about Carl Hooper, who was batting against Wasim Akram in a county championship match. Was batting in a jumper. So he calls to the dressing room at some point, and everyone thinks, oh, he's taking his jumper off. He took his thigh pad out while Wasim Akram was bowling 90 miles an hour, saying that that it was stopping his hands coming through, and then went on to smash 100.
That's brave.
So yeah, some players are made of different stuff.
I did think you were going to say he took his box out, though.
That would be brave.
that would be
against early 90s Wasim Akram. This is left alone through to the keeper. The lightsaber leave from Darth Stephen through to the keeper. There is no run.
It's just settled down a bit, hasn't it, in the last few overs after the early carnage. Steve Smith stamping his authority on proceedings, and Usman Khawaja still yet to score a run after 19 deliveries.
Stephen Smith slicing imaginary fruit.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember that
Fruit Ninja?
Fruit Ninja, that Wii mini game, yeah.
Yeah. Just thinking that. It was good fun.
An hour of fun. As Broad is in. That's an absolute beaut from Stuart Broad. Angling in and moving away late to beat Stephen Smith outside off stump. A lovely delivery.
File that one into the filing cabinet of balls that you have to be very, very, very good to nick.
Yeah, or Ollie Pope standing bodily outside off stump.
I'm playing at everything.
His entire body was outside off stump. And, people talk about batters outside off stump. I don't necessarily mind batters getting out driving, but trying to defend a ball that's not going to hit the stump is a waste of everyone's time, apart from the bowlers. Last ball of what's been a good over. Smith blocks up to mid-on. Even though we've got the sound on mute, you can hear the no run as he turns around and puts his hand up towards Usman Khawaja. Australia 18 for 2, leading by 133.
Ralph the Wonder Llama says the idea that Jimmy couldn't get through a 3-day test is obvious nonsense.
You don't plan for it to... Never mind.
Leah, not a good number, 8, says, I get annoyed with people complaining about the absence of the bowling cyborg. He's in for maintenance, people, and they also decided to replace all the fluids. It takes some time.
I'm sure he'll say on tail enders in a couple of days that he was fit to play, but Ben Stokes said he was fit to play, and look at him.
He is not.
No, he played a sort of pull shot, and while he was playing it, grabbed his side. As Woakes comes in, this is a good delivery again. It seemed a long way. Khawaja playing sort of inside the line. That seemed, if anything, too much. Through to the keeper, there is no run. I wonder if Woakes might go round the wicket to Khawaja and bring the stumps into play in the inside edge.
Yeah, it'd be worth trying to get him to start playing at something. He's just sort of defending the line of the stumps at the moment. So.
Yeah.
Yes, he's
just happy to be there.
Playing the Marcus Trescothic leave.
Nobody leaves the ball like Marcus.
Which is why you play a forward defensive to a completely different ball. As Woakes is in. Does make Khawaja play full. It pushes to cover. There is no run. Khawaja 21 balls without facing. David Warner went 22 without...
you said 21 balls without facing.
Yes, I did.
Now that is an impressive feat.
Yeah.
That is it. Yeah, 21 balls without scoring. Warner went 22 for his duck in the first innings. Just 2 this time around. Playing his favoured square cut, but being met by a flying pontiff at backward point. Khawaja will survive to his 23rd ball as he leaves this through to the keeper. There is no run, and the feed has stopped. So we're now watching this. Chris Woakes trudge back to his mark from over the sight screen at the other end.
Oh yes, back to the wide-angle slip view we had earlier, which was caught us rather off guard.
We're back, and we've eyes on Travis Head and Cameron Green in the sheds, and a small child in front of the dressing room trying to get on camera. Khawaja again jumps and plays a defensive shot vaguely near the ball, but missed it by some distance through to the keeper. There is no run.
Not a man looking comfortable at the moment, Usman Khawaja, I would venture.
No, he's now... That was less Marcus Trescothic and more Dean Elgar, where it's almost like you're playing and missing on purpose, just to annoy the bowlers.
I wonder how many people's leaves he can get into his innings.
Not seen the Smith of Labuschagne yet. That is an absolute cracker. That was not a lead from Khawaja. He tried to drive a delivery that was a bit fuller, and again it's gone past the outside edge. Woakes has bowled very well in this little spell.
It's been a cracking over so far from Chris Woakes. It's
Yes.
been a Mohammed Shami over.
Definitely, much better line, isn't it?
Yeah, better length as well, not so floaty. I mean, it's taken him this long to make an impact in the series with the ball. He batted all right.
I suppose it's taken him this long to open the bowling.
He did open the bowling in the first test. As Woakes is in short, and that's pulled by Khawaja. Nicely played down to Mark Wood at long leg. He is off the mark. Australia 19 for 2 lead by 134.
I don't know about anyone else, but the first test feels like a long time ago now.
Yeah.
Leah says, I remember the Fruit Ninja Xbox 360 Connect game. I don't. So, and you two do, obviously. So,
I was more of a Wii tennis person, me, but
I have played Wii Golf. I wasn't very good at that.
I'm better at Wii golf than I'm at normal golf.
I think I'm better at normal golf than I'm rubbish at normal golf. So. John Palmer on YouTube says hi from Warsaw Gorillas, and Scooter Who says the question should be asked, if Jimmy is not fit enough to play an entire series, then should he be there?
broad in round the wicket to Usman Khawaja. This one lifts on the left-hander and hits him on the hip, and there is no run. You don't really expect a fast
bowler.
I say hip, inside thigh, not very far away. All I will say is it's just as well as Usman Khawaja has a child and is expecting a second already.
I don't think that's the only reason he wants to keep intact.
Well, no, but again, spare an air. Broad, very carefully placing his fingers on the seam as he does, goes round the wicket. A flashing drive by Usman Khawaja comes off the outside part of the bat, but all along the ground, pass backward point for 4.
Flying.
Usman Khawaja is one of the very few batters in the world who can make an outside edge look elegant.
Usman Khawaja's found the keys to the ignition now.
Yeah.
Expect him to immediately take off.
Yes, he was clamped earlier.
The bat sort of turned in his hand as he's played it, rather than being a genuine outside edge, which I think is what's kept it so low.
Broad in. This is easier to leave for Khawaja. Well, outside off stump through to the keeper. There is no run. We did see a little shot of Ollie Robinson close up. I wonder if someone will be keeping track of the time he spent off the field and when he can bowl at some point. Maybe it'll be tomorrow actually that he has to bowl, because he spent the entire first session off the field. So maybe he has to be on the field in this session if he wants to bowl tomorrow.
Yeah, it was how long? Much? Oh, it was about half an hour and 40 minutes left to play today.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you reckon is a good score that Australia want to reach them?
It's broad in, round the wicket, makes Khawaja play, jumps into line with this and pushes up to mid-on. There is no run. As many as possible. I mean, I don't think they're really bothered.
You might as well just bat until you're out, right?
I don't think they're really bothered. It's
Still early, isn't it?
3 days left.
Yeah.
I wouldn't back England to chase anything over 200. Obviously.
No, we've got to get 300. Remember,
Australia will want way more than that.
It would be quite funny if England end up finally scoring 300 and still lose.
Yeah. It would be.
Having dismissed, there's a stat that came through from Andy Zoltzman that someone retweeted into our timeline as Khawaja pushes to mid-on for no run. 12 runs, which is the combined second, which is what they added for the first 2 wickets, is the second fewest runs Australia have added in a test for the first 2 wickets since the 19th century. So England have been extremely inventive in being so far behind this game.
Yeah, we've worked out all kinds of ways to be crap.
Broad, knees pumping, comes in last ball of his 6th over round the wicket. That was more solidly by Usman Khawaja, who was looking a little bit more assured. Now through to the keeper. There is no run. Australia 23 for 2 lead by 138.
There's not a lot on social media. Jamie Cook's arguing with messages about the fact that we've been in a bubble for a year, and 12 away tests in just over a year and 7 at home, and saying that you've played no away tests in 3 years.
It's true.
It's true. Whether it means anything or not is another question, but those are literally facts.
I mean, everything's a factor, isn't it? And I'm sure England will point to some of that bubble fatigue and
There's a hell of a lot of factors.
one of the big factors also is that Australia are better than England at cricket. So.
Yeah, although not as significantly, I think,
as this show.
More so in Australia.
Oh, Ollie Robinson lives.
Hey!
In he trundles to Stephen Smith. This one's back of a length and a little bit of movement away. 117 kilometres an hour from Ollie Robinson. This is blocked to backward point.
Yeah.
There is no run. Here comes the spirit of Ollie Robinson. In the body of his dad. I wonder if Ollie Robinson's going to get on the phone to Darren Stevens at the end of the day and say, "How do you do it at that pace?" This is a full delivery, which is left alone through to the keeper. There is no run. No, a little quicker, 123 kilometres.
Just easing into it.
Yeah, I mean, okay, Robinson doesn't need to be quick. He's never been quick.
No, but he does need to be a bit quicker than 117 k's.
And it wasn't a deliberate slower ball either. I mean, he
No.
bowled. His first spell yesterday was a beauty. There was some deliveries there that were basically unplayable, rising leg breaks at 80 miles an hour. With 3 slips and a gully, very close in the slips and quite close together. This one comes in off the seam from Ollie Robinson. Stephen Smith blocks into the offside. There is no run. I think we can safely say that he does not have a stress fracture.
Yes, I think
if he
that's
does,
unlikely.
he's a brave man.
Yeah.
If he does, I mean, what is his back made out of?
It's all fracture.
He's just unfit, as John Lewis says.
Yeah, that's charming, isn't it? Just what you want.
Yeah.
And Ollie Robinson has been a cricketer who's needed a bit of a kick up the backside through most of his career.
Yeah, very much so, yeah.
This is that one, I'm not sure what that's come off to go in between a diving Billings and a leg gully, but that one leapt out of nowhere from Robinson, who has troubled Stephen Smith. It, I think, came off the glove. That could have gone anywhere. 4 runs.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Yeah, off the glove as Smith tried to get the gloves out of the way, and very lucky that went quick enough that Billings couldn't get near it, and that it was a fine enough glove that it evaded Zach Crawley at leg gully. Robinson in to Smith. This is left alone through to the keeper. There is no run, but that's good signs from Robinson that he's still able to get that bounce from a length.
Absolutely, that extra bit of bounce that's what makes facing Ollie Robinson so difficult, despite the obviously not the quickest bowler around.
I think
but
I saw
the seam movement and that bounce.
He's 6.
That's all he missed.
He's 6'5", so he's big, but not by fast bowlers' standards outrageously big. He's not like Kyle Jamieson or someone.
But it's his bowling action, isn't it, that allows him to release the ball from so high.
I think only Jamieson and Holder have a higher release point.
And they're what, 6'7"?
Jamieson's like 6'8". A very bold lead from Stephen Smith, thrusting the right leg forward at Ollie Robinson and being hit on it. I think the bounce might mean that England don't bother reviewing this. And probably they're right. Smith
He'll
has a
probably
fair
be
way
out
forward.
if they don't review.
England don't review it. An encouraging first over from Ollie Robinson with his back spasms that he's been having. Australia 27 for 2, lead by 142.
Just a sign of what England were missing yesterday in that middle spell.
Such a shame, it really is.
The umpire not falling into the trap of giving out the the left delivery.
No, it was going over the stumps by a fair way. I think we'll do one more over and then have
one more over and then a change. Yep. Oh, just see if we've got any tweets. Dave Wood says, I think the Aussies already have enough of a lead to win this. God. Armchair Cricket Podcast says, wow, Khawaja being put through the ringer here. Gets off the mark after 20 balls and has only one authoritative shot, but he is braving through it well. If Australia can get through tonight's session relatively unscathed, a target of 300 is still possible.
Double change. It's been a day of double changes. Joe Root loves them, and Pat Cummins made about 4 of them. Mark Woods round the wicket, replacing Stuart Broad, is clipped by Usman Khawaja down to long leg for 2 runs.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy, of course, except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse.
Right. What? It's been a very long time since Mark Wood did the imaginary horse. I don't think he's done that since his first
I think
year.
that's what's missing in this Ashes.
Do we maybe need a new Mark
We've
Wood
had everything
jingle?
else.
Yeah, let's have a horse.
Wood comes steaming in. Oh, that is an absolute ripper. I'm not really sure what Mark Wood's appealing for because it's not out, but it's an absolute ripper that Usman Khawaja did pretty well to get near. It's seemed viciously away from round the wicket at pace. Usman Khawaja's missed that by a distance. And
It's a bit like that Chris Woakes one earlier, isn't it? Where it's just
appealing for the ball.
I mean, it's a very, very good ball.
Such a good delivery.
But
How could that not be a wicket? Let's say.
Because it didn't hit the stumps, didn't hit the bat, and it's too
Yeah,
high.
exactly.
It's a cross seamer from Mark Wood, that one, and it's hurried Khawaja, it's beaten him all ends up and just it's gone over off stump.
He did bowl all over the place. I mean, I've been hugely impressed with Mark Wood in this series. It's the first time he's played 3 tests back-to-back since his first year, and he's been in Test cricket, and he's been a threat all the time. As he's edged by Usman Khawaja, who is taking the piss to some extent now, as saluted by a blonde fella in a blonde child in a Usman Khawala onesie. Excellent punning, that person. Usman Khawaja picks up 4 down to deep third.
Worth it.
Excellent product placement from the girl in the onesie.
Yeah, all worth it to get that shot on TV. The day of sweltering in a koala onesie.
She's taped the sign to her back rather than to her front, which is a little bit.
I'm not sure it's sweltering though.
No, it isn't actually that hot in Hobart. This is pushed by.
No, I suppose it is night time now as well.
Khawaja up to mid-off, there is no run.
Probably.
If you were going to wear a furry onesie, I think that Hobart was the venue to do it.
Yeah, because I always want to wear a furry onesie.
I think on a cold morning commentating in England, it might not be a bad idea. I'm wearing slippers.
Are you?
Yeah. I'm not quite sure why we're seeing the DRS of that fantastic delivery that Wood bowled again. It was a fantastic delivery, but it was fairly self-evidently not out. This is back. This has been back to unlucky but good Mark Wood in this over.
Yeah, it's nice to see actually.
He thumps this into the bat of Usman Khawaja, who pushes to mid-on. There is no run. Partnership 28 off 58. The ball beating the bat a little bit. This has been the first normal session of Test cricket we've had in 2 days.
No messages. He's wearing slippers, not flippers.
Very good.
At least they might be flipper slippers.
Nah.
Just
not good for
boring.
going down the stairs.
Are they boring old men slippers?
Boring and very comfortable. This one squares Khawaja up as he pushes this past a diving Mark Wood at mid-off. The England fielders rush to slap Mark Wood on the back and try and get through their overs a bit quicker to save Joe Root being banned the first test in the West Indies. And we'll have a change in the com box. I'll move over to summarise for Ian Forth. Jeremy messages Henderson will go onto your social media, and we'll say goodbye for now to Annie Cherif and Max Rowe Brown.
See you tomorrow.
There we go. Farewell, Annie. Farewell, Max. Thanks for taking us through that session. Hello, Messi. How are you going?
I'm going well. I'm a bit annoyed that Knackle is wearing boring old man slippers. He doesn't qualify. He's not a boring old man. That's my role. Well, never mind. I did actually think he said he was wearing flippers, which is why.
Yeah, I thought that as well. Ollie Robinson in, start of his second over. And again, down the leg side, not really threatening there. Smith will watch those sail past all day long. That's just the idea is survival tonight. There's theoretically 16.5 overs remaining in the day. But do we have a knock-off at half past in half an hour's time now?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, Messi's come in there with a clear answer to that. So 16.5 overs remains merely theoretical. 25 minutes to go. Ollie Robinson in again. That comes in sharply. Hands thrown up in the slips, but I think Smith successfully managed to jab a bat on that down to point. No run.
This has been pretty impressive from Robinson, given that he's obviously in pain. Almost all 8 of his deliveries have been threatening in some way. He's getting that movement off a length. He's getting the bounce off a length that is characteristic of his bowling at his best.
Robinson in again. Smith lets the ball hit the body, but no danger, sailing far over the stumps. Not even the suggestion of a peel there. Just goes down towards, down on the onside. No run. Australia 33 for 2. Smith on 16 and Khawaja on 11.
That's low key, very good from Smith. He wasn't afraid to look a bit silly there because he ended up very square on and ended up leaving a ball on middle stump, but it smashed into his thigh pad almost above the level of the stumps. He knew it wasn't going to be a delivery that he had to play at with the bat.
Similar ball, similar reaction from Smith. Not to be tempted into playing any shot, but clearly that's also going way over the stumps. He's leaving them on length, leaving them successfully, showing all his
that one was a play and miss, though. That one was beat the inside edge. It's a better line from slightly better line from Robinson. That one Smith was trying to play, and he's been troubled by Robinson all series.
He lined himself up though, and he knows what he's doing. Smith, he's a perpetual motion at the crease, but at the moment when it really counts, his technique is pretty orthodox. Again Robinson in, again Smith. He either plays and misses, or he lines himself up correctly, or he lets himself hit it. You choose, but either way it's a dot ball and no threat to his stumps. Dot ball. Just seeing a picture of Ben Stokes with 2 caps on.
Yeah, he hasn't quite got the hat stacking technique, has he? The second hat doesn't sit snugly over the first.
Or David Warner with sunglasses on between his 2 caps, which was an interesting affectation. Next ball from Robinson. This one's just a little more skewed down the leg side. Indeed, Smith plays it down to the man at leg slip. No run. That's a maiden over. Robinson's none for 4 off 2. Smith 16, Khawaja 11. Australia 33 for 2 at the end of the 14th.
Dan Youngman says Brook becomes the second highest wicket taker, overtaking Bob Willis. Both of them is still about 20 ahead.
That's for England against Australia.
Yep. Yes, that's correct. Ralph the Wonder Llama just said in capital letter, he thinks that he's a horse. And Mog says, I can think of no good reason why ZZ Tops woke up with Wood cannot be deployed for Mark Wood. Seems a good point. I've got to say that is the ZZ Tops.
Okay, new over from Mark Wood. Oh. It's a bouncer. It's at Khawaja's head. He fends it off. There's a catch by Billings, and it is given. The wicket is given. Khawaja doesn't look happy about it, but I think he's going off. The umpire's finger is in the air. Yes, he's accepted that he has hit it. Must have perhaps hit his bat, hit his helmet, ballooned up to Sam Billings, and England are pumped here. Australia 33 for 3.
Absolute snorter from Wood. This is how England hoped he was going to bowl yesterday when he was all over the place, but that is a perfect bouncer on line, kept on coming at Khawaja. He tried to duck and sway inside the line, but it just kept on rising and nicked the glove on the way through to Sam Billings. Fantastic delivery from Wood.
Khawaja 11 off 38, just as he was looking a little more stable. He got, as Knuckle described it, an absolute snorter. Now then, if England in the next 20 minutes can get, and it's not impossible under the lights in Hobart, another 2 wickets, this is game on, I would suggest.
I mean, under the lights is often a bit of there isn't actually, the ball, it's been analysing, the ball doesn't actually do that much more, and under the lights, and often the wickets don't fall in this session, but there's just something about, I guess it must be just the fact that Mark Wood is quick, and it's a little bit difficult to sight the ball at times, but the ball that England have bowled well in this mini session, as Australia do send in a 9th watch with 20 minutes to go.
Scott Boland.
When he comes charging in your pants, you likely pee. So here comes Scott Boland, his nostrils all aflame. He's gonna take your wicket, face him if you dare.
This is a little odd. There's quite a long time to go yet.
Yeah, I mean, we'd say 20 minutes is the absolute outside for a night watchman to come in, but nevertheless, that's what's happened. They must have a reasonable amount of faith in Scott Boland. And there's two schools of thought. Should Scott Boland take as much of the strike as possible? Should they play it normally? I suppose there's a third school of thought that Boland should be protected, but it would seem rather odd since he's there.
It's a strange time, 148 ahead, to be protecting Travis Head, who scored 100 in the first innings.
Indeed. Wood in again, and that's jabbed in short. Boland successfully gets in line with it. You sense that Boland's not going to flinch from a challenge here. He looks a very battle-toughened Shield cricketer. It's very hard to read from Scott Boland's expression, actually, what he's feeling or thinking at any time. It really varies.
No, he
negotiates that first ball well.
No, he cannot be scruted.
P.G. Woodhouse might well have said. In Leave It to Jeeves. Wood turns in for the third ball of the over. This is tense cricket. This is good. This is what we want from an Ashes contest. Boland squares up. Well, my goodness, he didn't know a great deal about that one. It was pitched in short. He ducked. He almost ducked into it. Didn't negotiate that one nearly as successfully. Flew through to Sam Billings. No run.
Yeah, a bit of an up periscope flail from Scott Boland. Just about got his head out of the way. I think that also swerved after it went past the bat because Billings was going down the leg side and then had to adjust at the last minute and looked a bit awkward in taking it.
It'll be interesting to see whether Scott Boland survives this 20 minutes.
Mark Wood is pumped.
He sure is. In again, short again. Boland gets on top of that one. It's more on off stump. It's more to his liking. He must be thinking this is the aspect of Test cricket that I'm not enjoying quite so much as my spectacular bowling average this series.
Now, Australia used to send Nathan Lyon in it as the night watch, but I think he's been promoted since he learned how to play that swiping pull shot. And Scott
Boland hit three fabulous sixes.
He is the first batter ever to hit multiple Test sixes off Mark Wood in a Test innings.
Wood in again. No thought of sixes here. Boland perfectly in line now. He's as we suspected. He's got the stomach for the fight. He's got a lot about him, Scott Boland. And what would perhaps started off life as a one-off Test special at Melbourne is beginning to look like it might be the start of a late period Indian summer, if we can still use that expression.
Yeah, sort of a mix of Peter Siddle and Chris Rogers.
Peter Siddle, Chris Rogers, Ryan Harris, even Stuart Clark, bowlers like that who've around about the age of 30 or just over.
Siddle came in relatively young. Harris actually is a good comparison. He came in much later than I'd realised when I was looking at the numbers.
Boland swings not quite in line, but he manages to get bat on it. And they have decided to take the single, so they're just going to play this normally. He maintains the strike. Australia 34 for 3, Boland on 1, Smith for 16 at the end of the 15th over.
Moggs, I should say to Mogg that he's the only person for whom I would use Z instead of Z. I wouldn't say ZZ top, but I detest Z instead of Z normally. Mogg says, given how Steve Smith bats, it's pretty obvious he doesn't care about looking silly. I think that's a very fair observation. And Brian 001 says, right, I'm off. Each time I've come back to listen in, Australia loses a wicket. Not good. I'll go back to staring at the fog outside my lunchroom window. The Northampton fog's very attractive though, isn't it, Brian? And Barry Goodman says, but I'm not sure of whom, if he's Test class, then so's Hendo, which is a bit unfair.
That is the old Usman Khawaja jingle, long since disproved by Usman
Khawaja.
Oh,
that's right, yes.
Robinson in again, start of his third over. Back of a length, that's easy for Boland. And certainly 124 rather than 144 kilometres an hour is much more to his taste, as it would any night watchman.
I must say, I did think that Khawaja played that bouncer of Wood poorly because he simply took his eyes off it for the last few minutes and didn't know it was going to hit his gloves.
It was
a good ball.
That's true, but my God, it was a good ball.
He was trying to do the right thing. He was trying to sway inside the line, but it was just a very good ball.
Scott Boland, immaculate forward defensive. This is what he must have been dreaming of when he was facing Mark Wood a moment ago. 125
length balls. Joe Root is pictured on screen, wondering what are his options? What rabbit can he pull out of the hat in this last 15 minutes?
I tell you what, the way this series has gone for Boland, he'll probably end up making a 50 tomorrow morning.
That's Jack back sharply, wrapped him on the pads, but too high and possibly also going down leg side. No thought of a review. 3-dot balls.
Yeah, bring in an indigenous male Australian and they make runs as night watch.
That is true, yes. Referring to Jason Gillespie's magical 200 in his last Test innings, of course.
I'm just wondering if we should rechristen the cock motherer as the rooter, given how frequent it is.
That was thigh pad. That was thigh pad.
Ollie Robinson. Oh, that's a wasted ball at this time of night. Just well wide of the off stump, possibly showing his tiredness in his third over. I'd like to say it, but quite possible. Or maybe a back spasm, to be fair to him, when the dot ball goes by.
Yeah, a bit of a. Put it this way, Scott Boland will be very happy to leave these, and yes, he is trying to protect Steve Smith.
Yes, and he's doing a good job of it so far. Smith hasn't had to face a ball since Boland came in. In comes Ollie Robinson. That's better, but hardly threatening. Easy to play at 130k for Boland. Just a simple length ball and off stump forward defensive dot ball.
Bowling a bit fuller to Boland. It is interesting that Stephen Smith, one of the best batters in the world over the last several decades, looked a lot less comfortable against Ollie Robinson than Scott Boland is doing.
That's very true. Everything Scott Boland touches turns to gold at the moment. Sometimes you get those series, don't you?
Hello,
that's jagged back from Robinson, but clearly down leg, clearly too high. A maiden, but that'll suit Australia very well. Boland remains on 1, Smith on 16, Australia 34 for 3 at the end of the 16.
Roger Melly says, I've never understood the logic behind night watchman. A less capable batsman, but protecting a more capable batsman, it seems arse about to me. Maybe that's why Steve Waugh never did it. Tim Everingham says, evening Gorilla. Am I right to think that if Smith doesn't score a century this innings, it will be the first Ashes series since 10-11 that he hasn't scored a ton?
That would be true, yes. That would be true.
And Armchair Cricket Podcast says the stern examination for Australian batter continues. Wood cranking it up to get rid of Khawaja with an unplayable ball and then looking to hit Boland's neck. Surely Boland will store that one for future recall.
Wood in again. Smith gets slightly squared up and plays it down towards the fourth slip area. Another ball successfully negotiated. Just one thing to follow up on there. One of the things that Shane Warne holds against Steve Waugh is they decided they weren't going to send in night watchman. And then when Steve Waugh was next to him, I think with 10 minutes to go, possibly in the West Indies, he did send in a night watchman to protect him.
And was it Shane Warne?
Well, Shane Warne holds that against Steve Waugh.
Right. Yeah, I think.
Oh, no, it wasn't. Yes, it wasn't Shane Warne who went in. No, I don't think so. Next ball from Mark Wood that just strays slightly onto the leg side. Smith nudges it off his hips down for 1 run. He gets off strike, which will suit him. He moves on to 17 and scored to 35 for 3.
I'm glad you said that because I always thought it was a bit of a macho Aussie myth that Steve Waugh never used a night watchman. Night watcher.
I think a bit like someone like Brian Lara only walking when it suited him. Perhaps Steve Waugh only used one when it wasn't him. Don't quote me on that though. I'm sure there are Australians
I'd say I don't fully understand it either. Particularly as the batting ability of tail enders increases, the sort of sacrificial element becomes less relevant.
Mark Wood in again. Scott Boland for once does not fully line himself up with that ball, which sails over off stump through to Sam Billings. Just a hint of backing away there. Who can blame him?
Yeah,
I think it's bad as abusing bowlers again. I think they're just saying, "Oh well, I'd rather not bat tonight. Why don't you go and do it?"
Yes, the gentry getting their revenge.
Yeah.
The 18th century is still alive and kicking. Amateurs, professionals, northerners, southerners, batsmen, bowlers. In comes Mark Wood again, 4th ball of the over, and oh my goodness, Scott Boland does get into line, but he almost scoops up
the ball onto the offside, almost a Corton bowls. Well, maybe not almost, but in the air for a short while. Dot ball.
Somewhere, Gary Naylor is complaining there wasn't a silly point.
And of course, on this occasion, he would be right. Just seeing Scott Boland side on, his back foot is about 18 inches away from his stumps. It's not impossible. This could be one of those occasions he gets so far back by Markwood. He treads on his stumps, but we shall see.
If that happens, that will be the call of the year.
Thank you. We'll see. Scott Boland gets off strike and just a run through point region, but not without some alarm. He's squared up again. He moves on to 2 of 14 balls.
I tell you, listeners, pay attention to what Forthier has just said, because Scott Boland played that delivery with his back foot outside and behind leg stump. Like he's a batter in a T20 trying to stay deep and dig out a Yorker.
Wouldn't be impossible. We've seen it already in this series, of course. Josh Butler. I won't say tragically, because that's no use words for cricket, but trodden his stumps with the match still to be drawn in, I think it was Adelaide, wasn't it? And that's a wasted ball. Last ball of the over from Mark Wood sails harmlessly over Smith's shoulders. It's the end of the over. Smith remains on 17. Boland on 2. Australia 36 for 3 at the end of the 17th.
Mog says, let's not call them night watchmen, let's call them human shields. Over on YouTube, filtering through some spam, Andrew Cook says, Ray, the Tongan volcano, as it continues to erupt, New Zealand is experiencing sonic booms and high waters. Andrew Cook says, can't imagine what the Tongans are experiencing.
Jesus.
To which Sudahu says, probably bleeding eardrums. I think they reckon Pompeii went off and it could be heard 1,000 miles away.
Certainly Tambora, the eruption was notably heard in London.
Wow. Paul Coffey says Scott Boland has been tearing it up for the Vicks for years. He's better than Hazelwood and should have been chosen for the Australian team at that time.
Steady.
To which
Robinson in again. Robinson in again. Start of the 4th over. Just a little wide enough for Scott Boland to watch it sail by.
There is now a silly mid-off.
An overlate and a dollar.
Yeah, Scott Boland is a very accurate and canny bowler, but he is not better than Josh Hazelwood.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
That's absolutely true.
He's
Robinson in again.
Certainly put himself in the rotation.
Oh, there's a big appeal by Sam Billings at least, but not really from anybody else. No suggestion that that's kissed the outside edge. Joe Root's looking totally bemused and confused. He obviously didn't hear anything.
That was
Ollie Robinson didn't hear anything
What a
either.
fantastic celeb appeal from Sam Billings. Flung the ball up in the air and then caught it again and looked absolutely mystified that no one else was joining him. That was brilliant.
Indeed it was. And the replay showing there was fresh air. We're just seeing Sam Billings' face on the replay. He's put a lot of enthusiasm to this English side, and for that we should be grateful.
Flung the ball up, then appealed, then caught it, and then looked around saying, what?
A Labuschagne-esque appeal indeed. Another dot ball goes by. Doesn't look as if England are going to have their wish of 25 minutes ago of having Australia 5 down, but even one more wicket, particularly were it to be Smith, would be so valuable tonight. 3 dot balls. Having said that, it is hard to see Australia not setting England at least sort of 220.
Yeah,
for sure. Robinson in again. That was Fuller. That troubled Boland, but he just got his bat down on time, which he can do at Robinson's pace. Would have had a lot more trouble at Wood's pace, of course. Another dot ball goes by. In fact, that hit him on the pad, but was going down leg side.
Probably one more over.
Yeah.
Yes, one absolute max 2, perhaps.
That'll wrap the shift. That appeal thing, they really need to rehearse that if he's going to do that.
Yes, they do. Yes, like you're doing
appeal practice.
cricket.
Yeah, don't most teams go up when they see someone let the keeper go up?
Yeah,
I wonder if Joe Root might be considering bringing himself
on for 1 overs and then get one more fast over from the other end. That's flicked off his hips by Scott Boland, and he gets a run off it. He moves on to 3 off the 5th ball of the over. He's doing a fantastic job for his team. Smith only has to face 1. It's like the reverse of when of what you normally expect when a tail ender and a batsman is at the wicket here.
Yeah, it's been dogged night watching. Scott Boland's doomed himself to do this job for the next year and a half.
It's what they say about fielding at short leg, isn't it? Never get good
Fielding at short leg is a position where you can make a difference, particularly when the spinners are bowling. Night watch really is just a dog's body role.
The hiding to nothing. Played off his hips by Steve Smith for that 1 ball. England race to their marks for what they hope is the penultimate over. Australia 37 for 3 at the end of the 18th.
Sudahu says Hazelwood arguably had more promise with height and bowler build, but Boland this series has been a delight. And also says, what are you doing, Billings? Mog says, as we all know, Josh Hazelwood once hit Kaiswetter's stump, so he must be good.
Again, a very, very old single. Josh Hazelwood, 215 test wickets in 56 games at 25.
Now then, Wood in for first ball of what might be the last over, flings it in at Scott Boland, and he's been hit on his bowling hand. Now that probably ensures that this is the last over as he takes his glove off and has a good look at it and wrings his hand, but B, could be difficulties for him bowling in the next innings.
Which doesn't
I think
really
he's actually bleeding.
Which doesn't really matter for this series, but could potentially. Well, I don't think it's that serious, but in terms of future endeavours, I think Mark Wood Mark Wood might be well advised to bowl the next one, to pitch the next one up. See if Boland's got the fortitude to come properly forward at it.
Well, that would certainly. Oh, here comes the physio. This is,
no, you've got to check, haven't you?
Oh, of course you've got to check, particularly when it might be the last over. He comes 3/4 of the way onto the pitch, asks the question.
Oh, he's been waved off.
No, I think I'm okay.
He's been waved off. Rod Tucker told him to go away, and off jogs the Australian physio, dressed very much like Kathy Freeman.
I do like that. I'm quite a fan of the Australian teal, I have to say.
Oh, there you go. Well, it's better than that bloody fluorescent yellow shit that's around.
You don't need high vis under lights.
Wood has not taken Knuckles' advice. He's fired another one in short at the ribcage of Scott Boland, who heroically gets in line and manages to fend it off. He's effectively done his job, because I think if a wicket were to fall now, that would be the end of proceedings at 10:28.
Wood is actually running back to the end of his mark, but there's 2 minutes to go.
Yes, I don't think they'll get 4 balls from a fast bowler in 2 minutes. Wood in again. Boland effectively backs away, but the ball follows him, but no problem there. Wood's jogging back to his mark. 3 dot balls in the over so far. He must be considering shortening his run to. What's 1 over at the end of the day? But,
he goes back to the short run and immediately breaks his ankle.
That would be some sort of a summation of England's tour. That's true. Wood in again. That one bowled from slightly wider of the crease, inexorably zeroing in on Scott Boland's ribcage. He plays it very well. Plays it down. 4 dot balls. 2 to go.
He's really running back to his mark.
He did pitch one up, didn't he? And managed to get Scott Boland to play. It was just a little bit too far down leg side. Scott Boland is camping on the back foot to a quite phenomenal.
Yeah, I think you get good money on this one being full, and you'd be wrong, because it's short again. It's hooked up in the air to just short of leg slip. I mean, about halfway back to leg slip. I think he's wrapped him on the glove again there, because he's wringing his hand. It's going to come down, surprisingly, for a little conference with Smith, because obviously that's what you do when it's 10:29 p.m. You don't want to face another.
Well, they weren't going to get the next one in anyway, were they?
They're making absolutely sure they don't now.
This field, they've got the 3 slips, the leg slip, the silly point, the short leg. This is getting close to the sort of field that Australia set at the end of the Sydney Test match.
Yes, the straight jacket field.
The clock just
Still
ticked over.
Yes, ticked over to 10:30, so we're all done. This will be the last ball of an interesting day's play. And this is the full one, and well done, Scott Boland, to be honest. He jabbed down on it,
Wow.
he must have been expecting it.
That was amazing.
It was the perfect ball to bowl him, but there again, perhaps he was expecting it. He goes off wringing his hands, expecting his finger. Mark Wood's put his heart and soul into that. Australia finish at 37 for 3 off 19 overs. Smith on 17, Boland on 3, Wood finishes on 1 for 9 off 4. I will hand you over, I would imagine, to Knuckle to summarise proceedings.
Yeah, some real Test cricket broke out in the last session there. Australia 37 for 3 after 19 overs. A very good bowling actually from England. I think England's bowlers might be trying to prove a point towards the end of this in their last bowling innings of what's been a difficult tour. They had to come back out after winkling out Australia for 303, which they got to largely thanks to the slap-happy Nathan Lyon, who smashed 31 off 27 balls and aided Australia to get 50 for the last 2 wickets. Stuart Broad and Mark Wood ending with 3 wickets, Chris Woakes ending with 2. And then England, a lot of batters in, a lot of batters out. We had, 4 batters getting out between 25 and 36, all facing, 3 of them facing sort of nearly 50 balls and 1 facing just over 50 balls. Zach Crawley getting out for 18 as well, on a pitch that was doing a little bit. Pat Cummins broke the game open, and then England kept finding ways to get out. Pat Cummins ended with 4, Mitchell Starc with 3, 1 each for Scott Boland and Cameron Green. Nathan Lyon not required to bowl, but then David Warner square cut one off Stuart Broad and was brilliantly caught by Ollie Pope diving to his right to complete his first Test pair, his second Test pair in fact. On both occasions, Stuart Broad's got him in each innings. Marnus Labuschagne was caught down the leg side. Sam Billings' his first dismissal as a Test match player off the bowling of Chris Woakes, and then Usman Khawaja was done by a brute of a bouncer from Mark Wood that he just couldn't get his glove out the way of. Kissed the glove on the way through to Billings. He made 11. Stephen Smith made 17 before being shielded very admirably by Scott Boland, who's been hit on the stumps, and then somehow managed to, while essentially putting his bat in the ground and jumping to get his body out of the way, like he was going round a maypole, managed to keep a Yorker out towards the end from a very fired up Mark Wood. Scott Boland faced 25 deliveries doggedly for his 3. Stephen Smith is on 17. There was a 1 leg by Stuart Broad, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 9. Chris Woakes, 5 over, 1 maiden, 1 for 13. Ollie Robinson back fit enough to bowl, 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 5, and got a little bit of bounce from a length. Mark Wood fired up, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 9. England have been pretty good in that last session, but with Australia 37 for 3 leading by 152, it might just be a case of damage limitation for England on day 3 as this Test match continues to go in fast forward.
Indeed.
Yes,
I'll just do a couple of tweets before we finish.
Please do.
Leah points out that they're not human shields, they're meat shields these days, to which Mog says it takes a while for the latest terms to trickle down here. Aninda has retweeted a link to a review he's done of a documentary on Shane Warne called Shane, which apparently he says is a delight reviewing, and he drive down memory lane watching it, so recommend that to you to have a quick read of. Mog says, right, I'm off for the evening to go learn how to play blues guitar and provide this new Wood jingle. And finally, a couple of thank yous. Leah says, thank you for the excellent entertainment, everyone. See you tomorrow. Thank you, Leah. Thank you for being with us. And the Light Roller says, thank you, folks, for the entertainment on what was a disappointing day for England. I've got a sense of deja vu. Oh, well, there is always hope for tomorrow. Thank you, the Light Roller. Thank you all. If I missed your tweet, I'm sorry, but it's been great having you on board.
Thank you.
Yeah,
very
17
much.
wickets fell. 17 wickets fell, and England, I guess they'll need at least 4 wickets in the morning.
We should
session
check
to
the
have
GPL actually,
even an
shouldn't we?
outside chance.
We should check the GPL, shouldn't we? So
yes, definitely.
303 plus 214 plus 188 plus 37 means that 287 runs were scored in today's play, and
nobody won.
No, Brian Barish misses out by 2 runs. So that's where that one left off. Unlucky Brian, but we did get a few entries today, so the pot will roll on to about 30 quid, just over 30 quid, 31 quid or so. So some more money to be won. You'll be back in the Bears' hands tomorrow. He'll be with you on taking a little bit of a day off, and wonder if actually how much of day 3 we'll see, given the fast forward nature of this test match. But thank you to Jeremy Messy-Jez Henderson.
Thank you. Been a pleasure being with you all.
Thank you, Ian Forth.
Thank you. Enjoyed it enormously as ever.
Thank you to the rest of our contributors today: Annie Chave, Max Rowe Brown, Jacob Jaffa, Tony Bishop, of course, doing rotas and whatnot, Steve Jones, Cat Jones, and everyone else who's been listening, and Jack Hope as well, everyone who's been listening to us as well, including during our technical difficulties earlier today. But until 3:15 a.m. Tomorrow UK time, it's goodbye from everybody here at Gorilla Cricket.
Bye-bye.
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket.